Streaming. He says it should start streaming. It should start streaming. Hello everyone, right then, at the moment, it is just myself, Foxo, and a bottle of Iron Brew apparently. Roll appropriately. Currently waiting for the bot to start up. Just finished round God knows what in what we have is 2 weeks of basically parties for the family birthdays we have this week. So please note, if I do seem mildly mentally zonked, there's a reason for it. Saying that, the bot should be turning itself on and connecting up. It's slowly working. So yes, that's all good. We have the chat set up and running, so I can see the chat at the moment. I can't see the things happening on Twitch as well. I can now. And YouTube is just about warming up. Just about warming up and allowing me to see things. So hello everyone. And the person I'm joined by currently is Foxo.
Hey all.
So it's basically at the moment it's me and Foxo. So, you know. It's us running Bruships. For some reason, Dragon and Runon have left us to our own devices. We're not sure if that's a good idea, considering we are the two in the ship-shape community who are most prone to having ideas about how to wind others up. So leaving us to our own devices could be very bad on their parts, but they've left us to our own devices. We will not, of course, spend the next few minutes plotting what we could do to them as a wind-up. That would be cruel and unusual punishment. But today is a regular naval history questions. The bot is slowly warming up. It's got 2 out of 5 sets connected up and it's starting to work on these things. And I will crack open the Iron Brew. So, how is everyone doing? Have you had a good week? The bot has been outperforming the Minecraft server link. You've had a good week, Foxo?
Yeah, not bad. Slate's been late. We had to do 3 ramblings.
There was a lot of questions left over.
Question.
Yes?
Yeah. Okay. How would you define unrestricted mine warfare?
I don't care where the mine drops. I'm just sticking it. I'm just sticking in. What the mine hits, I'm just sticking it anywhere where I think the enemy are going to be. So that means also you put it. You can put it up in international waters or in neutral waters if you think it's necessary.
Okay, and does that include stuff like the use of free floating mines?
Yes. Although,
which I'm guessing.
We tend to not like free-floating mines because they have a habit of coming back and biting us. Free-floating mines have the highest preponderance of things which are likely to come back and hit the person who laid them. So we tend to not do that.
Okay, but so would they still work with stuff like sea denial then?
Yes.
So if you don't have shipping in that area, just
Yeah. In fact, we often use... That is one of the reasons why Australia and other nations are currently looking into mines quite so much. The bot's up to 4 or 5. The one which isn't connected is currently Elgato Stream Deck. So... yeah. Let me have an argument with the Stream Deck system, because that's what's playing up at the moment. Why is Elgato playing? I don't know.
also quick side question.
Yes.
At what point did aircraft stop really being mine layers?
They haven't. It's just we don't tend to talk about
Okay.
now.
Can I just? I went through and checked what we know about the armament options for a lot of the third generation jets, and they don't really have any mine capability, mine laying capability.
Well, they didn't, because honestly, they also didn't have torpedo deploying capability. And that's because of the speed you're going at when you're doing it.
Okay, so what aircraft would have the mine laying capability in the Cold War then, if any?
Things like long-range maritime patrol aircraft.
Ah.
Occasionally bombers. The Buccaneer could lay mines.
Yeah, 'cause I noticed the Buccaneer could, but the Phantom couldn't.
Yeah, it's a fun thing. Thank you, Scottish nerd. Before anyone starts throwing in, I haven't put the things live yet because I'm trying to check if the bot's working. So before people start putting anything into the bot, let me check if the bot's working. Because the Elgato isn't working, but the bot might be working. If the bot is working, then... and the Elgato's are just the only bit that's not working, then I can just go... argument time. And bot should be working now, he says. Should be. Because Elgato has just connected in. So we'll see if that's going to work. And if it works, then I will press the Q release button. But our queen of the bot has not yet arrived. But the interesting thing also about mine laying is that, you know, if you look at especially the Soviets, they started to look at other options for mine laying. Yes, they were considering using missiles for mine laying, because mines are just that dangerous. And of course, the Americans went with the Captain mine system, which was basically, can we turn our torpedoes into a mine? Okay.
That seems really wasteful of a mine or a torpedo. Wouldn't they get exponentially potentially more expensive because the propulsion unit.
It's all fun and games. So the bot's supposed to be working, but
This is going to be a bit of a stranger question, but has there been cases of proactive mine laying? Where a country starts laying minefields before an armed conflict breaks out?
that's what they normally do. That's what sensible countries do. They lay the mines before the wars begins. In this way, it used to be quite common that you'd have minefields laid as part of your defensive system anyway. Questions are working, so I will do this one. Questions are now live. Carl Gersberg, are you aware of tracer rounds and DD guns in World War One? Austria-Hungary supposedly used them. Not really in their main guns. Some were using tracer guns on their machine guns and those sort of things, but main guns, no. You don't really have the rate of fire that tracer's going to help you. Because think about that. If you have a rate of fire of 6 shells a minute, let's say, right? And you fire a tracer round for one of those, A, it might set something on fire. B, it's going to have a different flight path than the shells you're firing by quite a significant margin. It's bad enough with machine guns and cannon, but it's going to have a significant margin of difference. And C, it's going to be, how do I put this politely, problematic. In terms of, okay, now we've got to take a different shell out. And with our loading. So you don't tend to do it with main guns. How about you, Fox? Have you heard anything?
I swear some of the 3-inch automatic anti-aircraft guns got them.
That was post-World War II, though, not pre-World War One.
Oh, pre-World War One. Not as far as I'm aware.
Because it's post-World War II, they have the rate of fire to make tracer actually work, and you are absolutely correct. But pre-World War One, no.
I mean, yeah, I can't think of any.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, AMC Wood, for subscribing to the Twitch channel for a month. Richard Gross, then, next question. RN testing German guns false positives. How did the testing of British guns against I'm presuming German do, and when did the Royal Navy realise they had mistake Nelsons? Honestly, they're doing the testing in post-World War One, and they're using the ranges, and they're trying to get them, and they're getting them through. And they only really realise they've made a mistake once they have realistically the Nelson guns in service, and they're actually using them and testing their damage out more consistently, and then they go, oh, these aren't what we're looking for. And this is the thing. I know we do describe it as a mistake, but realistically, what the RN have been looking for with the 15-inch 50, they're hoping they get the 16-inch 45, which they put on the Nelsons, by using that sort of the shell they did, structure, etc. they did. They very quickly worked out the shell structure, etc. and things they got were still good systems. Don't get me wrong, they're not, let's be honest, Nelson and Romney both do tend to batter their opponents to pieces, quite happily, but they're not as effective as they could be. And that's the problem realistically for them, and it's found out quite quickly. It's one of the things of it's the thing you learn with history quite a lot, and I'll be interested to hear what Foxo's take will be on this because I know she'll have one. Is that the amount of times people have been led astray not by assumptions but by incorrectly reading the data. looking at the data they're getting and thinking, oh, it's leading us one way, only when they've actually done a lot more testing to realise that what they were reading were not actually the full set of data. And once they've got far more information, they go, oh, we were seeing this portion and basing our assumption off this one. Once we base it off all this data, we were making the wrong assessment. And that's often far more difficult to argue against, because people can go, but I have data which backs me up. And you're going, yeah, but it's not the full picture. And people think people are doing things purposely, but actually they're just trying to act quickly.
In retrospect, you can sort of see what information was, what results were just. It's only bet you're only getting the results because you're in that specific circumstance.
Yeah.
And context.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if you don't know what the effects the environment's having on them, you're not going to know how much of the results you're getting are variables out of your control.
Yeah, and it's one of the interesting things you have. Okay, this is the one that I really do enjoy. And hello AMC Woods, by the way. And yeah, we have a 90-second cooldown between questions because there are some very good, very long-time subscribers to the channel who literally turn up with lists of questions, and we were trying to go, okay, we don't want to have it being the whole just one person's question after question after question after question. We want it to be a intermix of different people's questions. So we said, okay, 90-second cooldown. We are keep refining it, but that's because some people very nicely turn up with about 100 questions and just copying and pasting, which is a lot quicker than people can think up the questions. So, this next question was Temu. How long is the Estonian part in the upcoming book of the U class? Let's put it this way. I am planning on visiting certain parts of the Baltic again, and there are going to be a lot of pictures, and there's a whole special chapter on the U class, but that's going to be after the Flag class book has come out, because I'm hoping to use the money from the Flag class to pay for some of the money I need for some of the stuff I need to do for the U class. Because I think I need to do a trip to the Baltic again, and I need to do a trip to Malta for the U class book. I really do. It is, Danos. It is a great question. But yeah, it's going to be a fun book. They are fun books. Steve Clarke. Does the purchase of 5 vessels by Norway and possible buy of ships by Denmark and Sweden possibly kick BAE into infrastructure improvements at its yards to increase their production? Potentially. They've already been making some investments, but they are going to need to make some more. And is the government prepared to pay some money towards it? Because the people who are going to benefit from the infrastructure investment is going to be the British government. They're going to be most, because it means that the builds aren't going to impact on the Type 83 construction, other construction they want to do, and it's going to help. It's going to help with other things they have. It's going to help with them keeping things to time. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. It's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting to see what happens. But I would say you have to remember again, the Type 31s, if they're bought, are being built from Babcock. The Type 31 frigate factory is a good factory. It's a good frigate. It's going to be producing a good light frigate program. And I already had this interesting discussion. People going, well, if we produce an air defense Type 31, will that do for the Type 83? And no, it won't. The reason we're looking at such a big design for Type 83 of somewhere in the region of roughly 10 to 12 or 12 to 15,000 tons is magazine depth. Because you see, if you're in the Baltic, you can go and get missiles from a port. There are going to be ports you can quickly dash in, reload, and get out of from. If you're in the North Atlantic, there aren't. If you're in the South Atlantic, there aren't. If you're in the Pacific, there aren't. And that is the trouble if you're dependent upon those to resupply you. I'm now worried if Runon's okay, because she's not usually this late. It's strange.
I've poked her, so we'll see if she
We'll
responds
see.
to me.
Yeah. It might be her old age. She might be forgetting her time.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm just making sure to send out the tweet about today's live.
Maybe she's stopped off to visit her friends at the old people's home.
It might be her old age. Yes, it could. She could have done that. They're good friends of hers. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just putting out a tweet basically saying, live now, naval history questions answered. I am that lazy with my social media engagement. So, but realistically, the purchase of the 5 vessels, it's a lovely thing, and if Denmark and Sweden also buy some ships from Britain, that's great. The interesting thing that you might see the British do is they might invest, might be sensible, is to invest in a little bit more infrastructure for dry docking and maintenance, because to my mind, the reason why Denmark and Sweden are actually looking at the UK, it's because the UK is quite a good place for them to move ships to be maintained if there is an ongoing operation, in that the UK will be close enough their ships can get quickly repaired, but far enough away they should be safe to be repaired should they need to be. And that's another reason to buy into the UK infrastructure system and set the missile production, etc., and the things we're setting up for CSEPTA and those things. Because whilst people go, well, the American missiles are better, but there are lots of people competing for the American missiles, the standard missiles, and they're doing their production lines as well as they can, and they're growing them, but they're not even the Americans are doing things like, can we fire Patriot from a ship, and can we do this and that, and all the other things to try and move their missile system and to spread it out. For the UK, we luckily have spent a lot of years paying a lot of money extra on missiles and things to have capacity beyond that which we need to build, in theory. So in theory, if the company's been using the money for what they said they are, we are in a good place to support those things. In practice, let's see if the companies have been spending money in the places they're supposed to. We'll see. In my experience, and the experience of history, is that the only time you can actually get stuff maintained like that is if government owns it. Because government doesn't have to make a profit. So government can afford to run one production line's worth of work through 5 different production lines. So you've got the 5 production lines for when you need them.
You telling me that navies and warfighting doesn't do well on just-in-time delivery?
Nothing does well on just-in-time logistics at all. Nothing. When it comes to warfighting. Because, you see, there's these people called the enemy, and they don't tend to wait around for your logistics line to actually deliver.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, any war we'll be fighting will be a war of choice. So we can choose when to attack.
Oh. Do you know that's actually the argument I've had for been dealing with people for the last 30 years? Literally, just-in-time logistics works fine because it's going to be wars of choice. And the sheer amount of hubris that comes off from the people who are saying it, and he said, okay, just go, oh, for God's sake. Yes, then if the question isn't that acknowledged or received, try and repeat it, because it means it hasn't picked it up for some reason. And if people are noticing that the December suggestions hasn't gone live on Patreon yet, that's because it decided to come back to me as apparently being corrupted, so I'm going to redo it. Chandler Chandle. 1st September on 1st of September 1938, the 7 Mackesons, refitted to the P. Frederick in World of Warships, appear in Kiel, while they attained the ability to manufacture a 35cm gun in 35, soon after the signing of the Anglo-Naval Treaty, I'm going to presume. Okay. I think we should... I think this is definitely in the Foxo book, so I'm going to let Fox go first, because she likes her battlecruisers. But I'm also kind of sad Dragon isn't here yet, because Dragon usually loves his World of Warships questions.
I mean...
Shall we save it for when Dragon's back, so he can get away with him with World of Warships, because it's World of Warships question? And it's a two-parter. There's a second part, so we'll save that. So we'll put that. What do we have? We'll do this reaction, so we know to come back to it. Okay, so and a circle means we're coming back to it, because that means we'll circle back. See, it's a circle. Castaneer.
Yep.
How often have trimarines been armed naval vessels? Quite rarely. HMS Triton wasn't armed. The trouble is that usually navies are looking for a certain level of hull volume. The LCS, it's not the Freedom, it's the Independence class, isn't it? It's the Independence, which are the triremes. They have quite a deep internal hull. And the thing is, realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if you could see us going that way in the future. But it's going to be interesting to see how they go with it, because they usually again, naval ships do want a deep hull because they want to put a lot of stuff in them. We now have 37 in queues. Okay, Steve, when we get to 60, we'll pause the questions. Or actually, no, when we get to 50, we'll pause the questions. Oh. With that being said, Juicy, please ignore my question. It had a huge typo in it. Sav Thompson, what was the most underrated, overutilized ship of sail in naval history? Oh, probably the brig. It's one of the smaller ones. It's probably the brig or the Snow. They're just forgotten by people. They really are. They're so valuable, and they are so forgotten. People talk about frigates all the time, and they go, "Oh, this was a small single-deck ship. It must have been a frigate." No, it's probably a brig. They produce there are about 3 times as many of those built as there are frigates. They're good vessels. They're good vessels. I know, but you can't keep wagging your tail to make me pat you, Raleigh. Good boy. He wags his tail and starts whacking my chair. It's his methodology of getting me to whack him. What would be your contender for the most underrated, overutilized ship in Age of Sail? Foxo.
I mean, it might technically be a bit early, but a lot of the late Mediterranean galleys.
Yeah.
Especially like the ones the Ottomans and the Venetians used in like the 15th to 16th century. Because they built that many of them. And you just never really hear of them.
I know. And they do so many interesting battles.
Because the most...
Karen?
Because the most I really hear about them is with the introduction of cannon and bronze cannon on ships, where it's just recorded that, oh yeah, a single shot from the cannon snapped them in half. it doesn't really go into more detail about the ships.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And also, it's kind of rare for a single get a shot from a cannon to snap any ship in half. So if it does, it's either a very lightly built, more Liburnum style galley, or it's really, really been badly maintained.
Yeah, and then you see stuff like the Portuguese, where they're hitting galleys with cannons and it's reliably snapping them in half. It's like, it's really interesting because even against a lot of merchant ships, cannon wouldn't do that.
One of the things I would say about the Portuguese, though, with cannon, is for a lot of period, it seemed to be like their version of 18 pounds was bigger than everyone else's version of an 18-pound amount of ball. So that's the other thing. Portuguese cannon, whereas English and French cannon were both often slightly on the light side. So what they claimed was an 18-pounder was actually a 17.9 pounder or a 17.8 pounder. The Portuguese, their 18-pounders tended to be, this is an 18-pounder. Weighs in about 19 to 20 pounds in ball in a shot weight for everyone else. No one's quite sure why, but they just seem to produce their balls heavy.
And I remember reading about it, and there was a joke of the Portuguese, it's not an 18-pounder shot, it's at least 18-pounder shot.
Yes. For everyone else, we are aiming for an 18-pounder shot. For the Portuguese, it's at least 18 pounds. That's 24 pounds! Put it back! Oh. The Portuguese version of, and we're chucking the kitchen sink at you. Oh, by the way, the kitchen sink is attached to a 24-pounder cannonball that we've measured as 18 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing, just guessing from when the lovely Steve put it in the chat, and what questions have come through since, that we are about to reach the closed point.
Would you also call Carracks age of sail, the later ones? Would you call like Carracks, like, the first transatlantic ones, age of sail? Because a lot of them are pre-canon, and that's sort of like the normal starting point for this time period, about this era. But you never really hear a lot about them either. I think they did minor things like facilitate the colonization of America.
Yeah. It's fun. Black Horse, how did other countries use ocean liners in World War I and World War II? Basically the same as the British did. Everyone used their ocean liners pretty much the same ways. They're either used as armed merchant cruisers, troop transports, or hospital ships. Because those are the things which you want them for. You either want them as extra things to your cruisers, because they can cruise around the world with lots of boarding crews aboard and take merchant ships prisoner, at long range, a long way from home, freeing up warships for doing warshipy tasks in primary theatres. They're fast, able to move thousands of people, troop transports. Or you want them as hospital ships, because they are fast and able to move thousands of people. That's pretty much what you use them for. Oh, this one's a fun one for me and you, Foxo. We're getting all the fun questions. I think everyone realised it's just you and me, so they're putting all the fun questions in. We're having a nice time. They're going, it's Alex and Foxo. We have fun. Railway Thinker. How was HMS Warrior's armour tested? Was it live fire tests of armour before being placed on a ship, or was it more theoretical than that? There was actually some testing done of putting the iron plates on Petite. They've been developing the stuff. So whilst it's not specifically done as testing for Warrior, they've already done testing of these armour concepts before they go on Warrior. So this is one of the interesting things, because you get books which go, oh, they didn't test it was entirely theory. And you go, well, actually, no, they've been testing the theory for the previous 5-6 years and working out which wood. Because there's a reason they pick teak rather than an oak for the wood that backs onto it. There's a reason they go with the thickness of plate they do. There's a reason they go with the style of overlapping plate they do. They've working on all this, so they've been testing all the bits. So yes, they don't do specific testing for Warrior, but that's because, as me and Drac will often tell you about Warrior, basically every single part of her had already been developed. It was just bringing all those bits together. So yes, questions are now closed apart from super chats.
I mean, if I remember,
carry on.
if I remember correctly, iron plating had been used on land and in fortifications for quite a bit longer than it was used on ships.
Yeah.
So they sort of already knew the generals on how iron stops cannonballs. It's much of a question of how do you put it on a ship.
I'm trying.
Yeah. An understandable quandary.
Hey, Dragon, we have a question for you. But the second part of it hasn't shown up yet. But Chandler has put us a nice question in there about 7 Mackesons having had a P. Frederick refit appearing in the 1st of September the 1st, 1938. And I was going to... Can you remember, because Runon's not here yet, we've decided she's visiting the her fellow old ladies to play bridge in the old people's home. Can you remember what we do to make yours and Foxo's Ko-fis sharp in the chat so people know how to say thank you? Because with me, as I always explain, this channel is basically 50% of its income is super chats and super thanks and memberships. Well, actually, no. Once you include memberships, about 80% of its income is memberships, super chats, and super thanks, and those things. But you know, to say thank you to Dragon and Foxo, it's Ko-fi. And there is a command for it to make it up, but I just was trying to remember it, and I typed in exclamation mark Foxo, hoping it would make it sharp, and that didn't work.
No, it's a more general... do you remember which one you used to bring up yours?
No.
Because I think it's included all... right. Because I think it's all included in one thing.
And I've got the new version of Streambot, which hides everything, and I go, okay, where are the commands? Where are the options? Oh, actually, no, it is. It's just I spelled Foxo wrong. I only included 1x, not 2.
Wait, she has... What?
What?
Yeah.
Runon? You know how to spell Foxo, right?
Apparently not.
It should be spelled with 1x.
So I've put a shout out into the Twitch, and I've put shout out into YouTube, and hopefully it works.
Okay, that's AG. Oh. Good evening, Dan.
Hello, Dan. How are you doing?
I'm alright. I'm just back from work. Where's
Runon? I don't know. We don't know where she is at the moment. The one thing I was going to say is, the weekend after my talk up in London, do you fancy? Do you fancy taking maybe you're taking a Friday and sort of Saturday, etc., and Sunday off, and driving down with me in a van? Because I've got to bring a van down, so I'm going up by train, and then I'm driving a van down full of stuff. And I thought, well, I'm going to go via IKEA and Exeter anyway, which I know you like. And I was thinking about stopping off at a nice hotel which has an open air swimming pool on a beach and a hot tub, and those sorts of things.
Potentially.
I thought it might just be nice to have a pal in the van. It's the 13th of November when I'm giving the talk. So it's that week.
I will need to double check, but potentially. Yeah, certainly potential.
Yes,
I will keep it under review.
The shout-out system has now started working. It's now just gone into overdrive and done masses of them in one go, because I tried so many times. John UK. John... why did the Kriegsmarine become so adverse to triple turrets? According to NavWebs, Krupp developed a 20.3 centimeter, that's an 8-inch triple turret, but the Kriegsmarine refused it. Pretty much they're looking at survivability of their own ships. You have to remember, if you have a 9-gun ship in there and 3 triple turrets, you lose 1 turret, you've lost a third of your guns. You have 8 guns across 4 turrets, which is going to be about the same in terms of weight. Well, that was the theory in terms of ammunition, everything, all sort of weight, etc. And space on the hull. You lose 1 turret, you've lost a quarter of your guns. And this is something people start to worry about a lot at certain points in history. Foxo?
But if you've got 3 triples and you lose a turret, you've still got 6 guns.
Yeah.
If you've got 4 twins and you lose a turret, you've still got 6 guns.
Yeah. That's what the Royal Navy and the US Navy worked out. Everyone else was still worrying about it. And please note, the Royal Navy and US Navy took their time to work it out as well. They finally got around to that way of thinking about 1938 for both of them.
I was trying to think of a reason or an excuse for this, and I can't come up.
I do seem to remember this also coming up earlier in HMS. I don't know why I keep saying HMS. In the M2 and M3 design studies.
Yes.
There was one which was going to have 4 twin, and the other which 3 triple. And basically, the 4 twin didn't really go anywhere because this doesn't really get us anywhere.
Yes, but they had
in
to do
terms
it
of the
because
survivability.
but they had to do it because they had to show that they had done that design, so they could make an argument to the people who are insisting you should go have 4 twins rather than triples, because otherwise you wouldn't have, enough. And these were the same people, remember, who'd argued against triples the whole way through in the Royal Navy's gun procurement. Because as we talked about, as me and Drac were talked about in the Dreadnought video, and hopefully that's going to be about a week. The UAD one is going to be Wednesday. I'm still going to schedule it on my channel, etc. But I'm going to sort it out. It's a case of the amount of arguments that come up about going for triples, because Dreadnought could have been 4 triples. Which would have been far better. But the thing is, they didn't realise they could do super firing at that point. And once they get to super firing, they could have changed to 4 triples with their super firing guns. And they didn't. And you sit there and go, you could have had 12 guns, instead you preferred to have 10 in 5 twin turrets.
But a broadside of no more than 8.
Yeah, later versions did have the broadside of 10.
Yeah, there are issues with Dreadnought. She's great, but she's also a case of, we really could have done better.
Mm-hmm. Castanea, if you've lost a turret due to battle damage, you probably have more problems than a lack of ability to shoot. Yep. But never doubt humans' abilities to become obsessed over the tiniest things. Yeah.
It does kind of make sense if you're not confident in your own designs and mechanical reliability.
Yes.
Well, also, don't forget how big the type guns and things were with their kind of sideways sliding breaches and things. So you're talking about having a massive triple turret if you're the Germans.
Yes.
So maybe it was they were worried they wouldn't be able to fit through the Kiel Canal or something.
Right, Harold Gunnarsson, what are your thoughts on the Norway selecting Type 26 and Denmark might select Type 31 frigate? I think for Norway that's a good idea. For Denmark, that's basically them going, we're going to replace the Nutter Rasmussen with the Nutter Rasmussen. I mean, not Nutter Rasmussen, what's it called? The Ivar Hoodfelt. Because the Type 31 is based on the Ivar Hoodfelt design. It's basically a British improved version of the Ivar Hoodfelt. And basically, them buying it back is them going, right, then we really like the Ivor Hoodfelt design. We'd like to have the Ivor Hoodfelt Mark II. But the thing I think most people keep forgetting with it is there is no way Denmark is going to go for a design which doesn't include Standflex. So whatever it's going to be built in, it's going to be built in with Standflex capability. And that's more interesting to me than anything else. Not potential air defense capability or anything like that. No, potential Standflex capability. Because if they build a design which has Standflex built into it, in British yards, that means the British are going to have to look at are going to get a very up close look at the Standflex system. And you never know, someone might go, you know what, for our light frigate program, Standflex would make an awful lot of sense, because then we wouldn't have to have Type 32s or Type 31s. We could just have a class of ships, and they could be arranged as a support ship for drones if we need them to, or they could be arranged as a flak frigate if they need to, or we could arrange them as anything else we needed to with the Standflex system.
Are you basically saying that the hope is that the Danes will pay for us to develop Sorry, we're hoping that the Danes will pay for a Standflex capable design for the Type 32.
Do you know what's worse? And I will say this worse. Actually, no. A lot of the idea systems which have gone into the Type 31, a lot of the design factors, when the Type 31 is still as a design capable of realistically taking the Standflex system added into it. If you put in the nodes. So realistically, all I'm hoping is they show it's possible, and that someone in the British government goes, you know what, we can buy this because it's Lego for warships. I think it will be useful to say this one. I've already talked a bit about it tonight, about how, to my mind, it's about Norway, Denmark, and to an extent Sweden all looking at the UK and going, that's close enough, we can get our ships to it if they get damaged. It's far enough away, it's safe to probably repair the ships there if they get damaged. And they can get back to us quite quickly. And that's the thing.
And they all speak damn near perfect English.
Mm.
So can talk to our engineers directly and not need to worry about stuff.
How about the rest of you? What do you think about the Type 26 and Type 31 buys? What you've been hearing about them?
This whole Standflex idea is making me really concerned if the British government does look at it.
Why?
Because I've got an inkling suspicion that at least someone high up's going to go, why do we need all these different hulls if we could just have a small number of hulls with this Standflex capability that can do the job of all the escorts and the frigates?
Yep, you're exactly the worry which I have of it. The only thing works if you can get the same number, if you can get more hulls, but you can adapt them as you need them, then it can make it work. If you try and use it as a reason to get less hulls, then you're in trouble.
I mean, that would be my concern, because look, we've got one hull that's both an anti-air frigate and an ASW corvette, depending on what we put in it. Mm-hmm. Therefore, we don't need one of each.
Yeah.
It reduces the cost of the hulls because you're taking away the cost of some of the systems in the hull, so you can then hopefully persuade the government to get you at least the same number of hulls you were asking for, rather than them cutting it, because you can go, oh look, they're cheaper.
And you can actually you can theoretically spread the system by over more years. But there again, though, as Foxo is saying, there's probably going to be some smarter Alec who's using the title of a cost efficiency engineer. By the way, they have them. Look up in the UK Treasury. They have people who call themselves cost efficiency engineers. And he'll tell you, but that's not the most cost efficient way. At which point Foxo is right. And at which point me and Drac are probably committing some form of mild beatdown on the British government. You know, they're all worried about reform winning the next election. Now, I'd be more worried about me and Drac running the boring but competent party and planning once we get elected to fix things by being boring but competent.
Oh God, Runon hates that name.
Yes, but I would also be secondly concerned about facing the spectre of being built for but not with again.
Oh, we're all in nice way. We're never going to get away from that. We're never going to get away from that in this country, unless there's literally someone standing over the Treasury officials with a shotgun while they're writing the checks. It's never going to be got rid of.
Because
I love them dearly,
that
but
worse, it'll turn into built for. No, built for, but yeah, built for but not with. But
And
never.
then never getting. Yeah.
we can buy these
I'll be honest,
Sandflex systems anytime we want. We don't have to buy the boxes now. We can order
Don't
them.
give me good idea, fairy.
Stop
right idea,
buying
fair
it's
enough.
expensive. We have to pay to maintain them while they're in reserve.
Yeah.
We just buy them when we plan to go to war. It's not like we'll be on the defensive, is it?
Please, Foxo, stop. You're giving them more ideas than they've already got.
After all, it will be our choice if we go to war. You know that, right, Dragon?
We're going to equip your warship.
We choose exactly when and where we'll be attacked.
Oh.
Just make their pay slip.
People have already heard my mild rant about the wars of choice doctrine from this evening. We'll move on. Here's a fun one for us all to gain. What's your ideal ship construction program in the 1970s to modern day for the USN and Royal Navy be?
Actually having one.
That's a bit cruel, but true, but cruel. Again.
I challenge you to say that the Labour Party government in the 1970s had a shipbuilding program, and I'm the Labour supporter here, and I'm saying that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the fun thing when even the allies of the political. Now, I'm the Conservative supporter. Well, the one who theoretically was Conservative, because I voted for them in elections, and even I would say I voted for them as they're the least worst option, and I believe you should always vote, because not voting, whilst it is an option, doesn't mean that in the nicest way you might feel you don't have any culpability for who's elected, but you also now you haven't even tried to guide it in any way, shape or form. But the thing is, yeah, I don't think there's actually been a single government, American or British, which have had since the 1970s an actual ship construction program that actually was delivered or made sense. But if they did have one, I think I would start off with the 1970s. I'd want the nuclear cruisers to be kept going. If I'd been the US Navy, I'd have stripped into. We have destroyers, which are the general purpose ships, and they will be conventionally powered. And I want nuclear cruisers, because also that means it's not just your aircraft carriers, which are the only surface nuclear reactors in the fleet, which does add a premium onto them. Because if you think about the cost differential between the reactors produced for the submarines and the reactors produced for the surface ships. People go, why are they so? They're all the same nuclear reactors. You go, no, they're not. No, they can't be, because one's built to go operate underwater with the constraints of operating underwater in a submarine space. One's built for the surface ship, and to generate the steam and the various things it needs for its systems. Although emails has removed that to an extent, and the fact is, you have 22 plants total, 11 times 2. For the surface fleet in operation at any one time, in service at any one time. For the submarine fleet, you have nearly 100. There's a difference in the cost of getting these things into service and getting these things available. So, realistically, if you'd actually had some nuclear powered cruisers and you kept a program of having cruisers come into service, so let's say you built for every single carrier, you then built 2 cruisers, and you space out sort of 2 cruisers arrive between the carrier. So go carrier entering service, and let's say 4 years later another carrier into service, and in those intervening 3 years 2 cruisers would enter service. So there'd be a cruiser sort of coming in, every few sort of year 1, year 2, then there may be a gap. So you've got a far more of a big run through of those nuclear reactors. You've got these cruisers available, and then you've got escorts, which basically go right then. So for every carrier, there's going to be at least one nuclear cruiser with it at all times, and the other nuclear cruisers are going to be my area flagships. And you don't want them to turn up, because if they turn up, the only thing we have which is more powerful than them to turn up in terms of surface warfighting is a carrier battle group. So you now have to diplomatically listen to me, because you've either got an Oliver Hazard Perry, or whatever succeeds that, turning up. You've got a Burke comes in, and then comes a cruiser. And after a cruiser, well, that's going to be a carrier battle group. And if I'm going to the cost of sending a carrier battle group to you, you can guarantee the next thing you're going to see is jets screaming over your head and bombs dropping. And that's how you do these things. But that's me. So how about everyone else? I kind of took over that. I do apologise.
No worries.
Royal Navy? Probably some degree of cruiser. Like surface action combatant. And from the 70s and actually maintaining proper carriers. Yeah, if anything, just to keep the aviation industry still running.
I think...
Idle, that's third generation aircraft in the 70s. And save some of it.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, definitely agree. Try and keep the carrier and carry aviation alive. Also try and give it some form, a more supporting element.
Oh yes. It needs something. It does need something.
Yeah, sort of try and go 2 carriers, 2 missile cruisers per carrier.
Mm-hmm.
And then form the fleet around that. Because, yeah, I don't know if the Royal Navy wants to get it now, but losing the service combatant capability and institutional knowledge has probably done a lot of damage to it.
Oh, it has. And they understand this and are trying to work on this. I think this is a lot of the Type 83, and this was to do with the... Well, I'd say also building the full run of things. Like if they built 24 Type 23s, if they built the 12 Type 45s, etc., the Royal Navy would be in a far better position than it is. Hello, Runon! How was Bridge?
That was called sleep. That was called my brain finally saying, okay, I'll let you sleep now.
That's good. That's good. We thought you were playing bridge at the old ladies' home.
Or bowls. Or bowls.
Yes. Voxo was nice. She did suggest, bowls. More active.
That my brain parses bowls as something completely different than you're intending, but okay.
If you don't know what bowls is, it's simple. As the referee rolls a ball into a field, and then the 2 contestants try and roll their set of balls out to be as close as possible. What could you think it is?
Moving swiftly onwards, I think.
Yeah. Before we get everything monetized and, PG-13 plus.
Okay, so we're getting a bit far away, but now we've got everyone here. I'm going to do this question. And, Channel, for some reason, the second part of your question hasn't come through. But I'm going to have a guess on it. It's Channel. In the 1st September 1938, the 7 Mackesons, refitted to P. Frederick in World Warships, appear in Kiel, while they attained the ability to manufacture a 35-centimetre gun in 1935, soon after signing the Anglo-German Naval Treaty. So, and ammunition. What do we think the rest of the world does? And I'm going to start this off with Foxo and Dragon, because Foxo... felt we should wait because Dragon, of course, is our resident World Warships aficionado and can tell us what the P.A. Frederick refit is like.
I do have the second half of the question.
Okay, what's the second half of the question?
The ships are uncrewed, using oil firing, and in pristine, brand new condition. How do these developments affect the Kriegsmarine, World War II, and the Royal Navy?
Yep.
Oh no. Foxo, did you want to go first?
I'll let you go first.
So thanks for giving Renown and Repulse some food. So, in World of Warships which are meant to be using oil-fired, quote-unquote, they do 28 knots as the top speed.
Mm-hmm.
You've literally just gave the battlecruiser force some food. In particular, one of the major refits they do get is they now get the twin 105s in mounts alongside, 4 per side in particular. They also, if you want to call it an AA upgrade, we can. They now get 8 twin 37mm, which, as we all know, are the bolt action ones.
Mm-hmm.
And probably the most effective bit of AA on it, the 12 single 20mm.
Well, at least they have them. They'll be able to tell themselves
They
when,
also
when a swordfish are in torpedo range.
They also still retain all of the casemates. Yeah, the German 37mm anti-aircraft guns bolt action. If I'm remembering the right one.
Like Lee Enfield bolt action.
If I'm remembering the right one. I remember one of them is bolt action. It's got an incredibly antiquated mechanism.
It's bolt action where you have to operate the bolt, but it's not an over and down style bolt. It's you have to manually. You essentially have to manually pull the bolt through.
Oh.
You have to recock it every time.
This is on a 37mm anti-air gun.
Yeah.
Yes, it's perfect for
And like,
sniping enemy aircraft.
I would like to point out that considering the King George V's also do 28 knots,
Yeah.
these are not just going to be R-class victim, Renowned, Repulse, and Hood going victim. It's also going to be King George V's going, hello, you look like my dinner.
They all, as I said, they also retain all of their casemates still for some reason, which I feel could cause a number of issues because they are very low to the waterline casemates. I feel.
Yes, but it's okay because they'll be working in the nice calm waters of the North Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, never gets any problems there at all. Beyond that,
She's not the one with the twin casemates, is she?
no, she's not.
It's a Hydric that gets the twin casemates.
Neither do. You're thinking something entirely different. Apparently now she has up to 90,000 shaft horsepower, so probably from her new boilers.
Only 3 shafts, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Give me a quick... I can check in the game, actually, if she still has the 3 shafts, because that's one thing I can't quickly check on the wiki. As far as I'm aware, they don't change the shafts from the normal design, so yes, if they've got 3 shafts as built, they've still got 3 shafts. Actually, no, apparently they have 4 shafts
Oh, that's strange.
in World of Warships.
That's strange.
Some class battlecruiser.
That's a lot of very expensive work.
Because apparently they managed to maintain the same shaft horsepower as both. No, because apparently Mackenson's, or at least according to Wikipedia, which I can very quickly reference.
Oh, they were
meant to
designed
have
before.
4.
They were designed before. They were unusual for the German designs.
Yes, because their Flinger's got 3, if I remember correctly.
So, beyond just saying how terrible of an actual refit this is for the time, they arrive in September 1st, 1938.
Yeah.
Which gives the Royal Navy time. Honestly, the fact that there's 7 of them is a threat.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden there is now 7 new capital ships of not inconsequential displacement of roughly 35,000 tons at full load. Even if they can only do 28 knots and their guns are antiquated, it's still not something you want to ignore.
I
So probably
think,
the Royal Navy can get a chance to say, "Hey, look, they've now got a lot more capital ships."
well, yes. Now the Germans are the same size as the Italians, and they've got the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau still coming. So they're now looking at having 9 ships in the service. And also, if they got those in a nice way, if they got the 14-inch guns back in 1935, what's the betting the Scharnhorst are armed with 14-inch guns?
You're
Honestly,
forgetting
Dunkirk might be now sweating a little bit with the French.
I would say so.
Strasbourg's probably fine.
1936,
More okay.
Naval agreement.
Dunkirk is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Because they actually can hurt her quite reasonably.
Yes.
She can slightly outspeed them. So the French, all of a sudden, now have 7 new battle cruisers on their border.
Yes.
Eventually. The British now have to designate more forces to keeping them contained. So this could likely mean that they can go, yeah, we can't afford to pause capitals, and we do need just more capital ships in general.
I think
to
what
cover.
I think what you're going to have is you're also going to have the British government turn around on probably something like the 3rd of September 1938 and turn around to the shipyards and go, build these ships as quickly as you can. And the shipyards are going to go, what? And the British government are going to go, here is checkbook. It is blank. Fill in number later. Build.
If these are arriving September 3rd. So, yeah, these are arriving before any of the King George are launched.
Yeah.
Let alone before commissioned, so... build.
Yes.
When are they arriving again?
September the
1st
1st,
of September
1938.
Okay. I foresee a Vanguard being laid down. I see a lot of work at it's John Brown in particular who seems to be able to do fast, good builds.
John Brown, Camelets, I see it. I basically see all those yards getting basically blanket building cut budgets, and honestly, I also see, because of the way the British doctrine goes for searching for surface raiders, and they're going to presume these are going to be able to use the surface raiders, their aircraft carrier builds are also going to get similarly spread up. Because these are not things, in the nicest way, these are not things you want a cruiser to go and deal with, and the British aren't building any heavy cruiser at the moment. At that time. So the quickest thing for them to do to get into service is to accelerate the carrier and accelerate the battleship build, and then probably look at a next generation heavy cruiser construction. Which means you might actually get something ordered by the end of 1939. I know Henderson has designs sitting there ready to go. There is a 9.2-inch gun version of the Edinburgh class ready to go.
Please don't remind me. I don't like that one.
Why not?
Mostly due to trauma due to World of Warships.
Yeah, I know they haven't really, but actually, once you start looking at you look at the layout of the Edinburgh class, it does curiously to make much more sense if you put the 9.2-inch gun turrets in place rather than the quad 6-inch turrets, which they were theoretically designed for. It's almost as if the British were designing them with the Mogami, with a similar idea as the Mogamis in mind.
British would never do that sort of thing. It was a random happen chance that all these samples of 4-inch thick armour happened to have been offered by suppliers that just happened to fit perfectly on a load of the county class cruisers. It was just pure chance. And the fact that the county class cruisers then rode beautifully, even better in the water, was just, good fortune.
Yes. All was good fortune.
In reference to... Sorry, go on, Dan.
I was just going to say, and also, this is not an aircraft carrier. She is a forward aviation maintenance ship.
Forward aviation support ship, my friend. Classified.
Yes.
And I have a very long Bay Bridge tunnel complex to sell you.
She's a FAS, forward aviation support ship.
Yes.
FAS.
So she comes out of our auxiliary tonnage and not carrier tonnage.
Yeah.
And budgeting.
Yes.
Castaneus, yes, they do indeed have a decent range. They have 8,000 nautical miles range.
Yeah.
So they can get farther than the Faroe Islands, just if they're allowed to is the question.
And the thing is, the Brits are... I think also, I wouldn't be surprised if potentially the British look at them and go, okay, so they aren't crewed. It's going to take them time to work up things to go with them and other things to add on to them. We haven't got Italy, so do you pull in Hood and Repulse for a fast refit now?
I would say yes.
I mean, I say yes, but I fear the government. I fear that they would say no at the time.
I
They were
might-
worked.
No, imagine the government's panic though over the Germans suddenly getting 7 of these ships appearing overnight. You haven't had the
Yeah,
time
but
of them
imagine-
building. You're literally having 7 brand new ships appearing overnight.
But it's a question of what will the Daily Mail say. The Daily Mail will say, German Navy gets 7 new battleships. British take 2 more out of service.
Mm,
It's the Daily Mail.
Yeah,
That's why the
they
Royal
will.
Navy probably sends a politely worded gentleman with a rather large briefcase to tell them to please stop running this.
probably the Royal Navy goes and explains what an emergency refit is. They get the Royal Navy gives gives its battle cruisers new boilers and new gearing quickly.
Quite like
My-
Henderson.
My
Yeah.
one concern with these ships is they use 350mm guns,
Yeah,
which the Germans do not have any capacity for making at the moment.
as part of the question, they get
In terms
that
of
in
the ammunition.
1935. They get it in
They actually
1935. Yes, as a naval
Okay, then.
treaty.
Right, so... Oh yeah,
Wait,
they're
so
going to
they've
be built
got-
to manufacture... 35.
The foundries to make the guns 3 years before they get the ships.
Yep.
Those foundries aren't able to make those guns by...
It's the ammunition I'm more concerned about, but...
I'm going off my knowledge of German rearmament. Those are going to get converted to be producing other equipment.
Well, yes, but they probably will still be able to produce the 14-inch guns because they'll probably use them for the Scharnhorst. So the Scharnhorst will now be 14-inch gun ships.
Would
Fair,
definitely
fair.
be interesting.
9 14-inch gun Scharnhorst is definitely going to... There's no longer going to be people telling me that it's a battle cruiser because it's only got 11-inch guns rather than a fast battleship.
If you're putting 914 on, isn't that a much bigger Scharnhorst though?
Probably.
Honestly, to a degree, I almost wonder if German High Command might want to use basically try and use some of these ships as dummy ships. Because if the Royal Navy's busy focused on these, or trying to spare attention to them, all of a sudden Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Bismarck probably have a bit less attention that can be spared on
Oh.
them.
Definitely, but the trouble is this is happening in 1938, so in the nicest way, if you've got British basically building their ships as fast as they can build them and prepared to blank check it, then you probably have the King George V coming into service somewhere in early 1940. Quite a few of them into service, because if you think about it, if you are not waiting to order things at their phase, but you're just ordering them right now, so they're ready to go in as soon as they're ready. So the turrets and everything, instead of being long lead items ordered a long time, ordered and scheduled, you just go no, build. And you do some Vanguard construction as well. You'd be surprised at how quickly the British could get in a force to counter them into service. I think you would have all the Illustriouses, all the King George V's, and etc. coming into service in somewhere like 1940. And I wouldn't be surprised if you have a first Vanguard arriving in 1941, and probably the nicest way to class after the King George V coming into service as well. I think they would. I think they would be, because it's going to sound strange, but they're not going to be paused, and they have a design for them. So I think you do have the Lion class coming into service, and historically the Lion class are laid down in 1938, and they lay down 2 in 1938. Well, they lay down 2 in February 1939. They're ordered in 38. I don't think they lay down 2 a year. I think they order 3 a year, at least, if not more. And I don't know if they wait till February 1939 to lay them down. I think they might be pushing those through. I think they might be pushing everything through as quickly as they can.
No, you keep mentioning about the German Anglo-Naval agreement, but in
That's
this
not going to
scenario,
happen.
yeah, and they don't really care.
Honestly,
with this much, Go ahead,
it's,
Clarke.
it's going to sound strange, but you might have sped up the run up to World War Two. Because you've just made the Germans a lot more. Well, you've not the Germans. You've made the Nazis a lot more, in their eyes, equivalent to the British navally. If they've got how many of these ships?
7.
7. So what on paper you can match a significant portion of the Royal Navy in capital ships. If you're basing it off their ideas for a quick war, you probably might speed up the German timeline for when they're trying to start the European war.
You haven't got them crewed, though. They're not crewed, and you haven't worked them up. So that's going to take you 18 months to 2 years. And you have to remember the German Navy itself is not massive at this point.
Oh yeah, but
So
the Navy will know that. I'm more talking about Nazi leadership, who are very much more, we have this capability on paper, we'll base off we've got on paper.
I'm
I'm not sure they cared.
Yeah,
I don't think they cared about the naval side of things at all.
they really didn't.
Because remember, they were looking to expand on land. The Navy is prestige and maybe deterrence to Britain. Getting involved in things by kind of basically threatening us with a third front when we've got the Italians and the Japanese as the actual threats
Yeah,
of surface cruisers.
And that's sort of my thought of,
I think.
well, we've got a threat to the British.
You've got a threat to deter the British, but suddenly you've made the French even more important to the British. And also, it's going to sound a little bit strange, but to an extent you've also caused problems with the Italians. Because the Italians now have less ships than you do.
You've also got the problem that you're now suddenly those are going to be drawing a lot more attention from the Royal Navy, and they will presume
the other thing
because they
yeah,
idiots that will draw the attention of things like the RAF to bomb the blazes.
I think
now, we
also,
all know that the RAF will not be able to do that and won't do that, but the Germans won't know that because they will assume competence.
I would say also that the scenario you're also looking at is the Royal Navy probably breaks open the U-class production line and starts going pump. And there's also the fact this basically puts probably the U-class, S-class, C-class are all going to get a production bump, but the one you can most quickly produce rapidly is going to be the U-class because it's the smallest. Matthew Williams, if in World War II the Royal Navy had plans on how to attack ports, places, what would the modern Royal Navy have plans for, or is this secret? The Royal Navy maintains modern planning systems for all the likely threats and scenarios of how to attack ships and how to attack enemy forces. It's not really a secret that they maintain plans of things. In the nicest way, it would come as no surprise to anyone to go, you know what? what are our most likely threats we could end up fighting a naval war against? And do we have plans for attacking their bases where they could have vessels in them? Oh, we probably do. Because that's part of being a good navy, is going, okay, keeping an up-to-date threat assessment and options for dealing with them.
So Brest, Toulon, Kiel, Norfolk, Virginia, Taranto, La Spezia. Am I missing anywhere?
Just a couple, but you're getting there. Senator,
Where is my place again?
Senator, how would Santa Trinidad be changed if after Trafalgar joined the Royal Navy? It would be, in a nicest way, it would be Razade. Because the Royal Navy would look at that unstable mess and go, let's cut off 2 decks and see what happens to it. It would find itself Razade quickly. And then go, oh, you know what, this does make for a better ship. Amazing.
You've gone quiet.
I'm going to go quiet. I was waiting to see if any of you had anything else to offer or Sanders and Trinidad. I was being nice and taking a quick drink. And you all went quiet.
Brain loading. Loading.
The Royal Navy are probably going to strip off quite a lot of her cannon.
Oh yeah. As I said, Razzie, 2 decks down and cut off the cannon.
But even then, she's got a lot of, if I remember correctly, by the time of Trafalgar, she's got some very heavy cannon on her lower decks. Like almost unnecessarily heavy cannon.
Yeah. But that would make for a great Razzie.
Would she? Could you call it a Razzie if she goes down to 3 decks instead of 4?
No, you take it down to 2 decks. In a nice way. If you take out the top 2 decks, then you're actually saving enough weight. You're going to make it improve its stability massively. Because in the nicest way, 4 decks was a nightmare. Taking her down 1 deck, Razzing is normally you take a 2-deck ship and you throw it down to 1, or take a 3-deck ship and take it down to 1. I'm taking a 4-deck ship down to 2. It's still going to be Razzing, but it's Razzing down to a 3rd rate. With very heavy guns.
But just think how unfair it will be when that Razzie is sent out to meet the American super frigates.
Oh, yeah, that's cruel.
You've created a HMS Hood equivalent.
Stafford, it is genuinely not old age. I need to get my meds swapped up, switched up, added, changed, chopped, whatever.
Okay. Paul, what is the most unusual responses comment that you've received this week? So far I'm 2 for 2 this week with, 2 weeks in a row with death threats, but we'll leave that to one side. I did have someone, in terms of unusual comments, I had someone who started off a comment with, I don't like videos where people talk have their faces in the video. And then decided they were going to give me a whole discussion of what they don't like about me in the comments and how they think if I changed all those things, I'd get more viewers. And I went with, my temptation was to respond with, there are many channels which do that. Go watch them if you like them. I'm different. Why do you want to make us all the same? But I didn't bother because then I found 2 other comments from them in other parts of the which had been hidden from view, which were in the hidden one, which included swear words, and one was a mild threat to hurt me. So I decided that they were going to get hidden from channel as I couldn't be bothered to deal with them.
You are reporting these people, right?
Oh God, no. In a nicer way, they're extra sustenance for the corgi should they arrive.
Yeah, but.
And
whatever.
also, they're
I just wanted to
Americans,
put
so
that
they,
shit in.
in the nicest way, my view is if there's someone like that from commenting from America on my channel like that, and I could tell they're American because of the political references they make, then the odds of them actually having a passport and being able to fly over to find me are very low.
Hey, I got a passport.
You've got one.
Are you going to
Hey,
be flying over?
Yeah, but first I've got to figure out what a corn wall is.
Yeah.
It's a wall that you stack all the corn up on and you let it dry out. Of course, this is not rocket science, Foxa. What the heck are you talking? You know, come on. We might be American, but we're not stupid.
I met some America who said something very similar and thought Cornwall was in Idaho. Because
And
it
they
sounds
will.
like a town name from there.
And I was
To be
this.
fair,
they
there
will.
probably is a Cornwall, Idaho.
To be fair, this is a person who decided that also decided along with this that I must be a MAGA supporting Trumper because of Texas. I must be a Texas voting MAGA supporting Trumper because of had said that the British government didn't do a good job in the run up to World War One, that they were distracted and lost control. And I was sitting there going, that included death threat. And I was sitting there going, excuse me? Have you heard the accent?
Did they not pick up on the fact that you closely associate, at least on YouTube and Twitter or Twitch, with a transpian?
Probably didn't even jump to their mind.
It wouldn't even, occur to them.
Yeah, fair enough.
To be fair, I've had Americans get annoyed at me and a friend because, oh well, how dare Britain steal the name Cambridge? Of course, Britain's just stealing all the American names again, and that their Cambridge was the first one.
I hate people. Can we uninstall people, please? I believe the installation of people onto the live client was a mistake, and we need to revert back to a pre-people pack.
Oh, it was a fun week.
My favorite, to quote my favorite author, God created the universe, and that has been universally decided to be the worst decision ever made.
Let me answer that one. So,
Doc, I did send you a stream together invite.
okay, that's true. Just popped up.
Wait. Is there actually a Cornwall in Idaho?
Wouldn't be surprised.
I want to say probably not, but it wouldn't surprise me.
There's a Cornwall in New York, in Orange County, New York. There's a Cornwall in Connecticut.
This one in Idaho.
Yeah. There are Cornwalls in 5 states. There's also a Cornwall in Ontario.
Was this American not as stupid as I thought? No, impossible.
Must be it's the Americans that were wrong.
Well, hello, Mr. Burns.
No, again, accent here. Excuse me. Also, the amount of British-based jokes I made in that particular video. Yeah.
You are undermined in saying that by our good friend Chieftain.
Yes. Right, Jenna, Tanya Felker, why were first officers in the Royal Navy called Jimmies? Well, I can actually give you the literal textbook definition of why. Jimmy or Jimmy the One. First lieutenant of a warship, and usually also the executive officer. Also referred to as number one. In old times, the word Gemini referred to neatness and spruceness, hence Gemini cricket. And the first officer, beneath the captain, who was responsible for the aspect, became Gemini the First, or as he is now, Jimmy the One. There you go. Comes from Gemini. Gemini cricket. I know. The amount of people who don't realise that the English language still has the word Gemini in it is quite disturbing to me. But say if you want something neat, neat and tidy, you want it Gemini. That's Jeminy. Clarifying that just to make sure I did it right. Yeah.
Because the English language needs more weird words.
Nice way, the English language never gets rid of weird words. It just robs other languages for grammar, punctuation, spelling, and occasionally some of their words.
Well, okay. The English language does get rid of a couple of words when those words have gender. I decide genders.
Yeah, why do you want gendered words?
Talk to the Germans.
But randomly, some words we kept the gendered version. Just change one of the meanings.
Stafford Thompson, which RN ship should be HMS Clarke? Depends which member of the Clarke family you're naming it for. If it's my mum, I'm fairly sure there needs to be an attack submarine that single-handedly wipes out half of the Navy and just starts looking, and then comes back and complains that all the rest of you are slacking.
I mean, isn't there an HMS Clarke here? Or wasn't there, Rob? The Flower Clarke.
No.
No.
Steve, having met Canadians are people too.
Having driven on the same roads as Canadians, though, I would not trust them inside metal boxes. Channel Shona, what type T6 ship did you receive in the 10th anniversary event on Model Warships? I don't think I received one. Because I don't think
you should have.
I should have done.
Have you logged in yet?
No, not since then, no.
Log in. You might. How old's your account? I know you've got the
Ages.
new one, don't you?
Yeah.
Because if your account's over 5 years, you get over tier 6 and tier 8. If it's over 10, you get T6, 8, and 10. I might have bullied Runon into doing this. Or at least last I heard
And
I
I
had.
only
You
did
have
it
done it.
today.
I will have to log in tomorrow.
I will log in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mainly because, in a nice way, this computer is running so many screens open already. This is already starting to get... don't take it the wrong way. The thing with Bruships always starts to slightly worry me because of the sheer number of screens I have to have open. And at a certain point, it always means I'm always sitting there going, there's too many screens, there's too many screens, there's too many screens, there's too many screens.
Sounds like a
Do
skill
you
issue.
know how many tabs I currently have open?
Well, the thing is, I basically, in what I've worked out I need to run Bruships, I actually need a third computer screen. And I need it up on a stand.
Only a third?
Yes, because basically I need a screen which is literally for chat. Because it's the chat which I keep, which gets dropped behind other things if I have to click between the bot and the various other things. So I need a screen which is dedicated for chat.
Chat, I have at least 4 monitors, and I could probably make use of a 5th.
Yeah, that's because you're compensating for something.
Well, yeah,
Not
she's
the
trying
thing
to
that most
improve
people
that.
mean not the people that most, not the thing that most people use that phrase. But yes,
You know. I usually find that I realise both you and Dan have a similar issue, that you can't close tabs. I just close tabs when I don't need them anymore.
no, I can close tabs.
I'm sure I could close tabs. I just don't know why I'd want to.
Matthew Williams, did the RN have plans for friendly nations as in World War II? Friends, you became enemies or the facilities did? Yes.
The
In
Royal Navy has
a
nothing
in a nicest way. Again, this is part of, you know, the thing is the amount of times I hear people go, you know, Britain and America were preparing for war against each other in the 1920s and 30s. They had plans for it, and I go, you're talking about the world's 2 largest powers, and their nightmare scenario is literally fighting the other one, because that is the one who has the same starting off at the same the closest starting point with them, so they can't just accelerate right away of their industrial mass as easily. You telling me that those 2 powers maintained war plans for the scenario where one or the other went bad? Wow, that sounds so stupid, you know, because let's be honest, the reason to maintain plans for actions against someone, because they are likely to become a threat, or because if they become a threat, that is such a big problem, you need to be ready to go immediately. Those are the scenarios you maintain plans for, guaranteed. And then you have plans for other scenarios as well, because, well, you decide what's the point of the threat threshold of something becoming a threat. Do you want to be prepared? Do you want to be prepared for? And if you decide you're going to have a low threat threshold, i.e., this is a very unlikely to become a threat, but we need to still maintain a plan for it, you maintain quite a lot of plans. Now, the Royal Navy in the 1920s and 30s has quite a large staff. And one of the ways you keep your staff officers thinking and working is you keep them writing up plans and doing the studies necessary for plans that they would have to do in wartime anyway. And also that means when it comes to wartime and you need to make a plan, kind of like what happens at Toronto, someone goes to the shelf with the plans on them, let's say it's this shelf, and goes, yoink, I have the plans. And let's just update these for we have this many ships available, we have this, Oh, here you go, here's the plan of operations, let's go. It works. Some people actually think that Taranto is sort of weird in that it comes out, the British have this ongoing plan for it. No, it's standard practice. The British had plans for attacking a lot more places than just Taranto with aircraft. In fact, I'm fairly certain they had plans for Kure, Yokohama, and all the Japanese bases as well. You know how I know that? Because every time a Royal Navy sloop visited those bases in the interwar years, they seem to update the plans with depths. Now, the reason you want depths of those harbours is not because you're sending in large ships on port visits, because someone else will guide you in for that. But where do the small ships usually get positioned? In the shallower areas. And that means they'll tell you what the shallow spot is. And the shallow spot's useful, because that tells you where you can get your torpedoes in. Now, Danos, what's your opinion on the naval battle of Lepanto? Now, I'm going to let everyone else start off on this because I'm going to go hunting for something.
Lepanto, that's the Venetian/Catholic League against the Turks, isn't it?
Yep.
If I'm correct. It's certainly like one of the most important battles in European history.
Yeah.
Because it prevents the language Foxo.
Mm-hmm. It prevents the
Ottomans?
It manages to halt all the momentum the Ottoman Empire has made when it came to pushing into Europe. As the Turks at the time are looking at trying to invade Sicily and southern Italy, because they're not making much progress against Hungarians and Austrians, but mainly the Hungarians. Partly because the Poles keep interfering, and Romania and Wallachia
when the Tsars arrived.
It's when you got the breadbasket of Europe helping out Hungary, who's also the breadbasket of Europe.
Yeah.
There's one power in Europe at that point that can raise armies on the Ottomans' level. And they saw the importance in Hungary not falling. But basically, it largely kills off the momentum the Turks have been building and allows the Spanish to solidify their foothold in Italy and ensure that the Ottomans aren't able to take Italy, well, southern Italy. And so after it, the Turks have been not so much as deterred because the Christian alliance quickly falls apart, but more blunted is the better word.
Mm-hmm.
And for quite a while, the Ottomans wouldn't again attempt to take southern Italy and head on to Rome. So yes, very important battle. And it's also one of the first times you see cannon in large numbers used against galleys. And it also is a very good example on the issues with clinker-built ships in the age of the cannon.
Mhm.
And that they go big, long, glug.
What was that, Dan?
Plonk, plonk, glug.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
That I wouldn't want to be in a clinker-built ship being shot at by gunfire.
Yeah, because they were very easy to snap. But
Yeah.
yes, very important battle.
Yeah. Anyone else?
I'll be honest, it's not one I'm that familiar with. It's far too early for my time period of naval history.
Well, on my thing, I have to say that unfortunately, I have a video coming up on the 7th of October, which is going to be all about the Battle Lampanto and alliances in command for the Year of Leadership. So I will say it's a very important battle, and it's a very interesting battle, and there's going to be a lot I'm going to be talking about in what is a video which is likely to end up being the best part of 2 hours. There's going to be a premiere on the 7th of October. So I'm going to be sort of naughty, Danos, because it's coming out on the 7th of October. It's literally being recorded this week. This is why I was sort of looking at your question going, I'm literally scheduled to be recording that Wednesday morning. I think that's my Wednesday morning recording. Because I got 2 scheduled for Monday, 2 scheduled for Tuesday, 2 scheduled for Wednesday, 2 scheduled for Thursday, 2 scheduled for Friday, and 2 scheduled for Saturday. So hopefully I get 12 videos recorded, or 3 weeks worth of videos recorded this week. Which gets me well into October. And then next week, after that, I hopefully get the next ones recorded. Because the week after that, I'm supposed to be, if I've had money come through and I've managed to book my tickets and flights and everything, go off to Japan. Haven't yet booked anything for Japan.
Don't remind me it's supposed to be that close. I haven't booked anything.
No, yeah, you haven't booked anything because you haven't yet booked it. I haven't booked it because the money which was supposed to come into my account in June hasn't yet arrived. Because the house sale hasn't yet gone through.
I'm putting a 21-year-old car through its MOT tomorrow.
Okay.
There is a reason I'm holding off a major expense.
We are both in similar situations.
Understandable.
I'm more annoyed because if it doesn't go through, let's put it this way: the backup plan I had for Fleet, if we hadn't raised the money in time, was I was going to sub it and pay for it, sub his money and myself and pay for it, and then sort it out later when we got the money back in from the fundraising and all the other things if it came in. And sort out based on that. But if it doesn't pay, if we don't get the house sale doesn't go through by Tuesday this week, I have to find another $7,500 interest. At which point, no. Or rather, I have to find $5,000 of it. So at which point, no, I can't afford to cover Fleet under that circumstance. It's non-stop. The Mon Water mode just seems to be about sucking money out of you.
Just pray that my 21-year-old Honda proves more reliable than stuff the Japanese were building to, go to war in 80 odd years ago, or just a bit over 80 years ago.
I'm more worried about the Japanese museums, which are expecting a doctor, as in PhD, to show up if I don't show up, because some of them are very... How do I put this? Very traditional museum.
I'm sure Gareth can do a good impression of you.
Gareth hasn't booked his tickets yet either, because for similar reasons. The only one who's booked his tickets at the moment is Drac and Glyn.
Now, Out of somewhat idle curiosity, how much effort has gone into making sure that certain members of Shipshape don't get themselves terminated?
Because this has been up for debate.
Like, Sudoku is a very hard game to play, and I don't want me to play it.
Let's move on to the next question for Dragon. Channel for Dragon. What are your gripes with New Republic in the Legends continuity? And
For not... Go on.
I'm just going to say again, because Chandler, you're on. I'm going to put in again, once again, shout out to my friends to tell you how you can support them. Because as I said, my channel is dependent upon super chats and super thanks and memberships and those things, because frankly that accounts for 90% of my income, I think. But my colleagues, they need stuff, so you know, it's very nice if they get support as well, if they get a coffee, because I think, you know, both Dragon and Foxo need a lot of liquid.
Please don't. She'll use it on
baguette.
She'll use it on energy drink, and I can never get her to sleep. My problems with the New Go on.
All I'll say is that if I get one donation, I will chug 2 Red Bulls. Half a litre.
She says that she lies. She'll get the 500 milliliter ones.
Nay. You know
Am
me
I
too
wrong?
well. You know me too well.
So, the New Republics in Legends, and in current canon as well, has the same problem. They tried to bring back the Republic, which was an inherently flawed system. Yes, the idea of democracy is all well and good, but when the whole thing is, yes, this random alien species has developed spaceflight, it must now have a say in intergalactic politics. So you're talking hundreds of worlds all out for themselves, because this isn't a federation where they are all effectively one entity wanting the best for all. No, these are hundreds and hundreds of individual star systems and planets that want the best outcome for themselves. Does not matter what happens to the rest of them, as long as they get what's good. It completely breaks a system like that, which the New Republic has. Combined with then, they let this politics hit the military so hard. There's an excellent example in the Thrawn books, this is a common phrase, but of where basically the head of the New Republic Navy is effectively forced out of their position almost by a single senator. Because he wants it for his own political power gain and tries to get rid of Admiral Akbar and most of the other people with any decent authority, and then practically leads a coup of the military in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And this just keeps happening time after time after time. That in the then Hand of Thrawn duology, where Thrawn is dead, but there's now remnants using it, once again, politics is at play, preventing them actually doing anything about it. The New Republic is a grand idea of democracy, but on the scale of Star Wars, it doesn't work.
It's basically the mixture of the worst parts of the Empire and the worst parts of the Republic.
Yeah, they... Also, right, Empire is quintessentially bad group, don't get me wrong, but in some regards they had the right ideas of that a very centralized, almost dictatorial control of this is what's happening, this is what's being done, was useful. And in particular, the New Republic never did anything to stop most of the atrocities of the Empire. The sheer number of slaver rings that are still in the galaxy that the New Republic almost actively help. It's almost as bad as some of the stuff the Empire does.
Yes, because
Doc has been consumed by a tribal. Everybody run. Worse yet, it's a generative AI tribal.
it's got super guns.
No.
But actually, no, it's more a case of I had managed to pull something on my pull some skin on my finger, and it wasn't coming off of me pulling, so I ended up chewing it. And went, oh, I figured that on camera. And then there's another one. I went, what have I done to my hands today? That I thought I'm not doing that on camera again. So I'll do it quickly behind turn the camera off because don't know what I've done, but I keep getting those pulls, and we all know how annoying they are. You get them on your nails, and you just go, get off. But yes, I do agree. The New Republic in Legends is just, it's not good democracy. It's too much.
It tries its best.
Is it bad? I'm also to say I'm glad you chose the terrible thing that I absolutely despise of of the old Legends continuity. Because don't even get me started on the new one of we need to disband all our military assets.
Yeah,
we need to become disarmed.
Have you talked about how the Republic isn't actually a republic?
Oh, yeah. I haven't mentioned it.
But it's had two leaders who have ruled for extremely long amounts of time.
And then the New Republic collapses, so it didn't matter. Then you form the Galactic Alliance, which then falls apart and eventually becomes the New Galactic Empire. The fact that also in the end the idea of the New Republic was pointless really doesn't help them either. If the New Republic had actually lasted, more than 40, 50 years, the fact that within 100 years they go back to a single entity, well, 160 technically, a single entity that now has complete control of the galaxy, that rules with a dictatorial emperor, really highlights to me that it just wasn't a good system.
It sounds. I mean, I don't know the details of it because, it all sounds as though they have messed things up for the sake of plot being interesting and fail to think about the fact that actually none of it would work. And also the classic thing of sci-fi writers have no sense of scale.
Yeah, so the New Republic Senate only lasts 23 years before having to become the Galactic Alliance Senate.
I mean,
and then the one after that gets reorganized back into the Imperial Senate of the Empire. Like, an excellent example is... Oh, sorry, go on.
Because it's a very interesting commentary on democracy, though. How very quickly in the New Republic, a few political figures centralize pretty majority of the bureaucratic power in the New Republic and sort of end up sort of being the power behind the throne sort of thing. Where the actual democratic institution doesn't matter, it's just a decal over a bureaucracy.
But it's more an issue of these sorts of characters are only interesting and of relevance to a story normally as kind of grey coded bad guys and things and malign influences. So you just end up undoing it for the sake of plot because you've got everything to such a huge scale that you can't have a kind of low level villain or antagonist. You need to have somebody galaxy abusing.
You say that, but no. A lot of the times the New Republic fails is actually very small incidents where it's like, this is a group that's threatening a number, like 5 or 6 systems. This is a localized incident. oh, this is a pirate gang that's particularly annoying, but isn't that big of a threat. But worlds are asking, look, we need help from this, and you're just saying no. They fail at almost every level of politics. The fact that the person who tried to lead a military coup was eventually elected as the chief of state after he failed and was dishonored multiple times, and was only finally kicked out after the Coruscant was almost turned into a biological moon.
What is a
And he was still considered one, and he was considered one of the literally a biological living organism that's we've only seen it in moons, which is why I said that, but effectively completely terraforming Coruscant into something that's almost a biological entity, which the user bomb could live on.
Basically, brother and moons, as I understand it.
Almost.
Which, if you don't know what brother and moons are, look them up. They're from Dead Space, and they are horrific.
As most things from Dead Space are.
Yeah, but they're horrific by Dead Space standards.
That's impressive. That's a very high bar.
Yeah, it's just there's, and yeah, I do get that. Dan's probably right to some degree. That it is writers not really knowing how to do this. But almost honestly, the writers not knowing how to do it, I think, is a perfect way of showing how flawed their system is, considering, as I said, it gives equal priority to even the lowest of entities. The fact that entire senates could be stopped because one species was getting too disrupted so that they might not be able to hatch an egg cycle was something that the Senate...
You know what?
Yeah.
Don't from it. This is now depressing me. This isn't the show.
See why I get annoyed at this.
And please note that my sister just came in and was looking so worried was because we found out the Chinese takeaway we were supposed to be ordering all the Chinese food for the special day, a special party this week from, is actually closed on the day we were going to be ordering the food from it.
Well, that's not ideal.
So we're having to go to a different Chinese. But if I tell you that we're ordering sufficient enough Chinese food that I'm going to be taking 2 cars to pick up the food for everyone. So we have 2 back seats and 4 people going, and 2 boots. Yeah. There is a very big party being done. We really should have organised catering for it rather than just doing it. The moment I try and get catering involved, though, it makes me... Everyone goes, oh, well, you know, are you being rich or something? I'm still going, no. It's just we're feeding 200 people. At a certain point, a catering company starts to make sense.
If nothing else, it minimizes
If you
your
want
cleanup.
that Chinese, it might be worth throwing a... I try to get it from a small business Chinese.
Yes.
That's closed in the day. I remember what Mum did for a wedding, which was just, oh, they're open today. Send them an email, and they might go, oh,
Yes.
it might be a little premium,
Oh,
but we'll do it for you.
Stafford, we're taking 2 estates. 2 estates. And next to it, that is how much we are feeding 200 people Chinese takeaway.
To be honest, they may be glad that they're closed, because if they have to feed 200 people all in one go, they're going to need all the help they can get.
Actually, Brock's just made me think. Honestly, not medieval Poland. Almost more imagine the worst form of the Holy Roman Empire you possibly could, but split up into even more states.
Oh, please.
And each one of them having...
Imagine the HRE with Librium veto.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Foxo, and this is the question for Foxo from Knight. Where did you find out about the design flaw in the Blackburn Buccaneers Boundary Layer control system?
A mixture of reading and talking to a family friend who used to work with them and was a part of the group that in the 2000s went out of pocket to try and actually figure out why they were doing it. He works with I'm not going to share names because
Mhm.
I don't have permission to, but yeah, it's
Yeah, that's good.
it's sort of if you just talk to people, you get told things, especially if they've been in places. But yeah,
Rune-
he's writing a book on it, so it should be
Especially
out
if
in a
they're
couple of
older.
years.
Uh,
'Cause older people like
Strange
talking
and terrible
about their
thing.
stuff.
Runon.
Hmm?
Big Sender has found a way around your system.
What? What?
No, that is because we still do not have community enabled on the server, so I can't automatically give people roles, and that's just going to be terminated.
No, I just copied the question and put it in. Give me a second. How
You
do
can add it the normal way.
Yeah.
You can get in line like everybody else, because I have a question I want to submit, and I'm getting in line like everybody else.
So,
Can
can I just ask a
you
question?
remind me? I had a question. Go on. Go on.
I Basically, I'm trying to set up the community server.
I'll send you screen grabs.
I've got one. I've got code of contact, community updates for channel, announcements.
So, you go into your server settings.
I've done it. I've done it all. I thought I'd done it already. I'd already done it all, and apparently it hadn't. My server is now a community server.
Okay, so that I should be. Nope, that's the wrong server. That's my server.
This is the thing is, you tell me I hadn't done it. I
Oh.
went into the system and went, I thought I'd done this, and I had done it.
And okay, good. So I can get that set up at sometime this week. Okay, great, fantastic.
Thank you. See?
Usually it makes a big hullabaloo and it changes the interface, and only now am I seeing the updated interface. Literally, this is the first time I am seeing the full updated interface for community.
I did it ages ago, though.
I have.
When you were complaining about it and telling me off about it, I went in and looked it up and went, did it.
I have no idea.
I was having aspersions cast on my character and I'd actually done it. I'd actually done admin on time.
I'm going to blame Discord.
Okay.
Not because I want to divest myself of blame, but mainly because I have not seen the community options show up in this server before.
I went in and checked them and it wasn't all enabled. There's only one bit I haven't. Yeah?
The slight differences in the BLS was one of the flaws of the Backbone Buccaneer. There was at least 3 to 4 in the wings alone. Noticeably called the extended wingtips.
Like I said on Fleet server many moons ago, but for different things going on, I would have done forensic engineering.
Forensic engineering is a great
I would have
course.
loved it.
I love I teach forensic engineering occasionally because it's part of what I do as a historian, and it's a fun thing to do.
The problem is when math is not your neurodivergent special interest, and you have undiagnosed and therefore untreated ADHD, math is hard. Sometimes, in some ways, unreasonably hard.
So,
lateral
go
thinking
out and come
is
back in.
hard.
No, lateral thinking is easy. Math is hard. Linear thinking is hard.
What about poodle thinking? Because it seems to be just biscuits, but I want to see what the various opinion of the panel and the chat is on this subject.
They're luring you in.
Poodle thinking is eldritch in nature, and therefore inscrutable and undeterminable by mortal man.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Treats and belly rubs.
Yes, it is. Okay, Stafford Thompson.
Leslie, I'm glad you're built that way, but I am not built that way.
Stafford Thompson, given that the Furious had 18-inch guns, why didn't the Royal Navy continue with them for the next line of battleships to solidify the claims rules at high seas? They did. That's what the M3s were going to have, 18-inch guns. It's just then treaties interfere, and so you end up without them. But the M3s were going to have 18-inch guns.
Yeah.
The reason why
A lot of the battleships.
the reason why Hood didn't get the Admirals didn't get 18-inch guns is literally they wanted to build them as quickly as possible, and they already had everything for the 15-inch guns under the production line.
So what you're saying is that if they were a little more patient, we could have gotten an 18-inch Admiral?
Oh, no, don't make Foxo too happy.
No, in the nicest way.
Exactly
That's one of the designs me and Drac have looked at quite regularly. Is that they did have designs for 16.5-inch and 18-inch. They had designs for triple turret Admiral. There's a triple turret version of the Admiral which was would have had 12 15-inch guns. And would have actually been a fast battleship. It would have been 29, 30 knot ship.
Now, Foxo, Slayer is already mucked up enough. You don't need to make it worse, okay? Slayer is already in a bad position. You don't need to build fast battleship 18-inch Hood to make it worse, okay?
Remember what year were these design studies?
Well, you might have to remember the Admiral class design studies were all finished before Battle of Jutland. They're all pre the Battle of Jutland. They're all well pre the Battle of Jutland. And that's one of the problems.
So,
and they go with the battle cruise option. If they gone with the fast battleship option, they'd have never stopped building. They'd have built the fast battleships because the fast battleships wouldn't have had the problems that the the battle cruiser designed it. Especially as basically the design which was pushed through by Fisher because he was so in power at that point was the battle cruiser. So basically, the Admirals as conceived would have been far more of the British equivalent to the Lexingtons, right? A modernised version of the Invincibles, not a successor to the Tiger. If they the design I'm talking about was more of a successor to the Tiger with 12 15-inch guns.
You just made Foxo very, very happy and Dragon very, very nervous. I just want to let you know.
No, she's thankfully my puppet in that.
Sure, fam, sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
If anything, it gives me excuses to do stuff.
Well, I'd like to point out, I feel this is where he wants his girlfriend to sleep, and I think that's probably because she's pestering him with too many questions in the middle of the night. That's what he's saying.
If it was questions, I'd prefer it.
Or asking for confirmation on the best way to dispose of bodies of high visibility people.
Was that Dragon alluding to Foxo making demands on his body rather than his mind in the middle of the night?
Oh no, they're definitely demands on the mind.
Okay. Just checking, because you're going, if it was questions, that'd be okay. So I'm going, that's a bit risque, Dragon. AMC Woods SM6. What if the super weapons from the Strangiel were transported into the real world to the nations that parallel their respective nations from the Strangrail in the 1970s to 80s? So the US gets the Ark Bird and Arsenal Birds. The Soviet Union gets the Skinsaxi class submarines. Both US and USSR each get one SLOG apiece. China gets the Entuwakian aerial fleet and the Chandelier railgun. West Germany gets the Excalibur anti-missile laser tower and the XB Helsing heavy command cruiser. And I'm presuming there's a part 2 from AM Woods here.
Yes, there is. I will get it. Please don't
the
spam
UK gets
questions.
Stonehenge.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Oh no.
Okay, I need to go into the archive.
Timu, no, the Royal Navy should not have built Hood with a 20-inch gun. Bad Timu, bad Timu. 20-inch gun, very bad. It will be a status symbol only, not a viable weapon system.
Trust me, I've already had.
Now that Timu has been sufficiently bopped with a newspaper, UK gets the Stonehenge Turret Network, France gets the Alicorn, Japan gets the Fortress Intolerance and Megalith, South Korea gets Gleipnir, and lastly, every country gets V2 MIRV ballistic missiles, which means more to Dragon than it does to me.
Yeah, that all means nothing to me.
So
That
ironically,
means
you've just
to me
made
that there's a lot of people who are going to be very, very powerful, and we're going to have a very, very high-tech version of a Cold War of everyone being incredibly polite.
Actually, no. You've just made Europe probably the most powerful thing in the world.
Yes.
So, for one, you've just gave the UK the Stonehenge railgun system, which is it 6 or 7? I keep forgetting. But
7.
either way, 7 high-power railguns, which are complete aerial and land denial weapons.
And orbital denial.
Yeah, they are also meant to shoot down giant asteroids, or giant meteors, so yeah. Combine with that, you've gave West Germany Excalibur, which is a anti-ballistic missile chemical laser, which can also shoot down planes, missiles, and can theoretically, depending on how close they are, annihilate anything on the ground. You have made Europe, if Britain and West Germany can choose to get along, which I feel they could, immune to ballistic missiles, immune to submarine-launched missiles, immune to aircraft, immune to orbital strikes, kind of immune to most things, really.
You've also given the UK the ability to pop any world leader on the planet
Yes, because
in a matter of seconds.
the Stonehenge has ranging charts for, well, anywhere on the planet. Which that won't work necessarily for hours, but on the other hand, they can calculate the orbital ballistics needed to make a railgun round, spin around the planet multiple times, and hit roughly the area they're after.
How big is the railgun bullet?
Big. Give me a moment.
And when you're dealing with high C multiple projectiles, circular area probability is fungible.
Oh, you forget the best part. If it's finding the low velocity version, it can find nuclear rounds.
I'm trying to see though if I can find an exact caliber. I don't think there is one, but
I mean, are we talking BB gun? Are we talking football?
no, we're talking at least meter cross.
Yeah, we're talking
Okay.
like bigger than any railgun ever made. Any gun ever made.
We're talking Indiana Jones running away through a tunnel complex.
No,
Sorry.
we're talking Stonehenge was able to single-handedly almost crack open a mass extinction level asteroid.
So the cannon barrels are estimated to be 1.2 meters in diameter, with roughly a 9-meter long projectile fired. So, even assuming there is a slight reduction in the size of the round from 1.2 meters to either 1 meter or even 800 millimeters,
It's
big.
They have 8 railguns.
Is it 8? Or is it 6?
They have 8.
I always forget exactly how many there is.
They have 8.
Yes, it's 8 because they can
Yes,
only bring 7 online by the time
1
the
through
asteroid
3,
hits.
5 through 8 were destroyed because it was railgun number 4's online until later.
But they could only get
So
7
that-
finished in time.
So that looks as though it would be about between 70 and 71 tons of steel. If you just apply that as a solid steel projectile.
Yes. Dan, if you're doing the
Dan,
same maths as I am doing, that's basically an extinction level event of its own if it wants to crack enough. That could probably crack a planet if it kept hitting the same spot hard enough.
I mean, when you say you could take out any world leader going, yes, and their capital city, and most of the surrounding country,
Yes.
if not continent.
So...
There are some island nations where you would simply end the nation.
Yes. And let's be honest,
Yep.
that's enough energy that if it hits a place which is, let's say, on the Ring of Fire, might find itself with the Ring of Fire doing the work for it.
Oh, and it gets worse. Stonehenge has dedicated airburst rounds.
Yes, which is why I say
It
they are
can
air
It
denial.
can deliver thermonuclear warheads in airburst setting to anywhere on the planet almost immediately.
Why
Okay,
would
let's
you
move-
need to?
Well, because you can.
Or when you don't want to smash
In a
a tungsten
nicest way,
warhead
Well,
into someone.
We are the country which did produce that great line. What was it from? It was the Liverpool-based gangsters, the Beaky Binders, and basically the line was because we can, and if we can, we must. The American phrase is we be building ship. The British phrase is if we can, we must.
So their standard velocity is 6 kilometers per second.
Okay, let's
For
just
their railgun.
move on from this complete destruction of the planet to Bowmill Boy. How do the casualty rates as a percentage of naval infantry compare to regular infantry for both Britain in World War One and British in Ukraine today? I have no idea for the Russian naval infantry in World War One. Britain in World War One, the Royal Marines did fairly well. They were fairly highly trained and quite experienced, so they actually did quite well. But it was about the same as over the whole war as regular infantry. It evens out. For Russians in Ukraine, in the nicest way, there are whole units of naval infantry which I know have ceased to exist and have been raised again. And I know that because, let me put it this way, one of the interesting things I do love about modern university life and modern lecturing life is you often have students from around the world, and we can basically chart what's happened to units to an extent by which students have gone silent from that network. And it's quite sad how many have gone silent. Matthew Williams, as a Skywatcher and alien buff, does the Royal Navy have any tales to tell regarding the same type of stuff the USN has with UFO, UAP issues? Discuss. The Royal Navy tends to be better at keeping tends to be quite a lot better at keeping its mouth quiet whenever it encounters strange things, until it's worked out what they are. Let me put it this way: the policy I was going to give is this: when the Americans announce a program, it's at the beginning and it's going to be a wonderful thing in the future. When the Royal Navy tends to announce a program, it means it's pretty much there. And all that requires is now the public funding bit to actually deliver it. And curiously enough, that's also the point at which it usually breaks down, because that's the point at which the bills start to stack up and the government suddenly doesn't want to fund it. It's one of the interesting things of governments rarely cancel things in the research and development phase when the companies, etc. involved making a lot of profit. They usually cancel them in the production phase when the profit margins go down and the services actually start getting stuff.
Surely this is only due to cost efficiencies and studious public first management by government officials, not by corporate lobbying and greed.
I'd say it's more a case of the corporates are prepared to lobby far more in the first part than they are in the second part. And in the second part, once it gets to the second part, they don't care about it because they've made most of their money anyway. At that point, then it's entirely up to the government, and that's when they start to make short-term decisions, because they're basing on, of course, wars of choice or various other ideas, which is what led to the Type 45s being cut down the way they were. You know, nicest way, if you think about it, people talk about it as being a £6 billion program, right? Well, if you consider that to produce the six vessels that were built, they were each roughly £400 million a unit to build, right? So that means the cost of development, 3.6 billion was put into development costs and development research which went with it, and 2.4 billion goes into the construction of those 4 units. So 6 units. So think about it, what's the profit margin? What's the profit margin on research and development? So BAE, etc., the companies involved are going to defend far more a program while it's under development. Once it's under construction, well, that's less of a profit margin. They've got other programs to develop. They don't want you cancelling, so they're going to defend more the future, which is why it's always jam tomorrow, which is being promised when you cancel existing programs.
What's the other half of that idiom? Because I feel like that idiom's missing the back half.
Oh, it's the promise of there might not be jam today, but there'll be jam tomorrow.
Hmm.
It's not a massively.
Basically, the phrase is often is a promise of jam tomorrow wasn't enough to satisfy them. Is sometimes how we put it, and when it fails. But it's we're promising you jam tomorrow, so please have plain bread today. Or rather, rule is jam tomorrow, jam yesterday, but never jam today. Depending on who you're talking to.
Sounds like it puts you in quite a jam.
Leslian, 2020. If the Italian Navy was hurt by a 4-carrier raid, how does the Regia Marina the cruisers become more active since the fuel was not needed on the battleships? Well, possibly they do, but also if you've taken out the battleships in that 4-carrier raid, and people have looked at it going, well, even if you have the 42 aircraft, you're going to roughly double the number of the damage done. So if you have the full 100-something plus aircraft, 120-ish aircraft you do get from the 4-carrier raid, that's going to cause terrible. Take care, Tanif. And the thing is, there are 3 of their heavy cruisers are there. So if they hit those 3 heavy cruisers, then that's Matapan combined, and Matapan and Taranto combined in one Taranto strike, and a double Taranto or triple Taranto. If nice way, there might be 3 or 4 battleships sunk and completely taken out of the war. And they'll probably try and recover the ships they can, but that's going to take time and effort. Well, under those circumstances, if they send out their cruisers, they might want to be more active with their cruisers. But if they are more active with their cruisers could run into things like an R-class battleship, which would go, hello! Oh! Oh, you don't want to get in range of my 15-inch guns? Well, I can't chase you, so that's okay. You can dangle outside. As long as you're outside a range of my 15-inch guns, we're fine. Because that means none of my ships are inside your range of your 8-inch guns. So, carry on. And, this is the scenario we talked about where, realistically, if you have a 4-carrier raid on Taranto, the likelihood of the damage done to the Italians means that Crete doesn't fall, means that probably North African campaign ends relatively quickly, as the Italians can't even be reinforced, let alone take out the Africa Corps. And if you have North Africa, if you have the fleet damage to Taranto, you have Crete still being as a base for air power and facilities to British, and also North Africa collapse, then there's a very good scenario where Mussolini ends up losing his position. But even without Mussolini losing his position, the British have a scenario whereby they don't need to have the same type of forces present in the Mediterranean the whole time, which means they probably base some in Indian Ocean. And why do they do that? Because then they can act as a deterrent to Japan, but also they can be moved into the Mediterranean should they be needed. So, nice way, you put fast battleships, you may put the Queen Elizabeth in the Indian Ocean. So maybe Queen Elizabeth and Warspite and what's the other one? Valiant end up sitting in the ocean. And if they're sitting in the Indian Ocean, that's the cornerstone. That's the cornerstone of the Eastern Fleet. Maybe they're sitting over a couple of carriers, and suddenly that's the thing sitting in the Indian Ocean as a potential. Okay, does Japan want to move against them? Does Japan not? You also don't have the army commitment going on in North Africa, which changes things again. Does it change things for Greece? Probably not. But also, there's the fact that if the Germans have had to take over for the Italians in Greece, and the Italians have lost to North Africa, have lost their fleet, Mussolini could end up being... There could be a civil war going on in Italy or anything at this point. And let's be honest, the Germans aren't in a position to occupy Italy in 1940, 1941. They aren't.
I'm just trying to think what would happen. I don't.
Chaos.
No one ever
Chaos
really
would
talks
happen.
about. No one really talks about much in the way of Italian fascist leadership, except Mussolini and Ciano, his son-in-law. In terms of who else, who might topple him internally.
It's the king. It's the senators who
What
spend.
else is
And let's be
president?
honest. There's enough senators in Mussolini's in the government, in the parliament, in the Senate, etc., who spend their time slagging off Mussolini. As I often said, Mussolini is not a dictator like some of the other dictators. In a nice way, if you consider on almost every day, there are certain members of the Senate who get up every day and are basically swearing about how bad a job Mussolini's doing. Spend the whole day attacking him, and then walk home, have a nice meal, and at no point do they ever get worried they're going to be picked up or arrested, because they are just too powerful. Because they're just too connected, and if someone tries to go pick them up, they know that someone will be sent to go and stop them being picked up, and will make the point very firmly. And that's the difference. And this is the thing: if Mussolini's managed to lose their North African empire, has lost their fleet, has lost in Greece to the extent the Germans have had to save his behind, suddenly he's gone from looking strong to looking weak. And he's got him in a war where, yes, France has been knocked out, but now look at us. And let's be honest,
We're not exactly better off than when we started now, are
no.
We have a lot of opportunities in the shipbuilding industry and the ship repair industry. I'm trying to put a positive spin on it.
We
Yeah.
also have a lot of opportunities in the closed casket funeral industry.
It would be
Electricians are in shambles.
it would be 1941. Italy would be leaving it in 1941. So it'd probably be below. The question is also, if the Germans do decide to do anything in Italy, they can't do Barbarossa.
Oh, and the question is, would they postpone Barbarossa
No.
for the sake of
So they
time?
wouldn't invade Italy. So he wouldn't. Mussolini would get no support at all.
Of course, the coin toss too is that if, say, Hitler does decide to back up Mussolini, does Stalin go, "Ooh, I'll take a little bit more of Poland, please,"
Yeah, it's
and do inverse Barbarossa?
yeah. This is all the fun things they have. Malaga, if the Japanese had British torpedo belly flopping technology for attacking Pearl Harbor, how bad would it end up for the USA? Well, if we consider Pearl Harbor, the attack, and we consider the number of torpedo bombers used in the attack, and there are a lot of them.
I mean,
They have
quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all their Kates, which are torpedo bombers, and
They come in units of 18 or
18
27.
roughly 1820s or something. They each of the carrier divisions, you are talking roughly 80 odd torpedoes launched. And if they're the same rate of success as the Royal Navy torpedoes do in terms of they're not hitting the bottom, 90% of the Japanese torpedoes hit the bottom. It's when I say 90%, it seems to be 90 have do the diving up sort of thing, a percentage up. Some many of them hit the bottom, and many of them skin the bottom, and all sorts of fun things, which adds to the diversion. you're cutting that out completely. So, yeah, you add another 30, 40 torpedo strikes onto ships in Pearl Harbor. Think about what that does to their battleships. It would... The odds are it means that pretty much none of the outer line of battleships get out and actually are in a repairable state. Or rather, if you do want to repair them, it's easier to finish off battleships to build new battleships than it is to repair them. If you're repairing them, you are literally doing a complete rebuild. So, yeah, it basically takes out the American battle line as a functioning force until the hours end of service. Kate's were the high-level bombers as well in Prince of Tonga, but that was because they had them as the high-level bombers because they didn't feel they thought their torpedoes would hit the bottom. Okay, so if the Japanese know their torpedoes will not hit the bottom, they would have used them because, as I said repeatedly, there are two ways to sink a ship. You start a fire that can't be put out, and you make a hole which lets a lot of water in. If you've got a belly flop torpedo system, as the British have, yeah.
I have just seen a post that has asked if they need to stop for a school bus with all of its signals deployed at an intersection.
Yes. 1,000 times yes.
Yes.
That is not even a question you should need to be asking. Why is someone asking that question?
Pretty much the only exception to you must obey the signals on a school bus are a 2-lane divided highway, which is divided by either a Jersey wall or a median. Highways are not divided by a Jersey wall or a median at an intersection. That's the whole point of the intersection.
Just know.
I share the road with these people. I have to drive around them every day when I go to work. Send help.
Okay.
I mean, I don't understand the question because why does a school bus have signals other than just
because sometimes school buses will release kids to the opposite side of the road, which means kids like to run out, do the freedom run out in front of the school bus, which is a very large view obstructing creature, and that we do, as much as we are willing to expose children to certain risks, we don't want to turn kids into hood ornaments.
Okay. Let's go to the let's go before we get mired into the world of driving and how bad people can be on it. Considering I saw someone the other day going the wrong way round a roundabout. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Re-Toronto. If a 4-carrier raid happened, what is the USN response? If the 4-carrier raid happens on Taranto, what is the USN's response, i.e. with the damage done? That's going to be a little bit harder to ignore. If it goes as bad as it could go, and you have 5 Italian battleships and 3 heavy cruisers all sunk, and you have the Giulio Cesare sitting there going, "I survived!" only to run out in the morning into Warspite going, "Hello!" Just because
we hear your unkillable. Meet our plot armor.
Just because Warspite goes, well, you know, nice way. We've got enough fighters. We've got 4 carriers. We've got 4 carriers worth of fighters. You've got enough fighters. You can defend the battle group if they're a bit late coming out. So you can take more risks under that scenario.
Warspite is going, "I was bored."
Queen Elizabeth and Valiant with her going,
"We're sorry about our sister. She's just that bit weird.
She's special, okay? She's special.
She was dropped on her head as a dinghy."
It happens. When they cast her keel, they cast it a little bit ski-whiff. Anyway, so that scenario happens, and well, yeah. The USN might actually start looking at Pearl Harbor and go, perhaps we need to do something. The Japanese will probably look at Taranto and go, how did the British torpedoes work that well? What were the British doing? Unfortunately for everyone looking at it is, unless you actually can see the aircraft, the only thing you're going to do is find a few more extra wires in the water. And cables in the water when ships have been sunk does not look unusual. No one's going to pick up on the fact that there's these cables in the water. They're probably going to be on the seabed as well, so by the time anyone gets them up, they're going to be going, eh? So probably their reaction is going to be to watch it and go, okay, maybe we need to do something. It might have more of a... They might be more worried about torpedo defenses. They might have more torpedo nets and things out. They might have more of those things in place. They might also look at various forms of their air defense, etc. They might decide to entirely blame on the lack of radar warnings, so that the Italians didn't know the British were inbound. But, you know.
Hey, Dragon.
Yes.
Agent Shan releases on the 20th in the States.
When does he release in the UK? Probably about the same.
Usually you guys are like a week ahead of us. Or you guys are often a week ahead of us.
Right.
Yes, you will get your bird boy soon.
I worry about you two sometimes. Right.
Yeah, 20th of this month.
Channel.
Bird,
When you go back to
bird,
Estonia,
bird.
will Drac force you to take him? Currently, the current plan for the trip back to Tallinn and Finland is that me and Gareth and possibly Dan do a little, maybe even both Dans actually, do a little bit of a naughty extended weekend disappear off to there. Because we can. Because none of us have kittywinks who we feel that we need to spend our weekends with and who we love. So, we have that unfair advantage. But I have a feeling if we do announce that we are going to see a specific submarine in Tallinn, Estonia, we might not have much of a choice in the matter. We might just find Drac on the plane with us. Dan, what do you feel?
I feel that Mrs. Drac will probably go, oh good, I can get him out from under my feet foot for a few days.
Oh.
And then she will remember quite how weird Finland can be in terms of safety with some of the things I've seen about sort of shooting competitions and things there, and she will go, oh okay, he's going with Alex. People will hopefully bring back most of him.
Yes.
In a few pieces.
I do love that she always makes me responsible for him.
Yes, that's because she knows your mother.
This is the thing. I literally get texts from people, from various members of the rest of the Shipshape family, the Shipshape members' families, going, he's now your responsibility, return him in one piece.
My parents would not say that. They don't care that much.
No, your mother sends a very different message. Make sure he has a good time. Please, please, please make sure he comes back with a smile on his face.
Although Tash is intimately annoyed with you because you don't always reply to her texts and messages on when she sends you Instagram reels.
She does. And I keep explaining I do not check my Instagram that often.
Don't let him return with too many redhead.
Yeah, I'll leave that job to Tash. She can look after it. She can deal with his redhead. Redhead. Entire reason to make sure you and Foxo come on the cruise. Extra protection again. I'll put Foxo on redhead deterrence duty.
Wait, you want to put the lightly built redhead on redhead deterrence duty?
Yes, because who better to fight to deal with them than one of them? One who's got
You
her
don't
own
know
dragon,
they don't
so
tend
is
to-
safe.
They don't tend to allow crossbows on cruise ships.
I'll make an exception. I'll tell them it's part of her demonstration. It's for her
okay,
demonstration if she
but-
wants to do one.
But you are assuming that Foxo will not make an alliance with the other redheads and become the leader of a
Black
pack
hair.
of redheads.
I've got black hair with red highlights. Me and redheads don't get along.
See?
We are like trying to
Then
put
who-
a Pole and a Turk in a room together.
Then who fed me the false information that you were a redhead? I'm not angry. I just want names.
You did.
You're thinking of red highlights?
Yeah.
Genuinely, you probably did, because most people think she has red hair.
Well, she is a fox.
So how is
Technically
that
a
my
ghost fox,
fault?
but is a fox. Anyway,
Because we talked about this, like, a month ago.
yeah. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Forgot to ask, but what would the German, French, Soviet, and Japanese responses to for the Carrier Toronto be? For the Germans, it's a case of, oh, frigates, the British have now freed up their capital ships. And, by the way, we might have lost our ally. For the French, it's a case of, oh, we were lucky with Mirza Kabir the way it went. But in nicer way, Mirza Kabir might not go that way, because in nicer way, the British might have turned up with more carriers if they had, especially if Glorious and Courageous were available. Good boy. They would have had more of a. They would have probably turned up with at least 2 more carriers to go. Hello. We don't feel like you guys getting out. Which might lead to actual carrier strikes being carried out against ships because they would have the be able to roll the carriers for more duties. For the Soviets, it's going to be a case of, do we accelerate our carrier program? I know you want to go to bed, but you haven't been carried off to bed yet, Poodle, so nice way, there's no point complaining to me. There are other people responsible for you getting to your bed. I know the Ralsonian calendar is dictating its bedtime, but that's not happening.
No, the poodle says he's going to bed, so the poodle takes bringing the bed to him.
Yes. And nice way, we haven't got a couch in here yet. Well, that's one of the things which is going to be on this year's probably Historiathon fundraising for the Poodle's couch.
The poodle demands territory.
The Poodle demands a couch. So literally, I'm going to put in a thing. I'll go this level. The Poodle gets a couch.
I feel this is bad for his morals, but I don't think he has any.
No, he doesn't. I just think in a nicest way that I'm just wondering who is going to end up buying the Poodle his couch, because I know what Stafford and Prince of Tonga and a few others feel about the Poodle, and I have a feeling that the money raised for his couch could be more than the money raised for the Historiathon entirely last year. Judging by how gleefully they put PT into the chat.
So what you're saying is that people don't come to watch you; people come to see Raleigh.
Yes. And also because, yeah, there's a few fun for a few. It's like I'm getting a couch, a sofa bed for upstairs, so it's going to be a double bed. So a double bed when it falls out for when people like Dan come to stay. So there's somewhere I can put them up and go. Here you go. Here's a bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. There you go. Nice, comfortable place for you to stay. The books are all downstairs. Or there are all my fiction books are going to be sitting. I'll sit round you on the shelves round you, sort of thing. This is my TV room normally, but it's going to be the spare bedroom. I still think that sofa is going to be cheaper than the sofa which the Poodle's going to end up getting, because I'm buying that sofa, and I'm going to make that for the Historiathon as for him.
Have you considered that you might be spoiling your standard poodle at all?
You can have that conversation with him. I don't want to.
That reminds me, I realised I think I left the mattress topper off the mattress like off the bed when you stayed? Apologies if it was too firm.
It was fine.
Okay.
You're forgetting. My view is any time I'm not sleeping on the ground is a good time. I only sleep on the ground these days if I'm paid to. That's my policy these days. But I've spent enough of my life sleeping on the ground that frankly I'm happy every time I'm not on that.
Also, Doc, this is the same person who, when you walk down the stairs next morning, you're like, wait a minute, my stairs don't squeak. Huh? What do you mean my stairs don't squeak? My stairs have always squawked.
I didn't need to do that in Dan's place.
I thought you did do that in Dan's place.
No, there are other things I did in Dan's place. I'm not sure if he's found them all yet. But I had a whole set of tools in my car.
Your tactics confuse and frighten me, sir.
Well, I've had to do some plumbing since you left.
Yes. I don't do plumbing. I do carpentry. I don't do plumbing.
I do plumbing. And will work for food.
What's embarrassing is it took me less than 5 minutes when I actually had the part I needed.
Yes, that's usually the way with most of these things. That's the thing with most DIY. It usually takes about an hour to figure out what part you need, and then about 5 minutes once you actually have the part you need.
Also, I bought a tool which it turned out A, I didn't need, and B, it seems to be rubbish, but never mind.
It's nice to have a tool. It's always good to have extra tools.
This all reminds me of that time me and my friend made a hidey hole / den in his wall.
Mm-hmm.
Concern.
Yeah, so you know, like the old terrace brick houses, where you had your wall, you had about half meter space, and you had the other side's wall, but the houses were connected.
Yes.
Yes.
If you're 12 and you're small, you can quite happily turn that into a den / miniature bedroom.
Yes. I'm failing to see the concern here.
You don't. Was there any asbestos in that wall by any chance?
No, because it's all been taken out to be replaced with cell effects.
Good. Black Horse. What do you think of the news coming out about the Royal Navy ships being built in Scotland? It's very nice, and I think there's now going to be a third batch of Type 26s ordered. Double there has to be to build up to replace the one that British ordered that's going to be handed over to the Norwegians, and to also build the rest of the Norwegian ones. So we might actually end up seeing the Royal Navy getting more Type 26s in the end, which is a good thing.
Was it the Norwegians or the Danes that just cut a check?
Norwegians just cut a check.
Okay.
Danes and Swedes might be going to cut checks, but you know, there's all sorts of interesting things going on there. I am not responding to that question for grounds it might incriminate me and expose me to mind warfare. Stafford, okay, Black Horse. Do you think there was any possibility that D-Day during World War II could have failed? Yes, and if so, what is next? D-Day round 2. But yes, it could have failed.
Because here's your data reminder that D-Day was almost sent off.
Yeah.
The day before a major storm in the north in the English Channel.
Yeah.
And if that storm had hit while they were landing, a lot of GIs.
A lot of people don't get ashore. D-Day, this is one of the things. Weather is a major factor in those kinds of operations. Stafford, what are the odds of the Royal Canadian Navy joining the Type 83 project, or in your opinion, is it Type 26 the Royal Canadian Navy seeing? Also, the RAND does odds as well. For the Royal Canadian Navy, the Type 26 they're building in its medium form, not its largest form, its medium form, and they are basically building it. It's large enough. It's going to be a heavy frigate. It's heavy frigate time. So they don't. Their argument is they can get by with just one level of ship, which to the extent they probably can. For the Royal Australian Navy, there is a possibility on the Type 83. There is a possibility on the Type 83 because by the time the Type 83 is into construction and looking towards its end phase in construction, that's going to be about the time that the Hobart possibly need replacing as well. So we'll see about that. We'll see what happens. I doubt they're going to go with a Spanish option. They might end up going with whatever the American destroyers are constructed at the time with an Australian version of them, but we're going to have to see what the Australians do.
Harley Burke.
It's going to depend
Like, well,
on...
Please don't joke. Please don't joke. We need something better than the Burke.
It's going to depend on what the... how well the submarine program goes with the Australians and how well the British are involved in that, probably. And by the way, at that point, if we'd be talking about 2030s, 2040s, so we're talking about the Flight 5 Arleigh Burke for the US Navy Standard Destroyer. Are you not looking
Arleigh
forward to the
Burke
Flight 5 Burks? You might even have the second Arleigh Burke called Arleigh Burke by that point.
Hey, listen, I'm just thinking, I fully welcome our Flight 50 Arleigh Burke when we go into space. It will be flying right alongside the B-52K.
yes.
Knight 6831, the reason there is going to be a Type 26 handed over is because the first one is supposed to be into service before 2030. Okay? This year is 2025. Construction timetables are such that you cannot deliver that if you do not add in hand over one of the British vessels in construction because of the way because of the current yard space. Now, so basically, there is only for the first to enter service. You have to remember the Norwegians are currently one ship down, so they need one far earlier than they need the other four, right? Right, because they lost one because it crashed into it ended up in an accident. So they've gone. They like to have 5. They're currently at 4 because one got damaged and written off. So they need one earlier than the rest. So the only way you can get that one in as soon as possible is if you give them one of the British build. And we all know that. Robert Den Duven. Had the Battle of South Island been a draw and the US transport stayed for 2 or 3 more days to unload supplies, how does it affect the Guadalcanal campaign, if at all? Well, it certainly gives them better logistics. If it's a draw and they manage to keep resupplying, and they don't end up in the situation they did historically, then interesting enough, if that amount of logistics ashore, then potentially, and I do mean this potentially, the Guadalcanal campaign is a far quicker victory. Rather than taking from August 1942 to February 1943, so 6 months and 2 days, it could potentially, because you have far more resources at the initial point, could prove more successful more quickly. Because one of the things that hamstrings the Allies' movements and organisation at the beginning is the logistics. Okay? Stafford, don't open questions yet. I will stick the thing open in a second. Don't worry. Thank you very much for the helping her. And how many questions do we have left in the pile?
Stafford. First off, wrong syntax. Second off, no. We have... Which channel? I'm in the wrong channel. Okay.
Steve did.
Steve said we had
say,
two. We had two more. Two more. No. We have how many to go? How many to go? Total.
1 second. I am finding it. Battle of Naval Island. There we go. I show about 19 left in the queue.
Let's wait till we're down to about 10, then we'll open it up again. Don't worry. Juicy Sushi. Should the Germans be trying to pool their money to build torpedo tube launched cruise missiles? Should pool their money with the UK? Neither have missiles for their subs, and no one else will supply them.
I'm sure that Raytheon and General Dynamics will be happy to
Yeah.
supply you with some export versions of their tube launch missiles if you are willing to
You
cut
can
them rather
get
fast.
submarine launched tomahawks and other things. If you can fit them in your tubes, you're okay. And I think you get submarine version. I think there's a submarine launch version naval strike missile as well. Take care, Leslie. Leslie's off to sleep, I think. Probably needs it after today. He's been very busy today.
I blame society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be, if I was Germany, I would be. They already have agreed a massive construction program for missiles in Germany, based off buying American missiles to build them while they develop their next generation of missiles. So if I was them, I would add some submarine launch cruise missiles to that build. That's probably the cheapest option to them.
Doc, your mod team continues to concern and frighten me.
Why?
I don't know what spicy pineapple is, or what it has to do with a level of sorrow or remorse for one's actions, and I think I might be too scared to ask at this point.
Who said spicy pineapple?
It unfortunately
Never.
brings some rather concerning context with myself, which is very worrying. And I believe the context is I heard it from one of Foxo's memes, so it makes me more concerned.
That was a good evil laugh.
I'm almost wondering if part of the requirement to become a Dr. Clarke mod is be slightly damaged.
Look, I am known as a bit of a collector of humans.
It's a preferred characteristic, but not an essential requirement.
I like people who are
Will people
interesting.
Will people continue to concern and frighten me?
All I'll say, everyone, is that sane people are boring people.
Yes. Do you know how much I could do with a little bit of boring right now in this day and age, in this economy?
I would say
Confined entirely.
I would say there is no such thing as sane. Everyone is everyone is a little bit quirky in their own way. You just have to find the right scenario to let them let their quirky out. And that's what I try to do in my channel. I try to provide a place where people can let out their quirks in a safe way, as long as they're history-related quirks.
Thank God you didn't say kink. Thank God you didn't say kink.
No, because I knew if I used kinks out of kinks out of in that phrase, that would have made poor Runon absolutely collapse. But don't worry, I'm
Not
saving
that
kinks.
much
For,
of a
I'm saving
pearl
kinks
clutcher.
for later. Now, next question.
Normal people are boring.
No one's normal. That's the truth. In 1981, in a non-declined British Empire, would Trim
Excuse you,
Connolly...
I am perfect. I am perfectly normal.
Runon, you dedicate most of your Sunday to supporting my channel, and while I do find it lovely and very kind of you and very helpful, it is not the action of 99.99% of the rest of the population to do that sort of thing. But I love that you do it, and I'm very thankful for it. Thank you.
It's okay that 99.9% of the population is wrong. They're permitted.
Yeah. Now, 9681. In a non-declined British Empire, would Trim Connolly be a sensible place to build place to base ships from? Since Singapore once said something akin to Singapore once something akin to DF-26 comes along, we're making Singapore as a fleet base unviable. You would probably base them from Trim Connolly anyway, but also in a nice way, DF-26 doesn't make a fleet base unviable. In a nice way, any ballistic missile can make a fleet base unviable because fleet bases don't move. What you have to do is defend them. And so basically what you go is, right, then we have a fleet base, we have to put an anti-ballistic missile defense system in here. So this is why does America depend on develop THAAD and things like that? Because you need those sort of systems if you want to defend critical infrastructure around the world against those sorts of threats. And is it going to work in a general nuclear exchange? Probably not, because there are going to be so many threats coming in. But in against one-off or the occasional attacks, it's probably going to work.
And let's face it, in a full and frank internuclear exchange. No one's walking away from that one, are they?
Although, to be fair, in a full nuclear exchange, there is a non-zero chance that every missile that you can intercept or deflect or make go not where the enemy wanted it to go helps.
Yes. Every little helps.
Because that's one fewer that your subordinate systems have to intercept. Your lower order systems have to intercept.
Steve, there's no such thing as buying too much Warhammer.
I know. Steve just said something that's sacrilege in Runon's world. Daniel Phillips, opinions on why the 125 millimeter gun was...
Ignore the fact that 5 minutes ago I just ripped off a line of plastic crack like it was actual intoxicants. Okay?
Okay,
it has nothing to do with my mental state.
Let's go back to Daniel Phillips' question.
This Age of Sigma.
Danny Phillips' question. Opinions on why a 125mm gun wasn't taken up by anyone in World War II for their destroyer gun. Because they had the 127mm gun, and honestly, at a certain point, most people are looking at the 5.1 inch gun, or the 4.5 or 4.7 inch gun if you're the British. It's going to sound strange, but sometimes things like the 125, okay? It's so close to the 127 in capabilities that if you're already building the 127, why build the 125? And if you're already building the 120, what does the 125 get you that the 120 doesn't? And that's the trouble, realistically. It's sometimes it's just that simple. It's literally, what's the advantage of doing this? Oh, unless you're the French, in which case you're doing 130. Let's do 138mm. Why? Because it's our 18-pounder. 138.6.
You forgot the 0.6.
Oh, I know. 0.6 millimeter.
Important thing.
Oh, good lord.
The fact they genuinely
listen, when you're the French, every 1/10 of a mil counts, okay?
But they genuinely make it out to be such a big thing at times.
It's the ball size of the 18-pounder. Why? What?
Listen,
literally, it is the French still being obsessed with the age of sail, Napoleonic Wars, and the damage they suffered then to British 18-pounders.
They were just never mentally recovered.
Not really, no.
Richard goes, some of the designs of frigate, destroyer, drone carriers featuring an angled flight deck keep appearing. Are we remaking the battle carrier? There is certainly some arguments based around it, and there was a British option for the Type 45 not that long ago, which was very, very close to a battle carrying concept. So, yeah, we are pretty much. Chandlord Chandel, practically speaking, what was Eagle's top speed? The answer 24 knots won't satisfy. Okay, practically speaking, the hull probably tops out at about 27 knots. That hull can probably maximum do at about 27 knots before you start having serious issues. So, and you can maybe go a bit further if you're not worried about how much hull damage you're doing. So that's practically speaking probably what it could. And again, as me and Drac have talked about, there is the speed you drive your car at if you're not worried, if you're trying to preserve it and keep it nice and steady. There's the speed you drive your car at if you don't care. There is the speed you drive at if it's a hire car, and all you are worried about is if you are getting it home. As long as you get to point A to point B.
So what you're saying is that warships are from the Jeremy Clarkson school of the fastest car in the world is a clapped out rental Toyota Yaris?
Pretty much. It works, it's true. In the nicest way, me and Dan will be driving down the country in a hired van. We will get to be white van men for a couple of days. Just think of the fun we will have.
Now I know what fun Foxo got up to when she was driving a white van. So this is
blue
concerning. Was it blue? I thought you had a white one for a while.
I had a blue one. It was different shades of blue. And it was just
Either
plain
way,
blue.
Either
Monochrome
way,
blue.
driving vans tends to bring interesting things out in people.
And this will be
But
a
it's the aspect
rental
of, is
van.
it your van? Yes.
Are you accusing your
London that was
are you accusing your girlfriend of driving dangerously on British roads?
No, that's what the speeding tickets were about, and the police.
Ah.
I don't need to accuse anything.
Well, all I'm going to say is I've only got 3 points on my license.
That implies
That
that you
can't be
should
that
have
bad.
more, but they were only able
No,
to
because
prove
if you
enough
had-
to give you 3.
No, because if you have 6, you lose your license.
No,
No,
12.
don't.
I thought is it 12 now?
It's
I
12.
thought-
It's only 6
Six
for
of
the
this
first
would be-
year.
Yeah.
Still, you don't want
But you
you
don't
don't
want
want that many
12.
either way. You don't want 3.
Excuse me. You're talking to someone who has 6 points on his license.
I have none.
This isn't a
never had any.
competition.
To be fair, I would
I
like
have
to
none.
point out
Okay.
that one of those points include one session where I was going fast because the 2 lorries behind me kept doing all sorts of things and ended up actually bashing into each other and having an accident further up the road. So the policeman who actually I ended up talking to when I was getting it actually told me as justified as it was, I still had to have the points. And the other time, well, I was in a zone which kept going 30, 20, 30, 20. Hedges had obscured the 20 sign. I thought it was still 30, and I was doing 24. So, in the nicest way, I don't consider either of them to be bad driving. I was doing 24 in a zone which was theoretically 30, but I didn't think it should be 30.
And
Turned out to be a 20.
I'm not certain, but I think there is a reasonable chance I've had my driving license longer than Foxo has been breathing.
I'm only 22.
I got my license in 1999.
So then,
Yay!
Yes.
yeah.
That's
No, yeah,
even
then.
close. That's
Just because
in
you're
fact, someone born in 2007 can legally drink now in the UK.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
Someone
I'm
born
having
in
To be fair,
2004.
in the UK, technically you can legally drink from the age of 13 as long as you're with family.
yes, but they can't go up and buy a drink.
You can in certain pubs as long as they know you're with your family. And it's put on a tab,
Yes, but
which
that's-
is put on a
yes.
tab.
Very specific.
As long as it's going on a tab, which is being paid by an adult,
Wait, so-
and you're with your family, you can go up and order your own alcoholic drinks. I come from a Scottish-Cornish family. I don't drink alcohol. You've seen how much of this stuff I put away. Some of my family drink alcohol, and some of them drink scotch like I drink Iron Brew. And not cheap scotch either. Chandler, practically speaking, answered one. Malta has for a long time been a strategically important location. However, there is no big naval base on the island anymore. Is that purely due to politics with Malta, or are there other reasons? Pretty much politics, but also the benefit of having Malta as a naval base was basically for the British because they didn't have other territories they could really depend upon, and it could be secured by the navy itself, which was useful in the Mediterranean. For any of the other major powers in the Mediterranean, it's not really that helpful. The only ones who could have moved in would have been the Americans, and they preferred a base in Italy.
I consider that before the British, Malta was largely a base for groups like the Knights of Rhodes and various Crusader organizations.
I would like to point out Nightbot and Nightbot and Powder Monkey are fighting again, Runon. Yeah,
Yes.
it was the Knights of Hospitaller. So, Forces Mod. I've seen legends in various places online that the obsolete Swordfish sank more tonnage of Axis shipping than any other Allied airplane type during World War II. I know the Swordfish was more capable than most people think it was, but this claim is very unsourced, and I've never seen a tonnage sunk that comparing it to total of other types, such as Avengers of Dauntless. What do you think of this? About this? It's true, and there are tonnage charts in various books which I could point to if I could grab them. But let me explain why it's true. If you consider how the Swordfish serves throughout World War II, and it, unlike the Avengers and Dauntlesses, gets to spend a lot of time attacking merchant shipping. So the convoys going up and down the coast of Norway, the convoys going up and down the coast of France, Italian convoys in Italy, in the Mediterranean, all those things. So, in the nicest way, the swordfish has an unfair advantage. A, it fights everyone, including the Japanese. B, and it does the whole way through the war. So, basically, whereas the other types are usually being used for war fighting, whereas swordfish moves on to earlier on in the war, moves on to what we call long-range maritime patrol / marine / naval / basically secondary theatre work, which is why it can build up the tonnage. So that's its chart. There are charts though in where's it? There's an aircraft comparisons chart from World War II, a stats chart, a stats book. I do have it somewhere. I will track it down, but I have a stats book from World War II, a stats book of aircraft World War II, which shows has the tonnage sunk. But yeah.
Easy on the language there, Castina.
Basically,
and Tonga, I think questions are still closed.
Questions are still closed at the moment. Pretty much it's thanks to the some of the tonnages that they sunk against the Italians were just astronomical in the Mediterranean, and this is the major advantages. That's looking for the stats. Is there any stats? The probably next one after that, probably it's the Dauntless, and then it's the Helldiver, which are probably the next most successful aircraft. But again, it's because the advantage the Swordfish has is inserts throughout World War II, and that's why how it can build up so many.
And it's also that they're the ones you send against those sorts of things, whereas your Avenger you send out on an ASW patrol.
No.
Where the chance of it getting to 6 with merchant ships is low, and for some reason not that much tonnage.
No, it's the Swordfish which is going out on the ASW patrol as well. It's basically that's the thing.
Yeah.
The Swordfish is doing the Avengers on your carrier doing carrier strikes and carrier duties. The Swordfish is now doing the second line duties, and that's why the Swordfish. The Swordfish they build up a huge amount in the Mediterranean. Again, because of where the Avengers being used versus the Helldiver. You have to remember the big thing sinking Japanese merchant ships was not U.S. Navy aircraft; it was their submarines. So basically, once you start looking at the Pacific, the big thing doing the sinking of the merchant ships is usually the US Navy submarines.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, good. Just making sure my audio didn't croak.
Okay. Were there any naval actions? Are we down to 10 questions yet in the tank?
Have to check.
Black Horse, were there any naval actions in the Mediterranean during World War One? Yes. There's the whole stuff versus... let's see. It starts off being called one thing and then changes its name once it's been adopted by the Yafus. It becomes Yafus after it's been adopted by the...
9 questions remaining.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's it, the Goban. Goban and Preslav.
Goban.
And it becomes the Yafuz once it's been adopted by the Ottomans, etc. There are also the operations against the Austro-Hungarians, the Otranto Strait, and and also all those things. So there's lots of operations happening in World War One in the Mediterranean,
Including the Japanese.
Yeah, the Japanese
Escorting
ASW forces get well worked out in the Mediterranean. Jonathan Moon, a tactical analysis of our battle against a large pirate group. We did well. We basically split them up. We didn't think we were going to, but then, you see, they started splitting up themselves to chase after us, and then we went, hang on, actually we can fight this. We were just going to withdraw, and then we went, hang on, situation changed, we can engage, call in Paul. Paul came in, and then we had 3 heavy ships, and yeah, the trouble was I keep forgetting that I'm not driving a really big heavy ship, and therefore I should not try and do the thing of, note you go picking on one of my ships, one of my allies. I am going to hunt you down, and I should not probably try and pick fights with frigates that big when I'm in the size of ship I am.
Are you saying that your eyes are too big for your throw weight?
No, my eyes.
Right.
My eyes are too big for the construction of my hull planking. Senecanera, how accurate is the jackdaw from the Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag? It's supposedly a brig. Okay. Anyone played Assassin's Creed 4?
So,
If I
This is
did,
not
it
the
was
thing.
many, many moons ago before Foxo was even a genetic coding.
No, it game's not that old, but it's a very fun game. What's the question?
Does she look like is she a brig?
Yes.
how accurate
No.
is she? I believe. Question.
No, she isn't.
No.
She has 46 broadside cannon. That's not a brig.
That's what she's fed to us in game.
A brig has 18 guns as an unrated ship, so it would have 9 or so each side. When you have 46, you have 23
You're now
each
a
side.
92 gun.
In nicest way, 46, broadside cannons, 23 each side. You are now well and truly into the frigate level. You are actually into the 4th rate standard. Yeah, 4th rate, ship of the line. It's pretty much what we're talking, because 4th rate is 46 to 60 guns. And sometimes the American large frigates are basically 4th rates, and so yes, this is definitely a 4th rate or a large frigate, depending on your perspective, not a brig.
I thought she only had 14 guns side, but okay. So I'm just, my memory's a bit faulty about it then. I just think I'm having less guns.
I've looked at the actual wiki, and the wiki refers to it as a brig, but it also says it has 46 cannon broadside, has 46 broadside cannon, and you look at the picture and it's got 23, it's pierced to 23 each side, in which case it's not a brig. It's got too many guns.
So I'm going to be naughty, and I'm going to also copy the question in from Ramblings, because I have opinions about it, and I would like to get Dr. Clarke's take.
Okay. Pod Guy 8829. On BB62 channel, the USN thought they could build 3-gun 18-inch 48 cal guns and put them in the same barbette as the Mark 7 guns. What do you think of Kentucky and Illinois getting them? I think if they really think they can do that, then I'm incredibly surprised.
I'm not sure they said they thought they could get 3-gun 18-inch stars. I think they were talking about twins.
If they're talking about twins,
Yeah.
3 twin 18-inch gun 48s, I could extend that. That's easy. That's doable, definitely. But triples, that would be intriguing.
I have heard this claim going around lately, and I was not sure where it came from.
Because that would be an incredible increase in space.
they had they've dug out a whole load of they've got a whole load of addition of new plans that were worked through, but I think it's one of those things where somebody kind of worked out that if you twisted things and wrangled them and did goodness knows what, you might be able to squeeze.
So it's a theoretical rather than a practical possibility.
Yeah, I don't think it was hugely worked out. It may well have been worked out to prove you couldn't or shouldn't do it. And whether they worked out whether you
that makes more sense.
And because the problem is people will be thinking, oh, it's only 3 inches or 2 inches, not it's going to be a lot bigger powder charge projectile to be moving around, so you're going to need bigger hoists that are going to be larger and slower, and you're going to have to stack up your ammunition more because you're going to need more boom to make shell go wee, splash, or crash. Yeah, it was more just, I think generally they were talking about the 18-inch gun that had kind of then been relined to make it 16-inch and had a little bit snipped off, and then it was also kind of about would the US Navy have kept the 18-inch gun ships instead of the 16-inch? Honestly, I'm not sure they would have done.
Oh, they would have, because it's the biggest and the best they have. It's the biggest gun. In a nice way, when you're retaining them, you're retaining them as status symbols.
Honestly, I would have retained the 2 18-inch gunships as a kind of reserve, and I would have worked the other 4.
Probably. And the 2 18-inch gunships would have been ones reactivated when they had the Kirovs to deal with.
Yeah, but it's also exactly, if I'm having to do something like shore bombardment or whatever, honestly, I am not going to come across anything where an 18, which is going to notice the difference between a 15-inch shell and an 18-inch shell.
Well, they could have an extra few inches of concrete that could require punching through, or removing the ground from around so that they end up perching at a porous angle. But leaving that to one side, if they got them, it would be interesting. But if they go with the cramped triple gun design, it would be a good exercise in building ships, which would not be helpful.
Yes, you see problems with 5.25 inch and scale up.
Yes. Castena, did the Kriegsmarine have useful charts for the U-boat transits of Northwest or Northeast Passage in 1944? No. No one had useful charts for that at the time.
Was it even possible for them at that point?
Not realistically. Even if they could range that, though, they wouldn't be able to make it. You have to remember that again, they're not true submarines, and even even the Type 22s, as good as they are very much SSKs. So they are edge of ice operations, not under ice operations.
They're not even SSKs. They're occasionally submersible torpedo boats.
Yeah, but most of them. But when we're talking about the Type 22s, they are getting closer to the U class, etc. And they're getting closer and closer to this idea of being SSKs, and modern conventional SSK. Moi Wafu, old history question. If the Kriegsmarine did not deploy Bismarck to the Atlantic and instead recalled all capital units back to Norway so that they can operate them against the Arctic convoys along with Tirpitz, how would that change RN operations in 41 and early 42? Would Force Z be sent to the modern capital due to the modern capital ships and need to be held for the Arctic convoys? Well, probably the...
Okay, this is the one that I've copied over from Ramblings, just because I'd like to get your input on it, because as you can see, as my note says, I have a different opinion than what seemed to be the available.
Can I just clarify something? Stafford, A brig has a maximum of 18 guns on in both sides included. So that's 9 each side, not 19 each side. Jumping from 9 to 23 is a massive jump. Okay? And if we consider HMS Warrior and the brig earlier described, is 128 meters long, is 60 meters long, right? Warrior is 128 meters. Warrior with 26 has a total of 40 guns, roughly 20 each side. She's a frigate. So there is some interesting things going on in the maths there. But carry on, carry on. Sorry to interrupt there, but I was just answering that one.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that was one that was answered either Friday or yesterday. And I don't quite agree that the Royal Navy would be content to just sit off the coast of this port in a distant blockade and be like, well, hope we catch them if they come out.
Well, considering I would look at what they did to Tirpitz. They bombed the frigate out of Tirpitz. They launched multiple Taranto-style raids to try and hit Tirpitz. They had the RAF bombing it. They developed a whole class of X-craft mini-subs to go in there and try and sink it. In a nice way, there's no way this port is left untended. It probably gets the largest strike they can arrange against it. But also, and this is the point I would make, if you don't have Tirpitz going out, if you don't have Bismarck sailing out into Atlantic and instead goes out to Norway and all those things, and they set up Norway force, you don't lose Hood, you don't have Prince of Wales damaged, you've got time to get Prince of Wales properly into service, you've got time to get Victorious properly worked up with her proper air group, you have time for Hood can go into refit, Rodney gets into her refit on schedule. This is going to change what's available. Okay, so you probably you're probably going to look at things of what ships are going to come in and what ships are going to be available. Also, with the threat of Bismarck, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst, and Gneisenau forming up as a group, you're going to be putting Pendleton medal on the King George V's on the other ones, and so you haven't managed to lessen their numbers. Because you have to remember, whilst yes, the Royal Navy lost Hood, for them, that was one out of, at the time, 16 capital ships they had. For the Germans losing Bismarck, that was 1 out of 4. That's the difference. The Germans keeping all 4, the Germans managing to keep all 4 is very different than the and keeping 4 together as a task group. The thing is, though, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are still pretty damaged after their time in the docks, and then they take in Gneisenau for her conversion to 15-inch guns, so that means they've got Scharnhorst, Bismarck and Tirpitz as their group of 3, and that's still going to be a useful group of 3 and a threat, but that's going to require all the King George V's are going to be pretty much facing against that. So that means your 4C, if you form it up, is going to be a modernised Hood, which has been in for modernisation, and probably Repulse, maybe Renown as well added on, and possibly a carrier. And why do I say possibly a carrier? Because in the nicest way, if you've got that force forming up, they're going to probably withdraw Ark Royal to the UK to be repaired and refitted so that it can take part in leading a massive strike on wherever they are, because you're going to call your strike carrier in for that kind of threat in the North Atlantic. So that means Ark Royal possibly doesn't get that as sunk when she does get sunk, gets a proper modernisation and refit, along with Hood getting her modernisation and refit, and so you could end up, after a few strikes have been launched, with Ark Royal, Hood, and Repulse being the cornerstone of 4C. In which case, you've got 4C being a lot faster and also being covered by having aviation fighter cover. In which case, that changes the entirety of 4C and we carry on with the world as a different history. But that also means you probably at some point end up with a massive battle in the North Atlantic between about 3 King George V's and Scharnhorst, Bismarck, and Tirpitz. I'd also say that any harbour which has those ships sitting in it is going to be lucky if it finds itself with only 3 or 4. Actually, no, with only 4 T-boats sitting outside it at all times. And there are going to be 4 T-boats which still have the ability to fire 10 torpedoes forward. Because it's basically going to be a case of, you bring these things out, we stick a large amount of torpedoes in you. Knight 6831, you're presuming that all that work gets done. You're also presuming on what refit gets, if they're going for like new refit or they're going for a working refit. And also, I would say some of the arguments about Hood's condition are slightly overrated compared to the assessments done by the naval architects at the time and the constructors. And the constructors have no reason to be fabricating their reports.
Also, especially in this time period, throwing manpower at a problem does tend to make it go away a lot quicker.
Yes, and they cannot afford... Questions should be open.
Have you changed your banner?
Yes.
You have not changed your banner.
Well, I've changed the banner.
10 seconds ago.
Nope, banner here still says closed.
I see closed for now on both.
I love the way it takes so long to update to set itself up and actually reveal. There is such a delay imposed.
Wish I could remember what I was actually going to ask now. This keeps happening. I always get a question like, "Ooh, this could be interesting to ask," and then by the time I get around to remembering to ask it, it's like, no, it's completely gone.
There are questions coming in for Fox and Dragon.
There it goes. The log jam has been cleared.
Stafford Thompson, how happy would the US Navy be if they brought back the F-14X as their main interceptor aircraft? They'd be absolutely terrified. It's a great aircraft for its period. It's not what you need today.
Although I do really hope that...
Why have you sent us back 40 years aircraft-wise?
Yeah, it's just...
Although
it's in the nicest way. I don't believe the F-14 should have been got rid of when it was got rid of, because I think they should have gone with them on those F-14 approaches. I think that would have been better. But they went with the F-18 to save money, and it makes sense to extend on that grounds. But myself, looking at it, nicest way, if you brought the F-14 in today, that's 30 years later. And you don't know, that's not the aircraft you need today. Black Horse. During World War II, what was Russia's ability to do amphibious operations, and did the threat of Russia affect Japan's decision to surrender? They had a very good capability of doing amphibious operations in localized areas. So in the Black Sea, they did a lot of amphibious operations. In the Baltic, they did a lot of amphibious operations. In the Far East, they didn't have much of an oceanic amphibious capability. Now, this is something which is a factor in Japan's decision to surrender, but mainly it's a factor in that the Japanese were relying on being able to move troops across from China, and the relatively untouched armies they had in China across to Japan as part of the defense of Japan. And when the Russians actually started their invasion of Japanese-held China, the Japanese suddenly didn't have access to those troops anymore. That is a factor in their decision-making process. But you have to remember, there were plans even including for Italian forces to potentially deploy to Japan during a ground war in Japan. The Allies would have been grabbing them from every Allied nation possible.
Yeah, does Japan still qualify as a land war in Asia?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, remembering my reading correctly, British were planning to send in like 800,000 Indians from the British Indian Army.
Yes.
And even by World War II standard, that's a lot of Indians.
Yes.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
What was that? What were you going to say, Ronan?
I'm not going to say it. I'll DM it to you, but I'm not going to say it.
DM it, I want to know now.
Chandlord Chandel, for Dragon, what are your gripes with the New Republican Legends continuity?
We did
We
this
already
one.
had that.
We did this one earlier, Chandlord.
I thought we did Disney continuity.
No, we
Legend.
did Legends. Disney's same but worse. We sort of added that on as a bonus.
Prince of Tonga, could Sea Slug have done better down south in 82, or was it really totally obsolete by then? Yes. Should those ships have been re-equipped? Oh, good lord, yes. I think that's about enough on me answering on that one. Although Sea Slug does develop a useful extra capability as a land attack weapon, which it was realistically not supposed to have, but by gum can we use it. Also, if you're going to name your air defense missile Sea Slug, you're kind of telling everyone from the get-go it's not very good. Let's be honest, of threatening things to name things, calling it Sea Slug is not exactly a threat. Just imagine the terror in someone's voice. We have been engaged by the Sea Slug systems.
Well, okay.
So I step slightly to the left.
Sea Scepter, at least, yes, scepters are not usually seen as weapons. However, at least Scepter, gives the impression of a noble deciding whether or not you can pass.
It's not that spelling of scepter, it's the spelling of scepter which comes from interceptor.
Okay, somebody was trying to be cool.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Sea Slug could be scary if the Soviets were made out of cabbage.
Well, okay, it could be that slug where you're immortal until the slug touches you. It could be that
snail.
slug.
But
That
it
was a
could
slug.
all be threatening the Soviet premier's personal garden and allotment.
Like cabbages.
Back in my day, it
Oh,
was
good.
a slug.
Okay, now, Runon, we have a question from Runon. The machine spirit of Warspite is cloned and transported into factory fresh Ark Royal. Assume the machine spirits are friendly to each other and are complete copies of their intangible qualities. Which Ark Royal are you putting this into?
The World War II Strike Carrier edition.
Oh no. You might have got Ark Royal sunk.
No, remember, she then also, if she's cloned and you're cloning all her machine spirit properties, then that clones also potentially her plot armor.
Yes, that is meant to include the clonation of, at least in part or in summation, of her plot armor.
She's not an armored carrier.
Yeah, she's not an armor carrier, but she's got plot armor. Let's be honest, we have debated this. Warspite literally survives being hit by weapons which sink other ships, and she gets away with a mildly damaged turret. We're talking about the ship which did donuts in front of the entire high seas fleet and escapes with a few scratches from that particular part of the engagement.
Is the Otter the ship that was kept afloat by a concrete slab in her raft? In her raft, like after getting hit by the Prix X.
Yes, that's literally what they did.
Worked.
It worked. We're talking about a warship where there is a hunk of her armour not that far from me. Literally 4 minutes drive from my house.
Did Drac ever get to see that?
Drac has not yet come down to see it yet. So far, Dan has lied on top of it. The other dad
Has
has
Dan lied on
hugged it.
top of it suggestively,
I think,
and
I
then
think
sent the pictures to Drac?
yes.
I do plan on trying to climb up on it and stand on it next time, so I can then claim to have actually stood on Warspite, mainly to annoy Drac.
Is annoying Drac the wisest of life decisions?
I was about to say, are you sure you want to annoy Drac?
And if you bring an armor-piercing, a weapon with high enough AP, he's not that scary.
I thought we were going to go in a very different direction with that one, Foxo.
Well, no, she's
But-
going off her
yeah.
idea of crossbows beat armor.
And if you, in nicest way, if you have Ark Royal having the plot armor of Warspite, then there are probably going to be a fair number of interesting strikes carried out by her.
Also, a bunch more ships rammed.
Possibly. But realistically, the big rammer in World War II for the Royal Navy capital ships was King George V.
I guess my thought with that one is she will insist on joining in Toronto. She will accept no, she'll brook no arguments with that.
Look, the NVL design LAV of the GMF 120 is a very striking design, but it looks like a Brandenburg class corvette has been modernized. And that's the first thing I think about when I see it. I'm not sure that's the look the Danish Navy want to go for. Also,
Knight,
yes, Ronan?
yes, that's why it's called plot armor.
Oh.
That's why it's called plot armor. Like Batman should never win in a fight against Superman. Except he routinely wins in fights against Superman.
That's because Batman prepares. Superman doesn't usually.
That is called plot armor.
Yeah, I'd also, in nicest way, that was literally what we pointed out to. Fritz X should have sunk the Warspite like she sunk other ships. It didn't sink her. This is plot armor. This is what we're talking about. When the odds are that you're going to be sunk by something, but you survive, and you do that repeatedly, we joke you have plot armor because the fates seem to be smiling on you.
Wasn't she still crippled by the Frix X, though?
She lost the turret.
She lost the turret. She kept on moving.
Combat effectiveness reduction, not combat incapacitation.
So getting back to the question, I was in the middle of answering, which was LEV's question. The NVL design of the GMF 120. It looks like a modernized Brandenburg class frigate. Brandenburg class corvette. I think it's Brandenburg class, isn't it? I keep saying the Brandenburg. Brushwig class corvette. And the Brandenburg class frigate, which is the 123. It looks like it's sort of taking on from them. Which is what NVL have been realistically designing along the ideas of. The Sanction class is the really new ones, and the Baden-Württemberg class are those. And then there's the F126. Oh, yes. The F126, of course, is a design which, historically, me and Drax spent a long time on a video, basically pointing out the faults with the design and going, why? And I think that wasn't. I don't think that was a design. I think we spent almost half of a bilge pumps pointing out the issues of it. We actually met the NVL guys and girls at when we used to go to the Future Navy Leaders conference. We did that for every year for a few years, and then they started charging academics, and we looked at the price and went, well, it doesn't create us content. When it's free, we go along and it's useful for us, it informs our debate. When they start charging us huge amounts, in a nice way, we were quite happy to pay 50 quid or something to go. Because we're not there selling stuff, but we'd have had 50 quid for the tickets. But they put up the tickets to about 300 quid. And we went, no, that's too much. We can't justify that. But the NVL design, it's a design choice, not one I would particularly pick, because they've gone for something which is short and squat, which might work for the Swedish, actually. This might be a better design option for the Swedes, but I think for the Danish, who not only have to think about the Baltic, but also have to think about Greenland and the waters around Greenland, this might not be the option for them, because it doesn't look like a vessel which I would want to do a transatlantic crossing in. If I copy this, I respond with that. And I stick this in here. There you go. There's the Navy News picture of it. It's got some interesting designs, but it's not exactly what I would pick as the option. It's not what. I don't think it. That might be what the Danish go with, but to me, it looks more like a corvette and something designed for the Baltic than designed for the Danish needs in the Atlantic. Scottish Nerd, could the Royal Navy carriers in 1939 have carried more aircraft in the hangars if they had them, and if yes, how many? Yes, they could, broadly speaking. None of them in 1939 are operating at full strength. And it's a few dozen more over the fleet. It's like Courageous is out to sea with about 30 aircraft, and she can operate about 60. Ark Royal's out with about 30, and she's about 60 at the beginning of 1939 because they just don't have the aircraft available. They quickly do fill them up as war goes on. But also, yeah, that's basically the realities of you've got a mobilization going on, you've got peacetime capabilities, and you're churning up production. Sorry about the sneeze. Oh, shit. We answered that one. Oh, Prince of Tonga, could Sea Slug have done better than South in 82, or was it totally obsolete by then? And could an earlier rearmament with Sea Dart for those ships have made a difference? It would have given you more Sea Dart ships, which would have been useful, but rearming from Sea Slug to Sea Dart would be intriguing. More likely you could rearm from Sea Slug to Sea Wolf. That's probably more of a viable rearmament strategy. It doesn't give you... Well, let's be honest, Sea Wolf's a far better missile than Sea Slug at that point.
No, I'm trying to think what other capabilities those ships have and whether they are useful assets with that, or whether, because the Sea Slug was the one on the County class, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could go up to... look, it depends which missile you're talking about, honestly. If I was going to be rearming the ones with the Mark II Sea Slug, I would probably be going for the Sea Dart system. But if I'm looking at the Mark I Sea Dart, and especially the ships which we're talking about, and the system, the date and space they have, no, I would probably want to change them over to Sea Wolf, because Sea Wolf might be shorter range, but it's more useful. And let's be honest also, if we consider the firing of Sea Slug during the campaign was one missile fired at low-flying aircraft, no hit from Antrim, and Glamorgan fired 5 missiles in operations. It used 5 missiles. 2 were jettisoned for safety, no engagement, after being hit by Exocet. 1 missile fired to here runway use, no effectiveness confirmed. 1 missile fired at the runway to scatter debris, no confirmed results. And 1 missile fired, no confirmed results. at the Port Stanley radar site. So honestly, if you want an air defense missile, not a land attack missile, probably Seawolf is your better option.
Yeah, and they're the ones which have got particularly for the ships. Would that be the ships with the twin 4.5-inch guns?
Yes.
So you'd have the twin 4.5-inch guns, and you'd have a Seawolf.
Yeah.
That would be quite handy for really quite nice point, shorter range air defense with guns
and it gives you a lot more Seawolf launchers in the service if you consider how many of the county class go down.
You could pack a lot of Seawolves in the space of a Sea Slug.
Yes. So you have quite a deep magazine.
You'd have a deep magazine, and you might be able to add more guns if you can find them. Pom-poms, 40mm Bofors. They would be happiness making.
Yeah.
That would work. I could see that working. Sorry, my brain's stopping working.
Yeah.
Please tell me that the 40mm Bofors to which Dan is referring is not the same as what graced the decks of the Allies in the 40s?
Yeah, pretty much is.
Callium.
Slightly modified. Slightly upgraded. Longer barrels, 40mm 70, and they're usually on stag mounts, which are fully stabilized.
Well, they also belt fed instead of clip.
Yeah.
Fed.
That's the problem when you're good at your job. They never let you retire.
No. Just ask the B-52. For Foxo and Dragon.
The B-52 wasn't.
Yeah, for the Foxo and Dragon, thoughts on Azure Lane ships announced in the 8th JP anniversary, part 1. This is from Knight.
Is there a part 2 in particular, or is there a separate question?
I'm presuming it's... Yeah, I'll have a look for it.
Because I don't think Fox has really looked at these, have you?
Archive Monkey...
I'm currently not playing the game because I'm annoyed with it, so I can't answer.
I feel you'll like one of the
camos. Submit a blank question, so just be careful on that one.
I feel you might like one of I-404's camos, Foxo, or not camo, skins, Foxo. It's right up your alley. Alley?
Okay.
Send it then, but
so
I'm not really into the current direction the art style is going in.
Is it just a TNA fest?
It's a how is this done the App Store fest.
Because surprisingly, it is still better than
the
a
App
number.
Store.
No, because it's
Anyway.
still better than certain things. Overall, I'm actually quite looking forward to this in comparison to the
Ooh
French.
la la!
Okay,
How is that on the App Store?
I'm going to mute you so I can read off the rest of the question, unless you let me read off the rest of the question. Damn it, I lost. Sorry. There it is. The ships announced were Project G14 IJN Hakuohu, I think. Forgive me. I-400 class IJN I-404, Key class IJN Omi, Ibuki class IJN Asama, Sendai class IJN Minaze, and Yugamo class IJN Takazi.
Haven't seen the Yugamo class yet, but...
And so this way everybody can witness my shame at pronouncing Japanese names. I have forwarded it and jumped it in the queue.
G14 is the successor to Taiho, as I recall. It's what I'm thinking of.
Isn't it Hurricane from
Hakuryu.
Warships? Yeah.
Is what I recall, or at least Hakuryu is a modification, but Taiho Kai is the G14 fixes a number of the design issues from Midway. Overall, very happy to see effectively another Japanese armored carrier, and her art style is decent. Plus, the G14s don't really get talked about because they never really came about.
Yeah.
You've also then got I-404, which is the I-400, which... It's the first ultra-rare submarine we've got. I'm curious to see how it'll play, because this is a submarine with the same air rating as a number of carriers. So I'm going to be curious how that works. Considering they could carry, what, 3 float planes with, like, an 800-kilogram bomb?
It's an anime gotcha game. Does it have to make sense?
No, but I'll still... Oh, what's it called? Omi's a fox girl by the looks.
And
Or floof. I adore the Key class. The Key class is genuinely one of my favourite ships that never were.
Doc, Steve is suggesting we close Q. There's about 30 questions in it.
Sounds good to me.
Asama, I like the Ibuki class. I kind of wish we actually got to see what the Ibukis would have been like in service, but... yeah. The Sendai... I'm not a big fan of Sendai, and I'm very much not a fan of this skin they've got for her, so...
I'm just currently
I'm
wondering...
not seeing the Destroyer.
Can I ask something? Why is it every one of the spam accounts which are spamming me on Twitch, not on Twitch, on Twitter, I mean X now, seem to be called either Molly or May?
It is perfectly acceptable to dead name Twitter.
In fact, most organizations still do.
That's good. Okay.
I'm going to sign out. My
Yes, it's
brain
now.
has
It's
stopped
almost
working.
midnight. Get off to bed, Dan. You have to actually do something proper tomorrow.
I need my
Now
skinny
I
kid
can
for my
come-
anti-system.
right, mate.
All I have to do tomorrow is manage to organise about 150 relatives to actually have lunch.
Well,
I'm
that's
sure
very
this will-
simple. Just tell them all they can't have lunch, and they will have lunch just to spite you.
Look, stop giving away my cunning plan that's worked every other time I've had to deal with them.
I too have relatives.
If I tell them, it's lunchtime, they never go towards getting the food. If I say, you can either come and have lunch now, or I get to eat it all, then they start coming. They call me a pig while doing it, but they come.
Good luck with that.
Take
See you
care.
later.
Uh,
Bye all.
Stafford Thompson, from last week, if Kits didn't care about the pilot, how quickly would the Freedom have destroyed the Impulse, even with its many overcomplicated loadouts?
Pia, I
Yeah.
think is... I don't
That is for
understand the
Dragon.
question,
It is.
So
So, the Freedom is the ZGMF-X10A Freedom. The Impulse is of the same series of the X56S Impulse. Basically, they're two of the same series, as I recall in particular. Double checking that one because, yeah, they are. So you've got the Justice, which is 09, Freedom 0, and number 10. Just eventually gets reused later. Answer, probably pretty quickly initially. It's only once you start getting the overcomplicated modifications do you start seeing the differences. Plus, yeah, if Kira was actually willing to kill technically childhood friend and close colleagues, honestly, he has many reasons to not. But if he was willing to do so, he probably would have won on a number of occasions.
It's always fun, and then we go for... So, The next question is from Steve Clarke, which is, if capital ships are paused in 1940, but carriers are not, the pause actually happens in 1939, how many are ready by November 1941? Well, this is actually quite easy to work out, because when are they restarted, etc., and all these things. The reality is we move most of those launch dates earlier by 6 months, and their completions will be that much moved much earlier as well, if not earlier than that, because if you're launching Unicorn in, let's say, June 1941, or probably earlier, you are probably talking about her being launched in possibly May 1941. Then, if she's launched in May 1941, considering the pressures on the yards at that point, she's probably in service by the end of November, by the end of the year, if not by 1942. If we go to the Illustrious class, they are all launched and all commissioned by November 1941 anyway. They would have been commissioned out a lot earlier. So, if you consider that Illustrious took 2 years to go from being laid down to being launched. Formidable takes roughly 2 years to go from being laid down and to launched. Victorious takes roughly 2 years and is actually launched in 14th of September 1939. And then Indomitable suddenly, for some reason, can't think why, takes from November 1937 to March 1940 to get launched. So she suddenly goes to 2 years and 5 months. Can't think what happens with Indomitable there. Cannot think what happens there. And then you start going, well, when are they commissioned? And again, you go through the commissioning, and there are some which take a lot less time than others. The thing is, if they're being launched and they're not being delayed in commissioning, then instead of being till May 1940 and taking a full year to go from launch to commissioning, probably takes about 6 months in the case of Illustrious. She was very near to commissioning when she is paused in September 1939, and then they do have a lot of ideas of what things to add into her, which would be added in by refits if they hadn't been added in before she was commissioned. It's sort of similar with Formidable, so you'd probably be looking at all the Illustrious class launched in service in 1940. Implacables are the interesting ones because they historically take from March and November 1939 to December 1942. So they take well over 2 years. Well over 2 years. They'd actually probably be launched, if they're not paused, in March and November 1941, if not earlier. That means probably Implacable has a good chance of being in service by November 1941. And one of the reasons why they're not taking as long to be entered into service is A, they're not going to be getting as many changes as they did later in the war. When you're adding on designs, and including American aircraft and all these things, you're still doing the original aircraft they're designed around that are coming in. But also, and here's the other thing, some of the changes which are added in terms of AA armament and radars, etc., are not going to be not available till 1942, 1943, 1944, which is why they get delayed historically. So you are probably, if there is no pause on carriers, then I would argue you'd have Unicorn, Implacable, the 4 Illustriouses. So you have those 6 vessels in service. You probably you know all before November 1941. Either 6 of those 6 in service or very soon in service, and probably Indefatigable in service very soon after that. The Audaciouses are historically laid down in 1942, so they are beyond the scope of the question. They would have probably been laid down earlier if they hadn't been pausing carrier construction. And it's similar to light fleets again. If you look at them, if you consider what they are, they're basically taking what would have been some of the orders for the Unicorn's successors to making it a bit and turning on a bit more quickly. And again, they're 1942, but yeah, they might have started them earlier. They might not have, because they wouldn't have had the carriers in stock to build up from. But yeah, they'd have had quite a lot of it in service by 1941. By November 1941. And that would have given the Royal Navy... those carriers entering into service earlier means things like Ark Royal, etc. might well get a refit, because there is less of a demand on them. And B, those carriers entering service earlier means that there's almost definitely a carrier available for 4C. Possibly as many as 2 carriers available for 4C. It depends on what kind of effort they're going to make and what the carriers they're sending out. Because probably what they'll do is they'll send out older carriers. Or rather, they'll send out something like Eagle to sit with the R's, and they'll send out an Illustrious class to sit with the ship with the faster ships, or Ark Royal if she's been refitted and is still around. Or maybe, potentially what they do, especially as they're wanting to make a status about it, they might send... It's going to sound strange, but you might send Implacable. Because if you send Implacable... And do bear with me on this. If you send Implacable... or potentially Indefatigable, but whichever one's completed first, is available in service first. If you send one of them, which is just recently commissioned, it can work up in the Far East as and it's a big deterrence because it's a really modern carrier. It's your latest carrier, so it's a big symbol like Prince of Wales. But it's not really a useful unit at that point, as it's not a fully worked up air group. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So basically, I would say you probably have one of the Implacables would be out with 4C. In which case, good luck, because they are armored carriers which carry 80 aircraft. So they are an Illustrious with an Ark Royal strike group. People don't realise quite how dangerous those particular carriers are in World War II. Those two do not get enough conversation about them, because they really are... There are people who talk about the midways, etc., and rightfully so, they talk about the midways. But the Implacables are sitting there going, hello. We were designed in 1938 under Admiral Henderson as his dream carriers, for built once the government finally abandoned the treaties. When they abandoned them officially, we were laid down in 1939. Implacables actually laid down in March 1939. Indefatigable November 1939, after war begins. Look, Stafford, there is one problem with getting Zebedee to turn up to a Sunday video. And I want you to understand this quite sincerely. At Sunday video, during a Sunday time, while Raleigh's in here getting his PTs and showing off to all you, Zebedee is in the lounge with my mother and sister, curled up on the sofa, between the two of them, watching the evening television, getting treats the entire time and patted. As much as Zebedee likes you, in the nicest way, he has 2 servants on a Sunday.
Are you telling me that Zebedee is more of a geriatric than I am?
No. He spends the day having fun, rollicking around, and including usually a few games of chase with Papa in the garden. And then he spends the evening having his belly rubbed and being fed biscuits by 2 people who keep forgetting that the other ones fed him.
Are you sure they actually keep forgetting, or they just conveniently choose to forget?
I'm not going to postulate on this one. I'm just going to carry on to the next question. Timu, would a travelling wave reactor, if made compact, be useful in naval use, both civilian and military uses? Okay.
I don't know what this is. Please help.
This sounds familiar, actually.
It is very familiar, but I'm just looking up something. Is there a good disagree? It's basically okay. It's a fission reactor. That uses.
Does the fission travel in a wave?
Now, yes, believe it or not, it does travel in a wave. But it's a basically it uses what's called nuclear transmutation, and it's a very fun system. And they have been proposed since the 1950s. The idea is a reactor which would breed its own fuel inside the reactor core, and then would use it. It would also then burn its fuel. So it'd be a constant cycle of creation and destruction, the energy of which would be able to be used to power things.
It sounds like a perpetual, an atom punk perpetual motion machine.
It, to an extent, is. As we speak, no TWR has been constructed. Lots of people have been working on it, and the TerraPower and the China National Nuclear Corporation are all working on these things. It was abandoned in 2019 due to tech limitations of the Trump administration, which is probably not completely without sense on that one. But also, how do I put this? TerraPower is Bill Gates' nuclear project. And yeah, they are working on things like natrium sodium cooled fast reactors, molten chloride fast reactors, and traveling wave reactors. And there's a lot of theory behind it. Practice, not sure. As for using it to power a ship, I couldn't think of anything more likely to cause trouble on a warship. A warship is supposed to go into harm's way. Whilst having a nuclear reactor is a sensible power source for certain units on a ship, for some systems, something that literally is breeding its own fuel and burning its own fuel sounds like a good recipe for something on board, which if you get bashed, is going to have problems, because it sounds like something which is going to require pretty perfect conditions to be working at a consistent rate. To my mind, at least at our level of technology at the moment.
And you still have the issues of certain countries. I pick on New Zealand for this because they're the ones I know the best. Do not allow nuclear-fueled ships to enter their harbors, which is a bit of a problem if you're a commercial vessel.
It's for a warship. Although, yeah, for civilian ships, yeah, it's definitely not. Nuclear power for civilian ships is really not a good idea at the moment. We are not in the Thunderbirds universe. Or the Fallout universe. Black Horse.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on the Thunderbirds. Fallout is actually much more mechanically realistic.
But Crab Logger.
No.
Nicest way.
We went over this last week.
But
no.
Look, Runon, what do you have against Fleet's favourite science fiction universe?
Okay, look at the sentence that you just said and ask me where I might start to find problems with it.
Everyone in the chat, please keep sending pictures of Thunderbird machines to Runon until she realises how great Thunderbirds is. You all know you want to.
I will start banning you.
That Fireflash, a hypersonic, nuclear-powered aircraft, was built with only having enough radiation shielding that would only last with 3 hours of use. Therefore, if a flight took longer than 3 hours, the radiation would kill all the passengers. And the radiation shielding had to be replaced every flight.
That's not how radiation shielding works.
Tell that to Jerry Anderson.
Jerry Anderson, that is not how radiation shielding works. Either it stops the radiation or it doesn't.
Well, it could be the shielding's becoming neutron activated.
Hey, look, you
Then
haven't
in
even,
which
you haven't
case
even
you're
said the
using
best,
the wrong
the best,
shielding.
best bit about it. The cockpit's in the tail fin.
Yes, at the top.
Yeah.
I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate you all. Why do I show up on Sundays? Why did I get out of bed this afternoon? I hate you all. I hate you all. I hate you all.
Go and actually have a look at the view the pilots had on it, and just see if you think that's a
No,
practical thing for
no.
landing an aircraft.
Remember, Firefly has accidents like 3 separate times throughout Thunderbirds.
No. Let's move on, please. Please, quickly.
As Tonga's
quickly.
saying, what about the 8-lane atomic-powered highway builder?
I'm going to murder you all. I'm going to find you all in dark alleys, and I'm going to make it look like an accident.
It's an average Tuesday for the UK.
Yeah. A nice way, you're forgetting. I get these threats delivered to me on a regular basis. I'm used to getting this stuff on YouTube. But no, it's a fun thing, and of course, yeah, it has cargo bay doors in its base, which literally
I thought
open
we were
that,
done
and the
with
aircraft,
this.
the things are lifted up to. It's wonderful.
Safe.
It's fun.
I thought I was on a podcast with Brits, not Canadians.
Who do you think the Canadians got it from?
Hearing is how terrified some of you Brits are about the Canadians.
Yeah,
With good reason.
we know what we created. It's kind of like parents and their children.
No, I'm just a disappointment.
No, actually, you're pretty good.
Yeah. Black Horse, how did mine warfare change during World War One and World War Two, and how did it affect cleanup efforts? Didn't really change that much, in that they were still generally being very liberal with its application. Cleanup efforts, both World War One and World War Two find a lot of Germans in a lot of trawlers trying to clear up the various minefields. Yeah, carry on, Fox. Tracking me.
Friendly reminder that the Baltic has enough mines and munitions that when an aircraft crashed in it, the hull was sufficiently infused with radioactive traces that they thought a bomb was on board.
Yeah. Also point out that there are enough mines sitting on the bed still in the Baltic that when you go hunting for things down there, it can what you find can literally bump back. John of the Moon,
So
how
don't
many of those
bother the
threatening
people.
have your address? So far, most of them I'm fairly sure cannot find, wouldn't be able to find, like, I have a similar view to Drac on these matters. It's honestly, it's happened more since, I think since we did that video where he talked about he had them, I've suddenly had a rush of them, and I'm sort of going, it's almost as if some people watched that video and then got ideas.
Unfortunately, they probably did.
Yeah.
Listen, all you have to do is put out a video glazing the Bismarck, and it will all go away.
Glazing?
I can't explain that in this venue. I figured you would have known it, but anyway. How is it that the old one in this voice call has...
How is it turning the Bismarck into a block of glass is going to help? The Bismarck was a glass cannon already. Surely if I point that out, that's just going to make those people worse. Which I love doing, and I'm going to be doing anyway at a certain point. At some point I am planning a video on the Bismarck where I basically spend my time panning their designers. But that's for when I'm really stressed and I need to exercise some demons.
I can't tell if you're being serious or if you're just yanking my chain.
I don't think it matters either way.
love it when every time Runon tries to pretend she's not the straight person in this comedic act.
I have
a
okay.
strain is about as straight as a roundabout.
I have fully admitted that I am Steve Martin and y'all are John Candy in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Okay, I don't have an issue with that. I just want to know. I just wish I had a better inkling of when you are being serious. That would be nice.
Which fleet gets more motivated? The Royal Navy Eastern Fleet getting ice cream makers if they beat the Japanese, and the Americans getting a rum ration. The Royal Navy already had a decent ability to get ice cream off the Americans, so I'd say the Americans getting a rum ration, because the Americans really would have liked some alcohol. Judging by the U.S. Marine Corps' approach to operating off Royal Navy carriers. Every time I meet a US Marine who's operated on a Royal Navy carrier, it's basically, yes, the dream seagoing deployment. Yes. Do you want the Royal Navy to buy more F-35Bs? No, we don't want them to. Why? We might stop getting our trips on the Royal Navy carriers. It's a really nice deployment. Why is it a really nice deployment? They have a pub.
No reason. We just really like interfacing with our long-standing partners on the other side of the Atlantic. There's no real explicit reason other than cross-service community and relationship building.
I still remember the first night of drinking, which apparently, and this is the story I was told by several people there, is that the US Marines on the first night in the bar after meeting the Queen that day, because she'd come aboard to visit them, and they were drinking in the bar quite happily. Were shouting out death to the Queen's enemies very loudly every time they finished a round, and were apparently prepared to swear loyalty to the Queen as long as they got to stay on board the Queen Elizabeth.
You have offered Marines booze. What did you think was going to happen?
Nice.
I saw a meme video once where a human walks into a giant bar, pub, whatever, and drinks a giant's pint of giant ale, and it's like, yeah, this stuff is great. Another one. Like, how are you putting this all away? It's like, I'm gonna tell the rest of the boys we're coming here for the Marine Corps birthday.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can dig it out.
Also, that implies giants have a different scale of imperial measurement of pints, but still use the term pint.
I'm using the term pint in the most people who have gone to a bar will understand what a pint looks like, and then I just want them to scale that up.
Yeah, but to me it's far more amusing the idea that giants have developed their own imperial measurement system separate from other imperial meurement systems.
Well, yes. Why would you develop any other type of measurement system?
If you consider that the imperial foot came about from using their feet to measure things, a giant measuring some of its foot would have a different sized foot to it.
You also have to remember that under the imperial system anyway, an imperial pint is more than a US pint. And an imperial quart is, a quart is supposed to be 2 pints, right? Well, a 1 imperial quart is 2.4 pints in the US. This is one of the reasons why we Brits, when we go over there, often feel ourselves shortchanged when we have their pint glasses, because their pints literally are smaller than our pints.
Well, it's not my fault that we're pint-sized. Don't bully us. We're small.
But you're the opposite of pint size, I'm afraid.
We're smaller than pint-sized.
I'd have said you're far larger.
An imperial pint,
mega-sized.
to put this in point of phrase, an imperial pint is 568 milliliters. A US liquid pint is 473 milliliters.
That's not a small difference.
No. Castanea, could Singapore refit a carrier in 1941? E.g., Courageous are not sunk but needs TLC. theoretically they've got the dry dock you could send it to, and you've got the people out there, so theoretically you could do it. You probably wouldn't. In a nice way, she's damaged in 1940. She's damaged in 1940 in the Atlantic, so you'd probably take her to one of the British yards, but you could theoretically take her out there.
That was the question. Okay. Oh well.
Actually, no, she's done in September 1939. So yeah. I thought it was January 1940 for some reason. My brain had added on a few months to her life. 96841. If the ships announced were, that's the second part of the part 2 of the question, isn't it? From 96841. So that's already been done. Stafford Thompson. Will we see a jump to an 8-inch field artillery, as all nations seem to have 6-inch ones fielded at the present time? Probably not, due to amount of ammunition you can carry and rate of fire. Probably better 6-inch shells.
The gun, for a similar length of gun tube, the gun tube on an 8-inch is going to be significantly heavier than the gun tube on a 6-inch.
Yes.
For an 8-inch, why are you trying to make it tube artillery? That's like prime rocket artillery, an MLRS caliber.
Theoretically, you could, but let's put it this way: I'm more surprised we haven't seen a move back to 6-inch for ship guns yet, and I do say yet. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something bigger for ship guns coming along down the road, because there are some advantages to it. Okay, Black Horse, can I have a clarification on this question? Because you said, what is the difference between different art assessments on what ships needed to be done to them, like the condition HMS Hood was in and HMS Eagle? Because my assessment is that you're looking at... Well, you get anecdotal stories coming back from various crewmen about how bad experience or whatever they had, and then you have the official reports by constructors of what they need to do and how they need to assess it and what's the problem. And you also have the fact that, how do I put this? One of the problems we have with Hood is we know she needed some work done. It's obvious by that point in her career and all those things. Her age, all those factors. It's the same with Eagle. But the constructors' reports are fairly constant about what's going through on them and what they need done, and work you through. And then you have anecdote from crew. And crew, of course, are dealing with damage control. They're dealing with all sorts of issues which are coming through. And also, there's a sailor's appreciation for, a normal sailor who's trained as a sailor, but, that doesn't mean they're an expert in ship structural engineering or all those things. They are an expert in their own area, but they're not necessarily an expert in ship condition. They will only see what they see in front of them. And they'll see their bit of the ship as well, because they probably don't wander the whole ship. And they'll go, well, this bit was really bad, and that's the bit I spent my time in. And go, well, yeah, there is a bit which is bad, but it is bad. It wasn't as bad as the whole cruise ship. And there's the thing is that what I often find funny is when we look at the reports of what the constructors are saying about what's bad about the ship and what the sailors are saying. Often the sailors are really obsessed with bits which the constructors are going, yeah, that's surface stuff, that's easily seen and easily fixed. Honestly, that's a couple of weeks in a dry dock or a shipyard. That's really not a big problem. However, this bit and this bit and this bit, which you can't see easily unless you do a proper survey of the ship, and those are things we need to fix right now. And that's the interesting thing to me. So it's basically, hello? And, oh, there's that. So when we're looking at Eagle, when we're looking at Hood, Eagle was actually not in that bad a condition. It's amazing. Eagle was actually in pretty good condition. Hood was hard worked. Remember, she was scheduled to go in the peacetime conditions. Renown was supposed to come out, and Hood was supposed to go in. Renown comes out in 1940. Hood was supposed to go in for her major refit in 1940. Hood gets sunk in 1941. That's the year after she was supposed to go into a major, every sort of 6 to 8 years, refit. So, the really big refit, where she'd be out of service for 18 months to 2 years. Is she supposed to go into that in 1940? So, yeah, she is not going to be in a great condition. But that doesn't mean she's a bad ship or she's in necessarily a bad state. It means that she really needed her big refit, but the Royal Navy, the King George V's aren't in service in numbers yet and all those things. If the King George V's had been coming into service at the rate they were supposed to, she probably goes into refit in late 1940. Why? Because you don't need her as much. Because yes, the King George V's are 28-knot ships. Yes, the Germans, some of the German capital ships are faster. Yes, some of the Italian capital ships are faster. But the Royal Navy is not relying on its capital ships being fast enough to catch the enemy capital ships for them to kill them. That's what they have carriers for. That's what they have torpedo bombers for. Their plan is, as they executed at Matapan, and as they executed in several other battles, torpedo you, slow you down, then kill you. Look what happens to Bismarck. She's torpedoed. She's slowed down. Then they close in and kill her. They have this as an ongoing plan. So, what the Royal Navy is worried about is losing the fast ships which allow them speed of reaction, and realistically, they need a 28-knot ship for that, but only something faster than that can do it until they've got a 28-knot ship available. So the thing is, the decision which really causes Hood to be in a position she is in, and Ark Royal to be in a position she's in, Eagles to be in a position she's in, is this pause of carrying capital ship construction. If they'd been carried on, they'd have been in service, and those ships would probably been taken out for refit. Because again, it's not as if the Royal Navy is hurting for numbers. They're sending Rodney off to be refit when Bismarck's comes out. They're sending... Rodney is one of their 16-inch gun battleships, right? One of the most powerful... One of the two most powerful battleships the Royal Navy has in its navy. And they're happily sending it off to a major refit in the other side of the Atlantic. In 1941. Why? Because it needs a refit.
Apologies for the interruption, but for people interested, because I love this community so much, and they have never done anything that would cause me mental distress, ever... the meme that I was trying to find is in the relevant channel in Discord. Took me forever to find it, which is why I felt the need to announce it.
Old.
I had to go through 7 layers of filters to find that thing.
And just be young like me and learn the name of every file and meme you download.
Don't worry,
I didn't download it. I had to go through my YouTube history. And what I've learned from my YouTube history is that I watch far too many shorts.
Okay. LEV. If the panel could have one World of Warships paper ship, so never actually built historically, made today in real life, and have it as a museum ship, which ship would it be?
Oxo.
What?
You can have one World of Warships paper ship, never actually built, historically made today in real life, or have it as a museum ship. What ship would it be?
It'd be obvious. A dragon.
So I suggested you go first.
Thunderer.
It was one of 3 options, and I'm glad I was
I'll
right.
be back in a second.
Oh?
The other options were either Hawk/Rook, Thunderer, or Minotaur, because I know you enjoy memeing with that.
Well, what would Minotaur want Edgar?
Well, yes, I should say Edgar in that regard, but yes.
Because a machine gun. She could shoot down so many Soviet bombers.
I will take one of your finest long tanners, please.
Is there a long tanner in game? No, no long tanners.
No long tanner, I'm afraid.
I would take your... Seriously, you're telling me of all the BS that
I think
Wargaming has put out, they have not put out
we
a
might.
Montana?
We might. We've got Montana which goes 30 knots.
Montana's a 30 knots, she's the short tanner.
Well, she's not, because initial Montana's 30, but so actually, technically I think she might be long tanner and a half, or half a long tanner. She's not the
she's
full
big.
long tanner, but yeah. So I guess, yeah, World of Warships Montana, I guess, fits your thing close enough.
I still think that Bruno would prefer Kearsarge to Montana.
An aviation
Kearsarge is-
battleship.
But Kearsarge is a. Why are you people so cruel to me? I try to be nice to you, and yet all I get is cruelness.
To be fair, you say that, but I actually do quite like Kearsarge. Like, in-game, and honestly, as a design, if she was made as a museum today, it would be very much this is why you don't build these.
Chat, they're bullying me, chat.
I literally am saying that I like Kearsarge, so how's that bullying you?
I don't know. I'm going to figure that out later after I whip up an
Well,
internet.
the thing
hate
is,
mob
if it
against
was
you.
a museum ship, there would definitely be a Lego model or something, or a Kobe model of it, which undoubtedly Runon would have bought and built. So there, that's the cruelty.
I would have bought one of those
I
myself.
actually don't have that many Lego models that are intact.
That's
That's
terrible.
probably more me.
Right then, I would go for Malta class because I'd like a British aircraft carrier to be around. That's it. In as a museum
Plot
ship.
twist: you get it as a museum ship, and then the museum ship closes due to budget cuts, and the ship is sent off for scrapping.
That's never happened to a museum which is on the National Museum Registry in the UK.
It's never happened so far.
I thought it's in danger of having to HMS Churchill, the sloop on the Thames.
No, but
Good
she's
choice,
not. She's not National Museum.
Is she not? I thought she was.
National museums are the ships at Greenwich and the ships in Portsmouth and a few others around the country. She's not at the moment yet. She might be taken over by the National Museum of the Royal Navy, but she isn't yet.
Last time I was there, they were trying to get her moved into the same organisation that Belfast is a part of.
That's the Imperial War Museum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Imperial War Museum, and that's a different kettle of fish. It would be interesting if she was moved in there. Right then. Don't worry, there's a special treat coming up for Runon in the questions. Prince of Tonga, was Sea Dart on the Invincible through deck cruisers actually useful or just a waste of space? It was actually useful. I'd have preferred if they'd been slightly larger and they'd had Seawolf as well as Sea Dart, then it would have been a very, very useful asset to have. Because it would have made that they would have been the cornerstone of air defense capability.
Congratulations, Doc.
yeah.
You sufficiently traumatized me that when you say we have a special treat for Runon, I am not filled with excitement. I am filled with concern.
It's a special it's a picture for you that's going to fill you with joy. Black Horse. What's the difference between a full refit during wartime and peace, as well as just fixing what needs to get done to backseat like was done to Yorktown? Full refits will probably include things like boilers, turbines, anything that can be quickly rebuilt inside and is designed to be quickly rebuilt inside hull, and refits of plating, maybe armor and new guns fitted. Full peacetime refit is basically going to strip down and rebuild of all parts that you can. And a fixing what bits is basically, as the says, it's just fixing what needs to be fixed immediately to get it to sea. So any leaks, any engine issues that you can fix, you fix. You don't add anything on, you're just fixing what's available.
Literally, put a plate over the gaping hole, make sure the boilers breach pressure, and go from there.
Yep. Stafford Thompson, could the USN revitalise the Zumwalt Hulk design, but upscale it as 25,000-ton cruiser with nuclear power and standard 6-inch guns as a premium carrier Scott standing in, or is the design dead and gone? Well, they can theoretically do that, but they have to rebuild all the yards and everything for it. In the nicest way, you could build a better design now, but you might make the same decision on the hull. But you know,
Please tell me the USN has not paid Bath to retool.
yes, they did.
Oh God, why? Why?
So they had to retool back to Arleigh Burke. They paid them to retool to Zumwalt, and then they paid them to retool back to Arleigh Burke.
Oh, hey, Legends has a long Tana, according to Stafford.
Okay.
But who plays Legends?
Stafford.
A concerning
And actually, a
number of
surprising
people.
number of people.
There
It's
you
also
go.
coming to PC soon.
Runon, have you seen the picture for you that's in the Q&A?
Oh God, why? I don't know what it is anymore.
That's
I hate you all.
that's like,
I hate you all.
Imagine trying to land that aircraft.
Ooh.
You thought landing a Corsair was difficult. Think about trying to land that.
I hate you all. I'm dead on the inside because of you. See, remember, in my server, I can ban you without any repercussions. So you are playing a dangerous game.
Black Horse, did the German Air Force during World War II do major damage to Royal Navy ships in the docks or shipyards like the British Air Force did to German shipyards? They certainly tried and often did go in for them. But it was a little bit more issue because the Royal Navy tried to keep their ships to the dockyards, which were at the maximum range for the Germans to reach. And they put up a fairly good fighter defence for them as well. But also, the Royal Navy ships tended to add to the fire plan. So, kind of like the Polish and the Dutch did when they were in harbours being refitted and repaired, would go, oh, there are German bombers coming in. Oh, what have we got? Dual-purpose AA guns. Engage. So did other warships.
Unga, I will never be one of you. You are all heretics and heathens, and shall be purged by his holy name.
Look at this beautiful... doesn't this design make complete sense to you, my friend Runon? Doesn't it?
I hate you all. I hate you all with the passion of 1,000 suns.
Ah...
I hate you all more than a wereaboo being told that Bismarck is not, in fact, the greatest battleship design ever to sail the seven seas. Or a weeaboo being told that the Yamato could not single-handedly take on every single American battleship at the same time with one turret down.
I thought that was Nipperboos. I thought the Japanese ones were called Nipperboos.
no, it
They're
is.
weeaboos.
Yeah, technically.
Oh.
Or
I thought
shortened to
I thought
weebs.
Weeaboos were just the German ones.
No,
No, that's
wereaboos. are
wereaboo.
the German ones.
Wereaboos, as in Wehrmacht.
Ah, yes.
Weeaboos are Japanese.
Okay.
Because it comes from the
Weeb
rather
culture?
unhealthy obsession with Japan with weeb culture that leads to Japan did nothing wrong. Fortunately.
Correct. Japan had to do nothing, and they did it wrong. Therefore, Japan did nothing wrong. Steve, I may not be able to touch Dr. Clarke. I can touch you.
Steve is just adding in pictures now. Okay. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What effect did the Francesco Caracola would the Francesco Caracola have had if it had been constructed before the end of war on the Washington Naval Treaty? If all four are built, what would the effect be? If Italy has now got 10 battleships, 10 dreadnoughts in service, actually more than that, because they'd have the Dante Alighieri, and if they haven't lost one of those, they could have as many as 11 dreadnought battleships in service. That Italians might be trying to claim they should have parity with the Japanese, and that's going to cause all sorts of fun. If they invest that much in Navy, then they're going to be going for status, and it's probably going to lead to... Look, I could see it leading to a scenario where you have the increased number of ships, because it could be, okay, Japan, Italy and France get 2, Japan gets 3, we get Britain and America get 5, but Italy's not going to go below 8 now, so they want to keep their 8 most modern ships, fine. France is going to have to keep to 8, because they don't want to go less than Italy. Japan therefore wants 12, and we in America and Britain have to have 20. Alternatively, it could be as many as the tonnage allowance they get allows France and Italy to get 9 ships. Japan to get 14 ships, and Britain and America to get 20 each. So it's 3.5, 2.25, 3.5, and 5 as the ratios.
The more I learn about the treaties, yes, primarily from the single source known as Dr. Clarke, the more I realize that it's almost a 1 in a million chance that they happen.
Yeah. There's literally so much that could have gone wrong with them, actually. Like, they're just such a finite luck that things happen.
Like, Stalin decides to show up,
Oh, that would have been an absolute nightmare.
isn't even invited, just shows up.
It wouldn't have been Stalin, it would be Lenin. That would have been the problem. Lenin would be even worse turning up. Because Lenin doesn't die until 1924, and if Lenin turned up, how do you what do you do about him? You know,
I don't like that tone of voice.
You shouldn't. And then again, though, I think by the looks of it, Steve might have already posted it. The 3-part interplanetary craft.
Oh yeah,
That's it. I'm getting me mallet.
what was that one called again?
No, it should be in the picture, I believe, but it's been a while.
Thunderbirds are Go Free. I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the really weird.
Go.
That wasn't that the really weird thing that had to have multiple things connected together that Fleet's really massively obsessed with. Did Renault just delete it?
This is plausible.
The 0X, thank you.
0. Which, who would have guessed, has issues.
Yeah.
No. All of you.
Now,
I hate all of you.
I appreciate, Runon, that you're finally getting with the times and joining the right chapter of Dark Angels.
No, the Dark Angels are not the right chapter. Everybody yells at my boys for being dark, brooding, and emo. Have they met Dark Angel?
Sorry, but the GIF you just posted?
That is because that is from
Dark Angels.
That is from the Russian Badger playing Deathwing. Guess who's the primary chapter in Deathwing? Is it the Dark Angels? Yes, it's the Dark Angels.
We are stopping this particular battle because, in this way, I don't want Foxo to end up calling you both old farts. I think that'd be cruel to both your morals.
I'm
she'll just fall asleep.
Like watching paint dry.
Yeah,
that's how interesting the Dark Angels are.
Black Horse.
Yes,
are there any sunk ships that if it could be raised in original condition and made in museum ships, which would it be? Any ships that we would like to see if they could be raised in original condition and made in museum ships, which would it be?
Lexington or Saratoga, whichever one was expended as a nuke target.
Jesus.
Saratoga, wasn't it? Which one did you say, sir? Foxo?
Jesus Lubeck. Yeah.
Jesus.
Right.
Shouldn't it be Jesus?
No, because it was made by, let's call them Proto-Germans.
It's made by Lubeck, literally North Germans.
Yes, but they're not really modern. They're not modern Germans, so that's why I call them Proto-Germans.
It sounds like they're not. It's not made from the Champagne region of France.
No, it's Germany. It's basically made by people of the German people who, before Prussia becomes Prussia, takes over most of Germany and enforces Prussian-style standardization on the rest of Germany.
The North Germans at the time had a lot more in common with Danes than modern Germans.
Yes.
Ah, so swamp Germans.
No, that's the Dutch.
Yes. I was agreeing with Fox on that. That's the Dutch. The swamp Germans are the Dutch.
Alpine Germans?
You're going into Swiss direction now. And technically, Germans aren't called Germans in Switzerland.
In regards to the question, I wouldn't mind seeing one of the Royal Navy carriers that was sunk.
Yeah.
Honestly, something like Ironically, of all of them, something like Eagle I actually would love to see.
Oh, Eagle would be cool. There's part of me which is tempted to get Courageous or
Yeah.
Glorious up.
Those are the first that come to mind, but
Ark Royal might be cool just to be able to show her off. There's also some Tribal Class Destroyers I would like to pick up off the bottom of the ocean. HMS Gurkha.
I think we
charging them.
chat. I think we know. I think we know how to determine whether or not Dr. Clarke has been replaced by a ganger in any environment. If list of ships he would not like to see raised from the seabed does not include at least one World War II tribal, that's not Dr. Clarke. That's a ganger.
Okay.
Hmm,
Which is
probably.
technically a war grave. It's probably not safe to raise. But when I raise Kursk,
no, that would be semi-interesting.
Technically, these are all war graves.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Frank
Yeah.
Spossato, wait for questions to reopen.
I
if they
understand
do
it.
reopen tonight.
difference between old war graves and easily within living memory war graves.
Black Horse.
You probably
Were there minor cleanups after World War One, and were they stopped when people realised another war was coming? No, they'd finished by that point. They spent most of the 1920s clearing them up, and they managed to clear most of the mines away, and they left some of them there, but it was at a point not functionally worthwhile carrying on. And that actually provides significant employment for the Germans in that time. There's a significant proportion of their maritime population are involved in the clearing up process. Prince of Tonga, is there a historical ship type which the equivalent capability of modern river class OPV? Black Swans, possibly? And OPV reads sloop. Okay, go just look at the older sloops, and that's pretty much what they were doing. Yes, the older sloops tend to have more of a flexible weapon systems, but they also tend to have a slightly larger crew, and they tend to be cramming slightly more into it. But basically, OPVs are sloops. And theoretically, you could up-arm an OPV as well, similar to a sloop. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What supernatural species would increase the rate of fire on World War II warships? I'm imagining a vampire or werewolf lifting 16-inch shells similar to a human lifting an 8-inch. Witches. Let's be honest. Nothing's elves, witches, anything that's capable of doing magic. Far more sensible than werewolves. You know, that's the way. Why lift it yourself if you can have the magic lifting it? Enchanted systems which never miss.
You're not thinking big enough. Teleportation is a big thing with fairies. Just teleport the bomb onto the enemy ship.
Oh yeah, I like that. Fairies, yeah, fairies. We'll go with fairies.
Well, imagine if a Fae walks up to Hitler and asks, "Hey, can I get your name?"
To quote,
Like,
never trust a Fae.
and concerningly, a lot of, at least some of the, this is how you identify Fae, also can be used to identify some of the more lower quality AI images nowadays. Which is really concerning that we've come full circle. I just want to put that out there.
So what you're telling me is that AI is harnessing the power of the Fae.
Yes.
I wish I could say that you were wrong.
Right, get the iron what's called dust.
You all think AI is actually computers. It's actually Fae magic. It's all Fae magic.
When you read up about Fae, you read about the details of illusion magic according to a lot of folklore. It's basically AI image generation.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Frank Sparrow. No. Questions will probably reopen in a bit. Because I think we've got that many left to do, and we'll probably still carry on doing a bit more.
I show.
We normally do about another hour, so we normally do it to about 6 hours. So we've got 15 in the queue, so probably we'll reopen questions in a bit. Stafford Thompson, when was the last time the ESN was deployed to Venezuela, and was it for similar reasons as the current deployment? nicest way, the USN has been deployed to Venezuela many times throughout its history, and has been doing many things down there for its history. So Venezuela has a habit of going bankrupt and then finding itself in the trouble where it's actually fighting people it shouldn't be fighting. This has been part of Venezuelan history for a while. There was almost a war between America and Germany over whether or not Venezuela had to pay those things back. And Britain got in the middle of it and was going, we'd rather you two didn't fight a war over this. It could be problematic for us. We're not sure which one of you we'd actually side with. Could be quite fun. We'd probably just sit neutral and supply enough fuel for the Germans to get across the Atlantic, and then not enough for them to get back. That was the British. That was sort of possibly the British policy. So yeah, in the nicest way. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Venezuela. If I was Venezuela, I would not be tweaking the tail as much as they are. But what can I say? I'd also
stupid prizes.
I'd also say there are people suggesting that strikes on drug boats are war crimes. For war crimes to be war crimes, you have to be in a war. Sorry. It doesn't mean it's not illegal, it just means it's not a war crime. It's an illegal action. It could be a legal action, but technically, in the nicest way, if you consider, we often phrase it as the war on drugs, and this is me speaking in the technical phrases of international relations at sea and naval and maritime law. So, there's something out for checking the specific distances and times, depending on where the boat was hit. If it's in waters engaged in illegal actions and therefore technically would be classified as a pirate or a smuggler, you are allowed to take legitimate action to stop it. And you can frame legitimate action as to how you want, because it's international maritime law that applies, not domestic law. And international maritime law is not codified. I know people like to talk about UNCLOS and the laws of the sea and all those things. Well, guess what? They account for less than 10% of maritime and naval law. Less than 10%. The other 90% is of existing maritime law is all historical tradition based on precedent, which can be interpreted. And the phrase is usually the phrase is 90% of maritime law is yet to be written, because the maritime sphere is such an undiscovered space, and because it's so complicated. So, when I say 10% of existing maritime law is a codified law structure which not every nation has signed up to, including America, hasn't signed up to it, and this is the problem you're dealing with. And whilst you will, again, have national statutes of how forces should possibly act at sea, etc., in international waters, which might guide them, there is always the debate of, well, if we consider ourselves in currently a war on drugs, which has been a constant phraseology for quite a long time now, are we allowed to act as if we are we allowed, if it's a war on drugs, are we operating under wartime rules of engagement? If we're operating under wartime rules of engagement, then it's probably legal. Under all of that. And please note, this is a historian saying this, who teaches maritime law, who teaches these things, and I'm going, you can argue either way. And you don't know which way the judge is going. But what you're arguing on more than anything is precedent and history rather than codified law.
I would also like to point out that nobody really, in most circumstances, nobody really bats an eye when a cop takes their Explorer and pit maneuvers a fleeing vehicle. And frankly, a pit maneuver, if it's not lethal force at 60 plus miles an hour, it's awfully dang close. And people rarely bat an eye at that.
And also in America, you have your police routinely carry guns and use them as part of their operation. Although it's literally 7% of all the US police forces have used their guns in actual service, and 7% of those 7% have actually killed anyone. I think it's that's the stat which
I was going for the pit maneuver simply because it is an interdiction of a fleeing vehicle.
Yeah.
That's why I went for the pit maneuver instead of guns. And there are people in the community who can correct me on that as and when needed.
Prince Long, 11 for a drug boat. It depends on what the boat's doing. And 11 could be a big crew for it, but it might not be, depending on what role it is in the process. And again, I haven't... This is come up in the last couple of days. I haven't really studied it too much into specific details, but it also wouldn't be the first time I'd heard of boats possibly having run-ins with large metal objects that go boom in that circumstance. Although they haven't been confirmed in papers like this one has been. Right, Black Horse. There was also occasionally... in this way, this is what the other trouble for drug smuggling aircraft. They have a habit, or sometimes they run into pieces of airspace they really shouldn't do. I've heard all sorts of interesting stories over the years. I think some of those questions need to be put towards people like Habitual Line Crosser. Because some of the stories I've heard are interesting about them running into spaces which they weren't supposed to be in because they weren't going, and they didn't fly proper flight reports, so they didn't get the updates of course, they didn't get the updates about what airspace they shouldn't go in, and they found themselves in an area where they really weren't supposed to be.
The Patriots were just a little hungry that day, okay?
I never said it was Patriots, but yeah. Black Horse, what were the most destroyed ports in World War II, and were they the ones that were not fixed until after the war because of damage? Basically, look at the German and the Japanese ports, and they were pummeled. They were pummeled.
Oh, I think you can't get too much worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
You can. Hot Hamburg.
Yeah, Hamburg. In a nice way, what the British did to Hamburg was not so much... was not so much bombing as geological re-engineering with high explosive.
The issue is with Hamburg is that all that rubble went into the waterway.
Yeah.
I'm sure the bombing was not tailored in any such a way to magnify that effect.
Actually, it wasn't. That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't take into account that the dockside would collapse.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if suddenly in 1942 all American alcohol for military suddenly teleported to Japan? How eager would the Marines be to get it back? The US didn't have alcohol for the military in 1942. Their services were dry. But if all the alcohol all the alcohol that they personally have and have personally stocked gets teleported to Japan, Japan gets invaded within a month.
Yes. I feel like being the actually individual here. They did technically have alcohol for medicinal uses.
Yeah, it's for medicine, not for drinking. Just some of the people get it assigned to them so beautifully. It's civilian-owned bars is where most of their alcohol, and their personal stores.
But yes, if you manage to make it so that every drop of alcohol that was distilled from torpedo juice, or takes the heat off of the tertiary boiler condensate feed,
or comes from the bars which exist right next to the military bases, so the military bases don't have alcohol, but they have the bar next outside, which is pretty much there to service them.
Yeah, and then goes and it teleports to distilleries in Japan, and the Marines, let alone the Navy or the Army, know about this. The Marines their keisters will not be riding in Navy equipment. They will just be force marching across the Pacific.
Potentially.
Things like humans not being amphibious creatures, being disregarded in the favor of not only did the Japanese touch our boats, they took our booze.
Yeah, touch their boats is one thing. Taking their booze is a completely different one. LEV, yes, they are. The US Navy and the USMC are still dry to this day when they're at sea. This is why they like to serve on Royal Navy ships.
Oh, we got another Azure Lane question for you guys.
Yeah. In the world of Azure Lane, is it accurate that the Siren Wars were so devastating that groups who hate each other have to work together or they're dead? And how reasonable is that viewpoint? I would say...
Timeline.
I would say purely as a international relations expert, if you consider in World War II, this person called Winston Churchill made friends with this person called Joseph Stalin because they were fighting Hitler and they both hated him more than they hated each other for that precise time. This is not without precedence.
Answer, yes. As we see that China, Russia, America, Japan, basically all the nations of the world band together to try and take on the Sirens.
And some timelines where they don't, and some timelines they die.
Well, no, there's a lot of timelines where they die.
Yeah, but yes. But there's timelines where the Sirens don't exist and the characters still exist and they kill each other like World War II style. That sort of thing. So
Right, all very interesting.
it's actually like the original plot of the game was rewriting World War II.
No, it wasn't. No, different thing.
Anyway.
From the beginning, it was a recreation by the Sirens.
Yeah. Wasn't that a retcon though?
Nope.
No, I swear that was a retcon.
Nope, because it's literally like the first event is that. Because it's the one where it's one of the ones where we also get Tirpitz. Also is one of the earliest, and we see it.
Okay.
Okay. Black Horse. When will the video dates for October come out? The videos will be uploaded, and when they're uploaded, then you'll know when they're coming out. But you're not going to have to wait long for the non-scuttling the German High Seas Fleet. That's really not far away. That's on my list to record this week. Of the 12 videos I need to record this week. Steve Clarke. Someone designs an 1800 horsepower sleeve valve engine in 1936. Does the Swordfish and Albacore get fitted with it, and what would its performance load figures for those aircraft correspond to? That's going to be such a different design engine to what they did historically have. You're going to be a completely different aircraft. It's probably going to be Albacore it'll be fitted with, because the Swordfish design is already prepared in 1936. So it'll be the Albacore which comes after it, or aka the Mark V Swordfish. And it probably can be designed as a monoplane and probably gets into service in 1939. So it might change history. But it's going to be a very different aircraft. Yeah?
Based on what I've been told about the the Royal Navy procurement chain for the Fleet Air Arm, or the Fleet Air Arms procurement chain in this time frame, you would have to have a what's the phrasing on it? It's a sleeve valve engine?
Yeah.
You would have to have one that has such logarithmically better reliability and serviceability numbers over its contemporaries before the Royal Navy puts it in its aircraft, because in the grand scheme of engines which are serviceable, sleeve valves are among the least reliable.
If it's a
There's a
Bristol,
reason we don't use those.
For this period, you have to remember the Pegasus was a sleeve valve engine. So was the Taurus on the Albacore, though. And the thing is, some of them are very reliable. So let's say this is an improved Pegasus. Let's say it's a double Pegasus. That would fit roughly 1,800 horsepower. Double Pegasus could possibly be tuned to that level. It could. Let me put it this way: you're probably looking at something kind of like the Albacore, but also the other thing that I'd be thinking about, if it comes into service in 1936, testing etc. would be available from 1939. The Albacore comes into service in 1940, so its first flight's 1938, so that fits more with the timeline for this engine. If it's available in 1936, than the Swordfish. So basically it replaces the Taurus, and hopefully it's reliable. But also it would probably be, in a nice way, fast track for a Royal Navy fighter as well. And if it's an 1,800 horsepower engine, that's going to make a fairly decent fighter.
Aren't these rotary engines, though?
Sleeve valve engines?
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily. I think
no.
they're fixed cylinder.
Yeah.
Okay, they are fixed cylinder in the sense of the cylinder's relationship to the fuselage of the aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They are not fixed cylinder as in the cylinder's relationship to the crankshaft or to the spark plug or carburetor or what have you.
They are interesting systems.
Yeah, that's a way to put it.
Yeah, but they are. You have to remember the Pegasus is probably one of the most reliable engines in World War II. If not, thinking about its hours of operation and its service and maintenance, possibly arguably the most reliable engine in World War II, because the least has to be done to it to keep it going. In terms of hours of maintenance versus hours of flight, an aircraft which had problems due to engines. But the Pegasus...
Then it sounds like I need to re-educate myself on sleeve valves, because every time I've heard of an engine that has really bad reliability issues, it's a sleeve valve. It's always a sleeve valve. Or at least the worst teething issues to get into serialized production.
Most of the sleeve valves we're talking about are radial sleeve valve engines. In terms of because I was talking about the Bristol ones. But yeah, they are interesting systems. But yeah, the Pegasus is the Pegasus is disturbingly reliable. It really is disturbingly reliable when you consider the aircraft and its usage and what they do. They build 32,000 of these engines roughly. And the aircraft, when we start talking about them, we're talking about things like the Vickers Wellington, the Fairey Swordfish, the Short Sunderland, the Handley Page Hampton, and you look up their reliability stats, the Sunderland, the Swordfish, the Vickers Wellington even, and you're sort of going, well, these are very, very reliable aircraft.
I wonder if it's possible to make the UK.
But the thing is, in my experience with sleeve valve systems and the various radial sleeve valves, is they are either incredibly reliable or they are not. Okay? That's the thing.
So either they get it right, or they roll an 18 or better, or they roll a 3 or less, is what I'm hearing.
Yes. So that's what you're probably picking up on. Bristol more often than not got it right. The Bristol, but again, the Taurus has issues when it first comes into service, but then gets very quickly modified into something which is pretty darn good. Same with the Centaurus, etc. The Pegasus, Well, the other thing you have to remember about the Bristol Pegasus is it first enters service in 1932. So by the time you get to World War II, you've already built a couple of thousand of the things, and B, you have ironed out all the kinks.
Inky.
Hey, Runo, you thought you didn't, I thought I avoided using it. No, I was saving it for when I needed it, for a question which demanded it. Staff Thompson, what would the RN and RCN have done to maintain numbers close to what they had during war at the present day, and what would they look like shipwise today as they've done so? They'd have 2 bankrupt nations. Yeah, you just have to keep churning out ships and keep the crewing up. And you're talking about the Royal Navy. We're talking 500,000 people, men and service personnel. It's just, it's not sustainable in peacetime for that long. It's just not. Post 99.
It's not sustainable without the Empire.
To be fair, that when I'm giving that figure, that's the Royal Navy alone. That's not the Royal Navies. That's the Royal Navy alone. That number. It is sustainable. One of the things you often have forgotten is how I put this. The Empire. What I try to explain to people is it's the trade which gives the profit of the Empire, not the ownership of the colonies. It's the trading export. So actually, technically, it's the merchant trading which pays for the Navy, not the Empire. This is one of the things where people look at Empire and go, oh, that must be resource extraction. And to an extent, there is resource extraction going on, but actually it's more market capture that the Empire is about. And this is what I have to sometimes explain. This is the difference also between the British Empire and some of the other empires. The British Empire is based on market capture, not necessarily resource extraction. There is resource extraction going on. Please note, I'm not saying there isn't. Before someone goes, there was resource. There is. I know. But the British Empire is almost more concerned with market capture than resource extraction. And as long as they can keep up that equivalent amount of market share, they could sustain a large navy. And that's the trouble for the British, realistically. The loss of the merchant fleet, the loss of the market share, and all these things is what has done the British economy in since World War II. Does that make sense, or should I explain it more?
I'm largely good on that one.
Because sometimes I try and give these things in a couple of minutes, and I grossly skip past bits. And I rely on my lovely panel to tell me when I've grossly skipped past bits and haven't explained myself.
I did not get the economics neurodivergent special interest shit.
Okay.
So I'm good on that one.
Foxo? Did I make sense? I'm doing okay. Good.
Yep.
And so basically, that's the difference between the British Empire and the French Empire and a couple of other empires. The British Empire is far more centered on market capture and entrepôts and capturing them, i.e., critical port facilities for trade, etc., than it is on the other things. And partially it can afford to be because it does capture those positions, so it gets that market capture, so it can make its money that way. And that's also one of the reasons why the British Empire has a slightly different tone than the other empires. A very slightly different tone, please note. And yeah, it's like, in a nice way, in the age of empire, what people often don't realise is a lot of the locals are sometimes weighing up their options, going, we're going to be taken over by someone. One of these imperial powers is going to take us over. Our best bet is to pick which one. And a lot of the British Empire's expansion happens because they go, of the options, the British is the least worst. That's not a glowing endorsement. That means we've got a choice of this one or this one. This one's slightly less painful and unlikely to kill us all. It's not Belgium.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was going to misattribute, but yeah, I was about to say, it's when some of the other colonial empires exist. I'm saying is taxes on tea. All I'm saying is taxes on tea don't look that bad.
Yeah, let's put it this way, in a nicest way. the Belgian Congo was bad enough that the other empires in the age of imperialism, when they were all imperial and all sorts of theories, racism, eugenics, all sorts of things are going around and are providing arguments for empire, they felt it was making them look bad. Okay? It was bad enough they felt it was making them look bad. Not even that it was just annoying the people who felt guilty about it and didn't like it and thought it was bad and immoral. The people who did like Empire still felt it was making them look bad. At the time. That's how bad it was. Okay? Even the people who liked Empire, thought it was all right and proper, felt that Congo was making them look bad. It's just... Yeah, it's post 99. Is there
even to this day, doesn't the Belgian elected government and the Belgian crown try and point fingers over who's actually to blame for it?
Yes. Still to this day, they disagree over who was to blame for it getting so bad.
Carry on, sorry.
Don't worry. Post 99. Is there a case for a modern ship to not have a helicopter facilities on board? Not really.
Tonnage.
You need some sort of facility. It might be a landing pad only. It might not be a might not be a flight. It might not be just a flight deck. And some sustainment facilities. Not a hangar. That's perfectly viable. But realistically, today, with the way we move supplies about, maybe we move people about, how we're going to. Realistically, you need some sort of helicopter facility on board. Doesn't mean it needs to be a hangar. It can just be a flight deck and some refueling capabilities, but it needs to be something. And yes, small ships like the Skulls, no, they don't need to. They don't need that sort of facility, but they should probably have drone facilities. 9681. Other than ships like Warspite, Prince Eugen, and Yukikaze, that were exceptionally lucky. Were there any lesser known lucky ships in 2 World Wars? I'm going to put 2 in: Nubian and Eskimo. I don't think I need to explain why. I've talked about enough on this channel. Anyone else? Oh, Anna Santa.
Eskimo liked it.
Eskimo felt bows were an optional extra.
Battlecruiser in World War One called. I'm trying to remember her name. The German one.
Der Flinger?
No.
The one that basically managed to get back to port by reversing.
Oh, the early one.
Seydlitz?
Yes.
Yes, Sadness.
Yeah.
One that founded in port.
Yes.
Yeah, but she kept being luckier than she should have been.
Mm-hmm.
So for World War One, because it does mention both World Wars, I would have said Seydlitz. Beyond that, none necessarily jump to mind.
Okay. Next question then, I suppose. Unless Foxo, do you have some to put it forward?
Yes. I know she was only watching it for a while, but the classic RMS Olympic.
Oh, of course.
That might be cheating, but yeah.
Rams too many things given what happens to her sister and doesn't sink.
Yes.
Because she's considered to be the luck vampire.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a ha-ha funny joke until you see what she rammed and how many times
Her
she rammed
sister's sunk by Berg and mine, but she would serve for decades more.
Mm-hmm.
Jokes aside, how did that ship not serve the fate of Titanic with some of the things she hit?
Okay,
She's a
we
luck
have
vampire.
Captain Bunny will be opening questions in a bit, because I think we have a space for a few more questions, and I think we've almost finished through the questions we got. And then it'll be a way to put in questions. Black Horse. How often did submarines in World War II actually use their deck guns? More often than people like to remember. But quite one of the favourite tactics of the Type 7 U-boats was to go through the middle of a convoy shooting things with their cannon, or shooting things with their gun. It was only when it was realised the British did a lot of wargaming, worked out, some British Wrens actually worked out exactly what the Germans were doing, and so from that point onwards, the British stuck a Flagg-class corvette or something in the middle of the convoy, and so when the German U-boat decided to go through the middle of the convoy, it came face to face with a Flagg-class, which went, "Oh, you have a deck gun, I have a deck gun, let's play. You're designed to sink, I'm designed to float." It was usually not a polite or nice experience for the U-boat involved. That caused the loss of the sheer number of U-boats which got sunk, which were driven by so-called aces, who had been using that manoeuvre to rack up tonnage by going into the middle of convoys, when the British thought no one would be stupid enough to surface your submarine in the middle of a convoy. But they had been. So, yeah.
The Germans figuring out, why didn't the British just use the Q ships or armoured merchantmen?
They did. The merchant ships did have guns on them, and they were trying to engage with them that way. With that, but the trouble is, it came at night engagements, and often the U-boat in the middle of a convoy is kind of hidden by the profile of the other ships moving. So it was usually a nighttime scenario. So basically, the trick was to bring the Corvette would come in the middle of the night, would be sitting in the convoy, and would turn its radar on, and would be basically looking for a U-boat on the surface, using its radar. The amount of people who find it interesting to realise that the radars in World War II were often dual purpose. They could do surface search and air search, and they could be used for both. And they're not doing either very well, because they weren't that great at radar systems in the first place, but they could do both. They could be used for both, depending on how you set them, how you're using them, and how you're focusing them. I had an interesting conversation with a person who commented the other day, no, that radar wasn't used on the Flagg class, wasn't used for air search, it was only used to search submarines. And I was sort of going, well, they started using anti-submarine radar to search for submarines when they worked out it was pick up periscopes in 1942. They fitted this radar onto the Flagg class in 1940. So let's see. Do we think they fitted on the radar in 1940, knowing they'd find a use for it in 1942 in hunting submarine periscopes? Or do you think they fitted it on in 1940 for something else? And that's the fun bit of history you get into, because you start looking at, when do they start using this as a standard tactic? 1942. When do they fit the equipment? 1940. Okay, so this was not fitted for that. So and I do know the history books which write it's fitted for this purpose, and this is its primary purpose, and this is what it's used for, because they are perfectly right. Once you get into 1944, that's pretty much the primary purpose of what they're being used for, because that's happening more often than anything else. But it's not the reason the radar was fitted in the first place, back in 1940. Because they didn't have it as a tactic or an idea in 1940. Castanea, how many navies could operate their main batteries from shore power in the World War II? Depends what you're defining as a main battery, and depends how many of them required electrical power. This is one of the things. Not all guns were electrical. Some of them are mandrolic and other systems. So mandrolic, hydraulic. Some of them are all sorts of interesting systems in terms of how they move. So it depends more often on the design of the ship than specifically the navy. Because you can talk about some navies that go, well, this navy couldn't do it, but well, they could actually for one ship, and this ship design of destroyer and this ship design of cruiser, but they can't for the rest of the ships. And then you go for other navies that go, well, yeah, they could all do it, but apart from this cruiser and this destroyer, which had these systems and this system. So main battery, it depends on how electrified that navy is, if they even need to use shore power to operate them systems. If that makes, I hope that makes sense, Castner. But yeah, it would be a long video to go through all the ships which did and didn't, couldn't. It would be, yeah, no. For Black Horse, yeah. As you can see, they're basically using their gun, and that's how they're getting the merchant ships. Okay, moving on. How many questions do we have left? According to mine, it's none. So
Two.
we,
We have BGS War. Is there a specific refit? And Castania, how many navies?
we answered those ones.
Then we are empty.
Okay, then we open questions again, I guess. So give me a second.
GW, I buy your books really for two specific reasons. One, so I can get the rules unlocked in your app, and two, so that I can get like official art references. You're barely succeeding on either of those fronts.
We're taking about 10 questions. Take care, night, Chikabachinum.
Oh, what's wrong, Runon? With your little...
For YouTube Minecraft Watcher, to clarify the difference between the Flower class and the U-boat is in terms of their guns. Usually, the Flower class carries a 4-inch gun, which is perfectly fine for what it needs to, plus a few other things. And a U-boat is a very unstable gun platform. It's not that high in the water, so in rough waves, in anything like moderate waves, it's going to be having issues. It's fine at dealing with a big target, which can't really fight back. But if you're dealing with a Flower class, which only has to get a shot near enough to damage the hull to cause them trouble their tanks and their ability to sink, so then they can't dive, or something like that. You've got the Flower class is a slightly more stable hull, and they are firing down, whereas the U-boat is firing straight up, and it just causes them fun.
There we go, it's caught itself up.
Captain Bernie Hat, can someone show Captain Bernie Hat how to put in a question?
One moment.
For instance, as you can see above, like in mine or with these, either at exclamation mark question or exclamation mark Q&A.
Yeah.
Also,
I still don't understand why you have me sending you to Runon to the Hosh for incompetence. I would send Runon to a Thunderbird screening for incompetence, not Hosh. Hosh you might be able to do something with, but a Thunderbird screening, that's more cruel.
Why would you?
Now that you mention that, the UK is doing a theatrical release of a bunch of Thunderbirds episodes in cinemas.
Actually, it's
Cool.
even better than that. There is apparently going to be a musical which is set into Thunderbirds, a live human musical.
I have low enough.
I will pay good money to make Runon watch that.
I have low enough standards where if you would get me a work visa to go watch that, I would take it. I would take you up on that offer.
Oh no, I would just make sure we get a certain mutual acquaintance to drag you over here to watch it. And probably play a game of 40k at the same time.
Threatened to do that for something else.
Hence why I'm bringing it up.
Also, GW, why is it that on some units you have the Crux Terminatus on the right pauldron, and on other units but on Terminators the Crux Terminatus
It's on the left?
is on the left pauldron?
I don't actually know. It's something I need to ask about.
Also, quick heads up, they've added submarines to operations in World of
Yes,
Warships.
they've given them a whole bunch of buffs as well.
Stafford,
And they're really funny for jump scaring.
Stafford, no worries about that. The Captain Booty Hat. I only do it this way to make sure we don't lose it in the chat. The reason we do it this way is because YouTube has a habit of losing questions. So we do it so it gets stored in a Discord server, and then we don't lose them. So it's always no inconvenience.
It's also mainly so that when the bot system is working, and when it's not, we have two lovely bots called
Paul and
Steve Clarke and Paul Amos. who I owe at least one decent dinner to each. This way they can't get swallowed up by chat and then missed, and it helps prevent people from complaining, oh, well, you didn't get my question. It's like, well, one, did you submit it for the bot? Okay. Well, I did. Well, did you get the feedback from the bot saying that it grabbed your question? Okay, well, then it didn't grab it. How did it?
There's passive aggression in the air.
Yes.
Oh, gee, I wonder why.
I'd also
Not
say...
as passive as you think, Santones.
There we go.
Yeah, it's not that passive.
I would also say, because there are people bringing this up now, as I've said before, I will quite happily watch Princess Diaries. If in the next Historiathon there is enough money raised that I can get my kitchen done and my bathroom done. I've said before, I'm very cheap.
I'm also not entirely unconvinced that Dr. Clarke doesn't want me to move to the UK solely so he can have a pocket electrician that he can pay in food.
You know how useful that is?
I have about 3 of those already.
And yet you still hire Trident or similar contractors.
Yeah, because for major work, I want someone to have insurance.
You know what? Understandable. Have a nice day.
I'm quite sensible. The nicest way, if there is major work going on, I will hire a company which is going to have decent liability insurance that I can do what I need to do if I need to do it. It's the first thing I ask I ask a company when they come round here to do a quote is, what's your public liability insurance and what's your build quality liability insurance?
This is smart. Everybody should do this. Remember, kiddos, if your contractor is not licensed and insured, you don't have a contractor. You have a handyman.
Oh, I even asked the handyman. When my mum brought in a handyman, I even asked him that. And one didn't have it, so he got ordered to... Sorry, no, we'll get someone else for this job. The one who did have it got allowed to do the work. Militaristics, does the UK have any food worthy of proper labour? Okay, I do realise there is a bit of a meme about British food, but actually having travel, it's pretty good. British food is not bad.
Okay, so one, you can get used to almost anything. Two, there is the NHS.
There's Cornish pasties, there's roast beef, there's all sorts of things. Nicest way, that's quite a lot. Yorkshire pudding is something which is always lovely. Right, I think that's probably about 10 questions in.
Yorkshire puddings are indeed an excellent option, especially if they're homemade.
Allegedly, I was supposed to be bribed with some Cornish pasties at one point.
They are supposed to be sent your way. I'm still working out how to get them across the pond to you. Or alternatively, alternatively hold them until you get here.
Yeah, don't worry about it because you'll get hit with de minimis now.
Also, there is Iron Brew as well in the UK.
Easier.
This is the other reason Runon is coming to the UK, to make her supply of Iron Brew easier.
Cheap Warhammer, cheap Iron Brew. How can you go wrong?
Yeah. Prince of Tonga...
You need that enlist, or... Sorry.
Prince of Tonga, would there be a place for a Skull-type ship in the Royal Navy? OPV replacement? Or are they too coastal-orientated? Pretty much you've answered your own question. They're too coastal-orientated. And also, in the nicest way for the what are the British looking for in OPV? It's a maritime presence / security vessel. They don't need that level of firepower. They don't need that level of cost. The River class are cheap as chips. They really are. They are as cheap as they can possibly be. And as minimally crude as they can possibly be, and easy to sustain as the world away from the UK as they possibly can be. The Scolds are wonderful. I love the Scolds. For the Royal Navy, they don't really fit. Now, interestingly enough, I would like to see some CB-90s, that's combat boat 90s in the Royal Navy, to support landing craft in those operations. And I think that's especially important once you start considering we're doing longer distance operations. the future vessels which we're going to be using for amphibious operations, they're supposed to be operating from further out to sea. I think it would be sensible if they had something like combat boat 90s on board to provide escort, especially if we could get them with something like a Nemo mortar system or something aboard, to provide, you know, fire support and protection for the ships, the landing craft going in.
I feel like if I live long enough, we're just going to see the redevelopment of the D-Day style. I'm a destroyer, and I'm going to dive bomb into the coast.
Yeah,
I might get grounded, but that's okay.
We're already getting there.
Because it's like, yeah, okay, first we're going to send out 1,000-ton combat boat craft. Okay, we can't fit all the weapons and survivability systems we need on 1,000 tons. So let's go up to 1,500 tons. Now 1,500 tons is too small, so we'll go to 2,000.
Yeah, that's basically what you have happen every other generation. LEV, the modern Royal Navy magically gets 2 Trieste LHD class. What do they do with it, and how useful are they with the Royal Navy? Very useful, but not quite what the Royal Navy needs in terms of air group size or range of operations, but the Royal Navy could adapt with that. And basically, they'd slot in with, they'd replace Albion and Bulwark, they'd replace Ocean, all those sort of capabilities. They provide the cornerstone of the amphibious, but they'd also provide an extra backup capability for the carriers, so you'd end up with 4 flight decks as the cornerstone of your force, and you'd be constantly maintaining about 2 of those available and 2 of those in refit and refit reserve. So that's what you'd be rotating through. It would be pretty darn useful. Historically, on the British plan was roughly 3 LHDs and two carriers, and that was going to make sense. The F-35B procurement, all the other things, because it was you're going to have 5 vessels which could all operate the same mix of aircraft: 2 strike carriers, 3 LHDs, guarantee availability of 2 flight decks at any one point.
Dang it, I just remembered my last question.
I would say one of the things that's interesting about British cuisine is we have historically relied on the quality of our ingredients over everything else, because, again, this is one of the things which has saved us in European wars, is that we rarely get, compared to the other nations, we rarely get our farming and agriculture areas stomped over by armies in our history. Which has meant we've had quite a long time of sustained development in agricultural input, which means we developed quite high quality goods, which is one of the reasons why, and it's kind of a stable, quite often a stable supply, which means we didn't really develop the sauces as the flavors of the meat were often. One interesting thing is when you look at Wagyu beef, etc., and stuff from Japan, and their flavoring and their wiring and texture, is if you look at it, the British do something similar in their beef mix, but we have very different beef cows and very different milk cows and different breeds all around the country, because each area had their own local breed of what they were breeding for their conditions and all those things. And it's an interesting different flavor profile. For example, myself, I tend to look for Jersey cows when I'm looking for milk and ice cream, because I think their cream is usually better. There are quite a few Jersey herds in Cornwall as well as in Jersey itself. And if I'm looking for beef, I usually would, my preference is to usually go for either a Highland cow or a Belter Galloway. If I can get beef from Belter Galloway, that's usually pretty darn nice.
Meanwhile, the American going to the grocery store. Yes, this beef is made of beef.
Yeah, in the UK it's quite common. And if I go down to my local farm shop, I can literally go, yeah, so this comes from that farm, and which they have that herd, and there's a picture of the herd, and there's the farm, so so you can go, okay, yeah, I'd like topside from the Belter Galloway farm, or that things, and yeah.
Unless Pete has been in there and slapped the "Hi, my name was whatever" stickers all over it as a way to make you feel guilty for the meat. However,
no, it doesn't.
Next time that happens, I'm just gonna go through there and try and find one with my name on it, even just my middle name. So this way, it's like a Coke bottle.
No, I actually, in the nicest way, when they tried to do that in this area with me, I went, "Ooh, this one has a nice name. That'll make it extra tasty."
Yeah, exactly.
In the nicest way, the activists really don't like me. Okay, I'm the one who goes, "I want roast beef." In the nicest way, this animal's already been dead and slaughtered and cut up. Now, if it's not bought by people, it's going to go to waste in a bin, which is a greater sacrilege.
Like, okay, you can't do this with all bullies, and yes, I do count PETA as a bully. But one of my favorite anti-bullying tactics is to just lean into the joke.
Mm-hmm.
Because either they get bored or they get uncomfortable, and either way, I win.
Mine is often because it's helping others. Is to take over the joke and subtly redirect it in ways which cause weirdness for them.
Yes, well, you do like the you do like your psychological warfare.
I've taught psychological warfare for a very long time.
It's kind of concerning, really.
Dragon 2000. What if Japan went with design 472 World of Warships Ishiazi instead of the Congo design? How would this impact their service and the Japanese build priority post-World War I? Would them being 10, 14-inch guns change things? Okay.
Bit of context, they initially had 10, 12-inch guns and 5 twin turrets. That's why the base of the question. This was designed around 1910-ish. 8-inch belt, 27 knots, off the top of my head.
So... So they've gone with something which is far more battleship than battle cruiser.
Not, I want to say quite, because they've still got an 8-inch belt, very much battlecruiser internals, and still higher fleet speed for the time of, as I said, 27 knots for 1910.
I'd say you've got a lot more room for upgrading because you can take off one of the turrets and you can change the engine layout in the center and you can give it a lot more power. It still has a very good hull shaping, etc. for speed. If you can do 27.5 knots, up the power a bit, you can probably get to you can get over 28 knots. The thing is, the thing is, to an extent, a Congo is, how do I put this? A Congo is, to an extent, an improved Isushi design.
Yeah.
And Isushi and Congo are both based off Vickers designs and modifications of them. Yeah. So, yeah, having an 8-inch belt, that does give, let's say, I would, let's see, that's probably going to help her in some ways, because it's the same belt as the Congos have. And if she's upgraded to 14-inch guns, you probably drop her down to 8 anyway. And do some modifications to the hull. You've got more space to do modifications in her design than you have in the Congos. In the Congos, because they've been built as they were, you can't drop a turret and change things around. In Isushi's case, you could drop a turret and change things around. You'd probably drop the, well, it's not an XYZ. It will be, I suppose, X turret, because it's XYZ. You got a free off like that, so probably X turret. That's probably what you drop.
Also, my thought was, if they do go with the 12-inch one, how quickly, because that's, they come 12 is just before the bring about of the 13.5s, how would that affect them being kept around for World War II? Because would Japan want a new battle cruiser earlier because of that?
Oh, they probably want
Would
to
they be
change them.
more-
They probably want to change them earlier. And they could do. They probably don't get the rebuilds, they probably get replaced. And that's going to cause some interesting things. Okay. With that being said, next question. YouTube Minecraft, what's your opinion on the Type 54E1? Okay.
Well, it is the 54th type, 5th modification, and first sub-modification.
Not quite, but
It's an American. It's a tank. American one actually. Based on. Honestly, I would say this is more a question for the chieftain than for me, or maybe for Foxo. Because I'm looking at it, and it's, to me, it's built on an M48 hull, which I'm saying, but it's got an AMX 50 style oscillating turret.
It also has a 105mm autoloader.
Yeah, which makes it intriguing from an operational perspective. It's still got a 4-person crew though, even with an autoloader.
Doing the hull, 2 in the turret.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say it looks like an interesting weapon system, but I'm not sure I'd want it myself.
Are you saying it looks like an interesting way to get your crew killed?
There are many interesting ways to get a crew killed, but usually my policy in this particular period we're talking about, and it's come up, is not to go with that sort of weapon system. Stafford Thompson, how much cost and time would it take to turn modern ocean cruisers into troop transports, hospital ships if needed during global hot war? Ocean cruisers aren't that fast, so whereas ocean liners had the advantage of being fast enough they pretty much outran everything and could zigzag across the Atlantic, and basically if you sent cruisers to escort them you'd wreck the cruisers' engines. The British found this out several times to their displeasure in World War One and World War Two. You could do it quite easily to do to convert them to transport personnel. You could do that quite easily. That depends on your level of transportation. There's also the fact that modern ocean liners often can carry thousands of people already, so you don't really need to do that much conversion to take them thousands of people. If you do decide you want to convert them, you rip out everything and double up their bedroom space, and you put 4 bedrooms each. But then you're transporting probably a division's worth of personnel on one ship, which presents a very interesting target for missiles and torpedoes.
I was about to say, why do you want to toss away divisions worth of people?
Well, the thing is, you did it a lot in World War II because you're moving around multiple divisions around the world automatically. And if you can move them in one ship, it does make it more efficient. But the trouble is...
I'm saying, why do you want to throw them away?
Well, not necessarily you're throwing them away. You're going to have the nicest way for a modern ocean liner to be transporting, you're going to be putting in a carrier battle group. With a carrier battle group basically providing security and the ocean liner tagging along with them. But that's going to tie down your carrier battle group to move it. Realistically, these days, you don't need to do that. These days, you use a plane for moving those people. You have the planes going backwards and forwards moving the people. And you move their goods by sea. You move their equipment by sea. Because You can move people efficiently by air. You can move things efficiently by sea. Timu, why does Runon not like Thunderbirds?
Okay. Conceptually, I like Thunderbirds. I like Thunderbirds a lot conceptually. I do not like the design choices that were made for pretty much anything in the Thunderbirds universe. It's a Rube Goldberg contraption. When you're in emergency response, KISS, keep it simple, smart. There's a 3-letter appendage on the smart. Just why are you overcomplicating things to the degree at which you are overcomplicating things? There is no need to overcomplicate things to that degree. It doesn't make sense. It's not necessary. It's extra build cost. It's extra maintenance cost. It's extra things that can go wrong when seconds count. Why? 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 Why are you introducing this many points of failure into what could be otherwise this many additional points of failure into an already fantastically complicated system? Why do the palm trees need to fold away? Just keep the palm trees clear of the runway. It's not that hard. Why do you need to split the house into 3 parts and have a move in 3 completely different directions so you can launch a ship out through the middle of it? It doesn't make sense. It's engineeringly nightmarish. Why? Who hurt you?
Okay, next question. Black Horse, how were navigational aids maintained during wartime? Usually they weren't. Usually people were down to Dead Reckoning maps and occasionally some other systems added in. But it's one of those things of lighthouses dim their lights, all sorts of navigational aids dim their lights to stop supporters to make it difficult for the enemy. And that's one of the things they do, to try and make it as difficult as possible. And the Trinity House used to at every war would spend their time going out and either recovering buoys or sinking them so that they couldn't be used by enemy ships to navigate their way in and out of the UK. Captain Booney Hat, hello. I think this is your first ever. This might be your first ever question on the channel, so thank you, and thank you for doing it. Putting it for a system. Do you think the planned naval build-up will be slowing down given their looming demographic crisis? I don't think they will necessarily be slowing down anytime soon because there's a lot of early ships they need to replace. But yeah, they do seem to have a crisis coming up to them. But when's that crisis going to be, and what else is going to happen before then? And this is the thing: they have sources for some demographic. One of the interesting conversations I had a few years ago, which was kind of an illuminating conversation, was with a gentleman who was visiting the UK from China, who I'm not quite sure which branch of the armed forces he was in, but he was certainly in one. And this discussion came up, and he said, of course, well, we have remedies for these problems. And quite a few of my colleagues were giggling at that thought, and I just thought, oh, yeah, typical hubris. And there was me sitting there going, well, the remedies for that are you either capture more people, or you find a way of creating more people. Demographic collapse is a problem. If you have an authoritarian regime's approach to it, there are ways to solve it, which would not be within the wheelhouse of a democracy or a republic or a monarchy like Britain. We have a monarchy with a democracy attached, or a democracy with a monarchy attached, depending on how you want to put it. A monocracy.
And sometimes you have like most elected governments, you have a moronocracy.
Oh, don't get me started. So I would say I don't see there being any slowing down in the build-up. Also, I would see that the Chinese are far more... How to put this? are far more comfortable with the concept of lean crewing than the US Navy is. So proportionally, Chinese ships have actually started to drop the crew numbers compared to their American counterparts. The Navy in this world which is least comfortable with lean crewing is the US Navy. And that's mostly not because the US Navy is least comfortable with it, but because Congress likes to get involved in these things and mandate rules of operation which are interesting. I usually use the boat crew from the Zumwalt class as being an example. So the Zumwalt class is built with an automatic boat launch and recovery system, which means you don't need people to manually pull ropes, etc., and things to guide the boat in and out. It does it automatically. So normally in most navies, that means you would have one person watching and operating the machinery which recovers the boat with the crew aboard, and you'd have people. You'd have basically an alert system. So if there's something goes wrong, you call people into it, and you'd have people run in, and then you'd help out. The American Navy standard is you have the people standing by. So you have literally 8 people sitting in the room while the boat's being launched and recovered, who are literally sitting there waiting for if things go wrong. Now, yes, that is the best from a damage control perspective. I am not going to argue against it. But from a personnel utilization perspective, that means 99.9% of the time, the system doesn't go wrong. You have 8 people sitting in that space for 10, 20 minutes and having to have left their space to get there and then wait there and then get back to where they're operating, doing nothing. That's not a good utilization of people. And that means they're not doing what they're normally doing because they're on their boat crew. So this is the thing. There are options open to the Chinese to adapt to an extent. Prince of Tonga,
And especially when
Cameron.
you have such a control over the media.
I'm going
at
to go
least
blow my
in
nose
sort of
quickly. For some reason it's
official
blocking up.
Official sources and official throughputs of data, as Beijing does, you can get very, very interesting in what you do and do not let circulate amongst your population, let alone the less scrupulous and far more dystopic options available. And in the cyberpunk realm of things, there was some hubbub a couple weeks ago about some nation, I believe it was China, but I would need to confirm that, developing functionally an exo womb, which has a lot of interesting implications writ large across a great many sectors of humans.
Yep. Prince Tonga.
Makes it a lot easier to do questionable things.
Prince of Tonga. They carried 40mm pom-poms and occasionally even Bofors, some later war ones. So no, a navalized land 3.7-inch AA gun, I'm guessing. No, it doesn't really help a flower class. They have a 4-inch gun forward, which sometimes are dual-purpose mounts, sometimes usually are just low-angle mounts, and they have a 40mm Bofors. They don't really. They're not. A flower class is not a warship which is going to go into frontline combat. It's not supposed to be operating in the Mediterranean. It's not supposed to be operating in. They don't even really do they don't even do offensive too many convoy operations in the high threat areas around the UK. They're doing the cross Atlantic. The aerial threat they're dealing with is things like Focke-Wulf Condors as a day-to-day. So no, they don't need that. So why do it? What they need is a 4-inch gun which can engage submarines, and they have a Bofors or a pom-pom dealing with anything which gets closer in terms of air threat. It's one of the things I get into quite often is a case of, okay, so why are we adding this expense? Why are we adding this thing onto this ship? And if the British had been wanting to put an AA gun on them, they've got the 4-inch dual purpose. They just put those on it. They just put a 4-inch dual purpose mount on it. They've got plenty of those. They don't need to do a navalized land 3.7-inch AA gun. It's a case of, oh, we could do this, but why do we need to? YouTube Minecraft Watcher, if I visit Congo, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, if I visit Cornwall next year, what places would you recommend seeing? Pendennis Castle, St Michael's Mount, Max Salvia's in Red Roof if you want to see some Warspite armour. Kuvrak is always beautiful, but you be warned, you will be going into the heart of a large number of relatives of mine. I love the coast. I love the coastal walks. I love the various parks and the moors. I spend a lot of time in the moors. I spend a lot of time kayaking around the coast. Those are beautiful. Those are the places to me. There are a fair number of mines I've taken my friends down when they come visit. Dan isn't here yet at the moment, but he would be talking about being taken down to mines. He'd be talking to Pendennis Castle, St Michael's Mount. Those are the places I take them, and they like them. They're nice places to go. St Maur's is also pretty damn beautiful. I'd also say Truro Cathedral is always a nice place to go, and it's pretty darn cool. I tend to avoid places like Land's End, etc., which have been overly developed in terms of tourist traps, but I do like the Southerly Point, which has the right level of development. It's got some stuff there, but it's not overly developed. If that makes sense. But the Southerly Point is down in a part of Cornwall which is called the Lizard.
Lizard.
Yeah, the Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Castanet, on the subject of land battleships, were there any railway guns used by major powers in World War II? Yes.
Loads.
Yes, lots of them.
I'm pretty sure there's also literally recorded incidents of British and German railway guns taking shots at each other across the channel.
Yes.
Yep, literally the Dover guns.
I think Britain, France, Germany, and Italy all had railway guns.
The British had 12-inch
also the
howitzers
Russians
that were, did all sorts of fun things in Catterick and various other places. The French had tons of them. Yeah, basically railway guns are fairly common throughout that sort of period. Even after World War II, there were a few wandering around. And, yeah. For the army, like the British Army, like to deploy them onto the East Kent Light Railway. Always a fun one. I'm not sure if it's still up. It's the East Kent line. Ooh. That's a shame. Most of the East Kent Light Railway is gone. That's a sad time. Black Horse. How many pilots were rescued by the RNLI during World War II? Oh, I don't have that figure. There were lots. There are various figures, but the RNLI saved roughly 6,500 Allied and Axis aircrew during World War II. Is the figures we have, roughly 6,500. The low estimate, the estimate sometimes given when people want to give an exact estimate is 6,376, but the figures do range up to 7,000 and roughly 6,500 is what we. But there's a dispute over it because some of Let's put it this way: the maths doesn't work out necessarily right because some of the people are rescued, but then die aboard the boat before they get back to the UK from injuries. And I would count that as still being rescued. I'm not sure about everyone else here, but the stats don't.
I am not going to have an argument with a lifeboat crew over whether or not that counts as rescued. Frankly, I choose life.
They did launch over 1,000 times though to recover crew and recover aircrew. No, I don't think the lines are close enough to Dover in World War One that the British could have fired from Dover and hit Germany with a railway gun in World War One. Steve Clarke, GPS spoofing. The recent number of GPS events which have involved aircraft having to use manual navigation close to Ukraine is increasing. What can nations do to stop the perpetrators? Honestly, GPS spoofing, depending on the type of spoofing you're dealing with, can be very difficult to get involved and to deal with. I'm not going to get too far into the details here because it would be very much a bilge pumps conversation where we can check what we said afterwards. But to be honest, the best methods of defending against GPS spoofing, you can try and encrypt things, but the trouble is, the more you encrypt the GPS signals, the more difficult. There's a level of encryption you can use on GPS signals, but the trouble is because they're often commercial systems, anyone who buys access to a commercial system technically buys access to that encryption. So it makes it very difficult for that to be spoofing. You can also have systems which do what's called direction of arrival sensing. This means that they detect that the false signals are coming from the wrong places. That is something which can be added into systems, but would be a major thing to do, but could be added in. But it's going to be an upgrade. And you can also add in... what did you say, Ronan?
Is it spoofing or counter spoofing?
This is to counter spoof. And the other thing you can do is signal distortion detection, which is often more of a software fix than a hardware fix, but it does, depending on the age of the system, might well require some hardware added in because it needs extra processing power. This allows it to do the systems to track whether the signal's amplitude profile and, check if it's the correct profile for GPS. There are some other option systems. But yeah, it's...
Depending upon and this is a publicly accessible system, so I don't have any issues talking about it. Depending upon the electronic environment that you are in, which, assuming that you can use GPS, you're in a moderately permissive electronic environment.
Mm-hmm.
You can create a network with directional antennas off of known location ground-based stations.
Yeah.
And you're not going off of the constellation in that you are. We do this in civil engineering, where you have ground-based stations and the equipment talks to the ground-based stations to fix its position, as down to the position of the dozer blades and excavator buckets and so on, so that they can maintain true to plans. And you can, as long as you have the right sets of antennas, you can adapt the same thing to warfighting purposes with minimal effort.
I'd say
Just
the problem we're dealing with is, especially with aircraft, is this system. This idea of spoofing is going to get more widespread as people notice its success and how you can use it to attack certain people and their maneuvers. It's the thing is, it's not really effective against military craft most at the moment because most of them do have heavily encrypted, even GPS systems, encrypted GPS, and they are military grade encryption rather than the civilian grade stuff. And one we say about military grade versus civilian grade is that usually in this scenario is that, as people know, sometimes military grade does not mean it's a lot better. If you have ever, in this way, if you ask someone who's been serving in forces whether they want military grade boots versus other options, they will usually go, what are those other options? Let's have a look at them. Because in a nice way, when it comes to boots and things like that, they're usually buying them by the ton, not by the quality. But when it comes to things like encryption of software, the military will usually pay for the extra processing power, the extra issue to deal with the extra issues that a greater encryption will cause versus civilians. Because what's it useful for? I think probably I think more and more as the systems are coming in, the new GPS systems, they're already being designed with the capabilities to do the last two things I said, the direction analysis and the quality analysis of the signal. So that's going to help them a lot with spoofing. But it's whether you upgrade the older systems, and it's mostly commercial aircraft which are currently running into difficult, and that's the age of the commercial fleet. But it'll be interesting. And the thing about using the ground-based systems as well is you often are using those when you're coming into land as well. You're using ground-based systems as well as air-based systems, or rather space-based systems, to coordinate your position and be as accurate as possible. But that can lead you open to other issues, because the ground-based system might be a system your system's regularly familiar with, might not be, and you can only get spoofed from the ground-based systems. So what it is basically is about spoofing. Take care, George Newman. It's about spoofing basically the signal data we receive from when we're moving systems. So you have to be. The trouble is we have designed a lot of our systems on a high trust environment, and realistically, we are moving from a high trust environment to a system where we can't afford to be a high trust environment, and that's what's happening. We need to move from basically designing our systems around the idea of it saves money, especially it's perfectly viable, we're a high trust environment and no one's going to do this, to hang on, nation states have been doing this and other people will soon be copying this capability. Because once people realize it can be done, they tend to try and work out how to do it easier for them. And so it's another scenario of us moving to a lower in trust environment. Okay. Does that make sense?
It doesn't take a lot of messing around with a VFR system to get a lot of people killed.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't.
Oh, this one's going to have to be rebase coded. Dagnabbit. Okay. It goes off to the side. That is the last question I have in the doohickey thingamabobber.
And we've been going for over 6.25 hours, so thank you very much everyone for being here. Hope you enjoyed. I would normally let this go on a bit longer, but it's almost 2 a.m. And as said, I have to organise roughly 150 relatives for lunch tomorrow. So I want to go off and have some no people time for a bit. I'm sorry, I do. I love you all, but I am currently at my level of people out for the week. I want to go off and probably read a book, because I don't really sleep. Don't think I'm feeling sleepy, so I don't think I'm going to be sleeping anytime probably till about Wednesday, knowing me at this point. And maybe spend some time on Space Marine 2, killing things mindlessly. It's a good. I find Space Marine 2 a good thing to go off and kill things mindlessly. But it's longer. Even commercially, having a system that uses two of the available systems, GPS and Galileo, makes it more difficult to spoof. It does, but the system sometimes goes, hang on, I can't, I need a third system to act as a tiebreaker. And that's also why you want the signal quality analysis system built into it. But also the modern systems which do have GPS, that use both GPS and Galileo, often already have signals direction analysis and some qualitative analysis of the signals built into them. So the modern systems are not the problem. And they have to have those systems built into them because they have to be able to differentiate between the two. Which is the GPS signal, which is the Galileo signal. So, you know, that's all fun. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to Dan for being here, who's not with us anymore, but who did turn up and very, very friendly as always and very good. Thank you to the admins for the chat. Thank you to the admins who've been in chat, working away and doing all the stuff they have been doing today. Paul, Leslie, Steve, Stafford, all of them in here. Seneca, who even turned up at one point, was doing admin stuff, and so it was Jonathan Moon, I think. And, of course, thank you to our resident aged computer whiz, that's Runon. She has worked very hard keeping the bot going today. Thank you to our dragon for being here and hopefully enjoying himself. I think he enjoys himself. He turns up every week, so I'm sure I hope he does. And thank you most of all to Foxo, who's been here the whole time with me and started off this show with us. And I will point out, when it was just you and I, Foxo, we had the highest viewership. When other people started turning up, the viewer numbers started going down. But when you and I, it was just you and I, we were at the peak. We had 100 viewers on YouTube and 20 on Twitch.
Doc, you know the annoying thing?
Yeah.
It's not enough to call it a pattern, but anecdotally, my viewer numbers are higher when Foxo is in VC.
Yeah.
People like Foxo.
Yeah. She is the magnet that draws people in.
Admit this.
Foxo should stream more.
Yes.
Where she can go be Hassan Piker in miniature. On her own show.
Get banned too quickly.
With blackjack and hookers.
I think what we need to get Foxo is we need to get her a VTuber profile made for her so she can stream without feeling like she is streaming. So she can have a persona.
Or a fursona.
This is what I think we need to do. Although at this rate, we'll end up being it'll be me and Dan as the two meat streamers in the chat, and then it'll be all three of you with your various VTuber profiles popping up.
You will be the meat tuber.
Why does that sound like an innuendo?
No, it'll
The
be
flesh tuber.
I will become
The only flesh bag among us.
I will become the Connor, aka the Sea Dog of the history world. Constantly
So that
surrounding.
means we got to get Drac. That means we got to get Drac a VTuber.
No, that means I suppose in that scenario that makes Foxo Iron Mouse, because she's the one who attracts everyone in.
Honestly, I hate comparison. I have health issues, but I don't have health issues on Iron Mouse.
Yes, but let's face it. Regardless of the relative severity of your health issues, neither of you get out of the house.
No. Oh.
I despise you for being right.
It's painful because it's true.
Yes.
Then again, she was out for plenty time the other day when her keys broke on her car, so she couldn't get home.
Yes, and she was threatening to feed the tow truck driver to the hogs.
Yeah, okay, so basically, I got stuck in Felixstowe until 2 o'clock in the morning last
Wednesday.
Was it Thursday?
I'm pretty certain it was Wednesday, yeah. Well, it was my Wednesday, your Thursday.
Yeah, because I've got my BMW's push to start, and the key decided it was just fried. So My BMW is
That's why-
refusing to start.
I like mechanical system.
Stuff like the steering lock was refusing to turn off. We reported it to the insurance company, and AA came out about 9-ish. They couldn't do anything about it because the steering gear. And tow truck didn't arrive until 2 o'clock in the morning.
You can catch some of this on the VOD on my channel because she was in my stream. Actually, I don't
How
even think I
annoyed
have
she was
that
getting
VOD
at it.
published.
So
Say again?
let's
How
put it this
annoyed
way.
she was getting at it.
Foxo, you were stuck in Felixstowe, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you reported this to AA at what time?
And 9 o'clock.
And they arrived at what point?
Yeah, I reported it at 7:45. They arrived at 9.
And the tow truck arrived with you at what point?
2 o'clock in the morning.
In a nice way, I could have driven all the way to Felixstowe from my house, picked you up, and got you back to your house, and got back to my house, I'm reckoning, before they arrived.
Almost.
Because
The car would
in a
still
na-
be in the same position,
The car would have been in the same position, but it wasn't going anywhere.
which was part of the problem.
The car, we got offered to, we'll take you, AA would take us home because the car was unmovable. And then we figured out that, and then, so they got in contact with the people who were in the car park. And the people at the car park was like, no, we will find the hell out of you if it stays there. So, yep.
Alternatively,
fun.
I'm just figuring out that I could have got my friend who does classic car maneuver removals, who's up the road, who I don't think was doing anything on that day, to drive over, pick you up, and bring you back, because he has the proper kind of truck which you load the car onto.
Rollback?
Yeah.
'Cause apparently her car required a rollback.
Yeah, it would have. It could literally winch the car up quite happily onto it, or pick it up and put it onto it, and so I could have got him to reach you quicker than they did.
Yep.
Even if he stopped after stopped every couple of hours of driving for a break, he would have reached you quicker than they did, because he'd have reached you after 8 hours. So he'd have reached you if you'd called him, if he got him to get out of bed at 9 o'clock to do it, which he probably would have been up anyway. So where did your blooming truck come from?
It
America, of
came
course.
from Cambridge because there'd been a crash on the A12 and the pickup truck was recovering that. So they had to bring one down from Cambridge.
And in the nicest way, to go from Cambridge to Felixstowe is not a long time.
I know. They were so annoying.
It's an hour's drive on the A14.
Yes.
I know, I've done
Well,
it.
about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half.
Okay.
An hour's to Ipswich,
Hour and a
but
half
yeah.
in traffic. It's an hour. It's an hour at the times I've usually driven it.
Although about your earlier timetable, Doctor, would that be driving at speeds where the chicken was still warm?
No, that would be driving at legal speeds. Because to go from where I live to Felixstowe, you basically, especially if you're going if you're going via the motorway, you basically go A30, M5, M4, and yeah, you just motor along. Probably the slowest time you're going to have is going around the northern part of the M25 before you hit the A12. And then just rush up A12 to A14. I've done that. I have literally I have literally driven that route a couple of weeks back. I did that. I literally drove that route at one point. When I,
Alrighty.
So yeah, that's fun.
Do we want to whack this one over the head,
yes,
and give her the old Yeller treatment?
Yeah, go on. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Take care. Thank you all for being here. And thank you again for all your support, all the liking, sharing, subscribing, all the super chats, super thanks, and memberships, and all those things. They really do mean a lot. They really do make this channel possible. And thank you again for supporting my colleagues with their various Ko-fis, etc. Please do. The details should, he says, start appearing below. If they haven't appeared below and YouTube hasn't updated the system for Bruships, it's supposed to be updated and visible as of an hour after it's gone live. I will be turning off computers before then, so I will not pick it up till tomorrow morning. If it is not visible, tell me, and I will put it into the frigging description again, manually. Because I get fed up with it. But it keeps not updating. Thank you very much, Sharon. Take care, and by the way, it should update naturally, because I've literally changed the system. But it's the standard system which is supposed to go up, and there's supposed to be options for doing my own my regular videos and Bruships and those things, and it's supposed to update Bruships automatically, but it doesn't. It keeps going back to default standard of the other videos. Oh, it's annoying. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for being here, and take care.